Welcome, dear ladies and gentlemen, to the gorgeous city of Biel, Vienna in Switzerland, where summer is blooming and chess is booming at the International Biel Chess Festival. It's already 58th edition this year. We're going to cover today the main event, which is a Grandmaster Triathlon, a unique and special tournament, which there is no single such event in the world. Today we're going to be your hosts. My name is Angelika Valkova and I am joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans, the chess expert and great friend of mine. Arturs, it's a pleasure to have you here. How are you doing today?
Thank you for the announcement, Angelika. Of course. It's really great to be back once again for an exciting day here in Biel. More classical chess is coming. I mean, all the previous days delivered some action. There was always drama, always time scrambles. So tune in for some amazing action.
And today we have already the third round of the classical portion of the GMT tournament. We have seen so much action, but today it's going to proceed. So I say we take a look at the current pairings for the round and see if there is anything exciting. Do you see there, Arturs?
Well, I don't know. I have to have a very close look. I think all the games will be absolutely exciting. So we're going to start with the Masters pairing. As you can see, the top Emirati Grandmaster Alexa Lem is going to try to defeat Frederick Svane. He has today the white color. Vladimir Fedoseev has the white color against Radoslav Wojtaszek. And he's also one of the leaders of the tournament. Aravind is also playing with a white color today against Voldar Murzin. So huge games today.
Yeah, and Aravind is current leader in the standings. Meanwhile, in challengers, Aram Akaban, one of the top Armenian grandmaster, will face David Navara. David didn't have a great time yesterday, but Aram managed to score a draw. Rina Jamabai with white pieces will be facing Daniel Darda, and Nicolas Theodor, who is currently leading the standings in challengers, will take on the Chinese grandmaster Ma Chun. What exciting matchups for today. I mean, Arturs, which one stands out for you the most in both of the events?
I suppose the leaders, as usual. We are very curious, for example, if Theodorov is going to be able to continue his winning streak, because he had nothing short but an impressive start in the challengers tournament. What do you think? Is it even possible? Can possibly have a better start and 2 victories, and both of them with a black color against a very serious opposition?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it was so tough to score, and especially considering his tough start at Chess 960, he was suffering really toughly in the first day of the event, and then he wins the rapid, he's leading the event, he's winning the first round, and yesterday another victory, and we see a handshake. Vladimir Fedoseev is getting seated against Wojtaszek Radoslav from Poland. One of the matchups to follow for sure, and yeah, definitely the one to see coming. We see that everything is getting ready, and I also say that we have today the ceremonial first move. You can see in the picture there was Christian Schneider. He is the CEO of the hospital Biel. He's going to make a first move on the first board, which is Aravind against Murzin, so we are going to see that in a bit.
Okay, so we can guess. By the way, what kind of move do you think he's going to make? And this is usually pretty fun, because sometimes the player with the white color, he whispers what kind of move he would like to make, and then the guest changes his mind and he plays, for example, G4. But obviously, the players are not bound to use this combination.
I got to ask you, Arturs, have you ever made a ceremonial first move, or have you ever been at the board where the ceremonial first move was made?
I have never made the ceremonial move, but have I been as one of the players? I can't recall, possibly.
Yeah, because it's very, I think, unique experience for all the players. I have not been and done one of this, but it was many times funny how you can see that some of the players, I remember recently in one of the Grand Chess Story ones, Zhukova just came and played, I believe it was B4 or G4, I mean, some very funny move for, I don't know if it was for Magnus or Duda, but definitely one of the top players, and everyone started laughing. And in this game, this matchup, there have been some interesting openings played earlier, such as King's Indian attack by Aravind against Murzin, and also Niemco Larsen attack. So there might be even first move B3, first move knight F3, anything can happen, but we will see what the guest is going to make. Meanwhile, I see Aravind is meditating, trying to get ready and focused for the game.
And there you see Frederick Svane. Yesterday he had a pretty painful defeat. He was twice winning at some point against Aravind. First time, actually, I thought his win was findable. It was not really that difficult. Unfortunately for him and the German fans, he did not find it. And in the time scramble, he was winning as well. By the way, here we see Volodar Murzin is ready to start the game. The ceremonial move is to be played. And which move is it? Is it D4, E4? I cannot make it from this angle.
It looks like it's a D4. And the players are looking well, but let's see if the move will be returned. Wait, Aravind is not returning the move.
Maybe he's going to make another.
Wait.
I think he is. Yeah,
he's
sticking
playing
to the move.
D4.
He's sticking to the move. It's just a good move. Why would you change it? It's a good move. So let's do it.
Wow. What an interesting choice, because many times I've seen that player is coming back with a pawn and then they're playing. Sometimes they even repeat the same move, Sometimes even if d4 is on the board, the player moves the pawn back, then he lets the opponent start the clock, and then he plays one more time the same move, kind of tricking the opponent. And we see d4, d5. Will we see Queen's Gambit on the board? Arturs, what do you think? Will we see c4 being played?
Yeah, I think c4 was just played. So here Murzin has a choice to either accept the Queen's Gambit, and we're not talking about Netflix here, so talking about an actual chess variation, and the Slav. The Slav defense has been Volodar's favorite choice lately, and he plays it, and we're going to see what kind of choice it's going to be for Aravind from this position.
Arturs' Slav defense is on the board, and we see that Aravind is removing the jacket. He just removed it, and he plays knight f3. He's not playing for exchange Slav, and we'll see one of the main variations in the opening. Maybe it's good to highlight one of the ideas from the Slav, why c6 is played, is definitely to take on c4 at some moment.
So black does play c6, and there might be an idea to take on c4, as you said. But also one of the big ideas here for black, what does he do this? If I'm going to now scroll back a bit, he plays c6 to keep the bishop on f5 and then close the position with e6. So that's why here, after knight f3, knight f6, white has two major continuations. There's the move knight c3, which basically invites d-takes on c4, which, by the way, was played. And the other move is e3, which is maybe a bit more positional. And then black normally doesn't take on c4, but then he's able to bring out the bishop on f5. So what we saw, knight c3, d-takes on c4, and a4 stopping black's b5. This is top-notch theory here.
Yeah, we have the material advantage 4-time temporarily for black, because black took the pawn on c4, but now white is ready to go for any move. It can be e3, it can be e4, it depends on the way Aravind wants to play the game. There is a knight e5 as well, as Arturs mentioned. I mean, what would you play here as white or black? Arturs, do you get this position anytime? Because I know you're e4 player, but still, can you get such open?
I don't play like this. I'm playing myself the move, not knight c3. I play e3. I really like those positions, but again, it's a matter of taste. And black normally here stops e4, and there you go, bishop f5 is played, stopping e4. And the main continuation here is knight e5, but of course, there could be room for some new ideas, new concepts, maybe even g3, bishop g2, sacrificing the pawn, going for some long-term pressure, but knight e5 is the choice of the Indian player.
Yeah, now suddenly c4 pawn is targeted. I see the players are playing very fast, both are in preparation. Knight e7 challenging the knight. Do you take on c4? Okay, Aravind is replying instantly. He recaptures on c4.
But this is already what Murzin played. He played this in round number 1 against Salem Saleh, and this was the game. Maybe we're going to see some repeat of that game where the Emirati Grandmaster played knight e5. There was an early move h4, and absolutely Aravind has seen that game, so he's ready to repeat it. And I find it really fantastic that Volodar, obviously, he trusts his opening preparation and he sees that Aravind repeats the line. He's not backing away from the challenge and plays what he normally plays.
But also,
knight e3. Wow.
Oh, knight e3. He's deviating. Knight e5 was the move in the game of Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin in that position. But we see that Volodar expected it. I mean, that's actually a very interesting approach. Mentally, it's very difficult. Whenever you're playing a tournament and your opponent already had this opening, you don't expect him to go with the same, and you're preparing against something else. And I think that's something what Volodar Murzin is using here. He's playing the same opening, but also the players are perfectly well prepared. We see they're blitzing out.
I like this line, actually.
For whom? For which
Yeah,
side?
for white. For white, I like it because I immediately see that white gets the bishop pair. So he puts the bishop on g2. And judging the speed by both players, this is definitely an opening prep, a well-known line. Knight e3, I mean, I don't play this line, so I was not really aware of this move. I think knight e5 is by far more played move, but as you can see, the relation bar fully supports white's idea. It must be some new trend, and after bishop g2, white is hoping for the long-term plan to open up the long diagonal, and since black doesn't have the light square bishop, to apply some pressure.
Yeah, we see already 11th move. All the moves have been blitzed out quickly. I'm just wondering if we're going to see the next move, or is bishop before something what Indian superstar didn't expect, but we see castle is on the board. An exceptional preparation from both of the players coming into this line. Definitely, I wouldn't have expected. If that my opponent repeats the same variation, he played the same tournament 2 days ago, but this is what we see on the board.
This is also very characteristic for classical chess compared, for example, to Chess 960, which was the very first event here on day one, where the players essentially were out of the opening prep at starting move 1 or even 2. Here they show their opening knowledge, so bishop g5 is played very quickly. I think here white already is okay to take on f6, maybe play e3. And I was thinking maybe it made sense for white to keep the bishop here, but then I looked at position a bit more closely. I realized perhaps there's not so many great squares to position the dark or bishop. So Arvind is going for some long-term pressure, but we might see obstacle of bishops on the board pretty quickly.
Does h6, is h6 a candidate move in this position? Because there is no way to step back with a bishop.
I mean, you can play bishop before. And maybe that is the idea, that h6 is sort of a long-term weakness or something. Yeah, like a provocation, but I don't immediately see. Maybe the idea is to provoke h6, bishop f4, to play queen d3, target the pawn on f5 so that you cannot easily play g6 because the pawn on h6 is under attack. We cannot rule it out.
By the way, dear viewers, the players have already faced each other before. In classical, they had 2 draws against each other and 1 victory for Murzin. Also in the blitz, they played and Murzin won 1 game and 2 others were draws. So it's Murzin actually who is leading against Arvind in overall score before Biel Chess Festival. And in Rapid, the players had a draw, so at the beginning of the Biel Chess Festival. So it's a very tough match for both players, and both will try to prove something, especially Arvind. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for him to try to take a revenge. But while Volodar is taking his time in this position, I suggest we get to the bird's eye view and check what else is happening on the boards. Is there something there that stands out for you, Arturs?
Let's see. So what do we see? Let's start maybe from the top left corner. That's the game we just talked about. After bishop g5, Murzin is thinking, maybe he doesn't immediately recognize the move, so perhaps there's an element of surprise. We might go back to that game pretty soon. Then the top middle board, Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek. This is, what is this actually? It's some sort of a,
Is it?
I can't immediately tell what is this. English opening, or I don't know, I can't tell.
So there was some exchange of the pawns on c4 and then e5 break. Was it the Queen's Gambit accepted?
Could be, yeah, some Queen's Gambit accepted, and then bishop d6, e5 is the idea. We're definitely going to check it closer. Then we have Salek Salem against Frederick Svane, top right corner. This is some sort of a Catalan, of course, very, very trendy topic these days, and black already aggressively played a5, a4, expanding on the queen side. And then we have Nicholas Theodorov playing the Reti, against Machun. That's the lower left corner. And of course, black played g6, bishop g7, one of the most topical choices. A bit surprising, though, I see he has played knight f6 and not e5. This could be a very interesting topic we could talk about. And then there's Aram Jacobian against David Navarra, lower middle board. This is the Berlin. Maybe there's going to be some new ideas, but the Berlin variation of the, I think it's the Berlin of the Raul Lopez. Usually there's some new trends, might be very interesting to follow. And then we have Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda. It's some sort of anti-Sicilian. It could be the Chekhov variation with d4, c8, and queen x on d4. It looks like it.
Arturs, I suggest we go to the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek because I want to find out which opening it was, because I believe all the rest of the openings we could figure out somewhat, but this one we couldn't really say for sure because the interesting location of the knight on c6 and there is pawn on e5, there has been pawn break. What could it be? Is it really the Queen's Gambit accepted?
It seems so. It seems so. We're definitely going to go back a couple of moves and see how did the players get there. And black just pushed e5. I also have noticed, Angelika, that Vladimir really likes an early h3 move in the openings. I would have to check, but I think most of his games with the white color, he likes to include this h3 very early, sometimes even before castling short. But let's step back a bit. So it was d4. c4, e6, knight f3, d5, super popular setup. Knight c3, bishop b4, Rogozin, check, queen a4.
Yeah, making the knight come to c6 because it's the only move which you can play not to lose the bishop on b4.
Knight c6, e3, should castle queen c2. So when we're looking at this position, we're thinking, well, is white not giving up a tempo just like that? He is, but then on the other hand, the knight on c6 for black is not always ideally positioned, because if you don't do this, and if my memory doesn't really fail me, already in this tournament we saw Rogozin, and it was Wojtaszek who was playing with the white color, and he was playing against, I don't remember against who. That was the move c5.
Yeah.
That's the big difference here. So white gives the check, forces the knight on c6, then he just plays carefully e3, queen c2, and he says that not always this knight on c6 is so great for you.
Yeah, definitely, there are not so many squares, but one thing which knight can do is support the e5 push, and I believe that's what we're going to see in the next moves after take on c4. Black is ready to push for e5.
And I think it perfectly makes sense, because whenever you make a choice in the opening, you open some doors, you also close some other doors, and even though white's idea is to convince black that the knight on c6 perhaps is not ideally positioned, Wojtaszek goes for a continuation that proves that the knight on c6 stands actually pretty great. So for the e5 push, and that's why this is what we're seeing, short castle, e5, and h3, I think here, this is obviously still opening prep, but Fedoseev is careful not to blunder some Greek gifts on h2, so just show you very quickly. For example, h3, e4, knight e2, there could be a moment when black can sacrifice on h2, play knight g4 check, and this is a very, very famous motif, so clearly you're not going to see it at Super GM level.
Definitely not. I got to ask you, Arturs, there has been move first e6, then e5. We see that black, in a way, starting with being down a tempo, also losing a tempo. Do you think it's a disadvantage, or black had to go for this pawn break?
I think so. The other idea perhaps would be going for the c5 push. So if you go back a couple of moves, here it was, let's say, bishop b4, bishop, okay, maybe instead of bishop d6, because bishop d6 already is clearly tied with e5 push. If black doesn't have any pawn play, so what does he do? He could play maybe b6, bishop b7, or bishop d7, queen e7, rook e8, or rook d8, etc. But ultimately, you need a pawn play. You need some kind of a pawn push to generate the targets. And if black is going to be very slow, white is simply going to grab the center eventually with e4. So that's why perhaps the c5 move is an alternative here. But e5 move is just very straightforward.
Yeah, and we see bishop d7 has been the last move. Radoslav Wojtaszek has played it. We see he spent only 1.5 minutes, means he's still in the book. Meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev has taken 13 minutes. But talking about the previous matchups of the players, they had 5 draws in the classical over the board and 1 win per each of them. Fedoseev won. It was a 1 Blitz game as well in 2015 World Blitz Championship. And they had many interesting openings, including the anti-Nimzo, many Nimzos they had. And last opening they played, it was a London opening. But we see now again something else. So we see here Rogozin has been played. I mean, maybe we can connect Rogozin to Nimzo, because still you're placing your bishop to b4, but you're going for the d5 push. So both of the players are trying their best to get 4 points. One more time, let's remind our viewers, there is a special format here in Biel. For which victory, the player gets 4 points, and for the draw, only 1.5 points, which makes and motivates each player to fight on till the victory. Arturs, isn't it exciting?
Absolutely. Yeah, so the tournament system is great. It has proven its strength through the past years. The players love the format. This is why they're returning to the tournament. We already have, for example, Saleh Salem, who's been playing here in Biel 10 or 11 times. I have to check the precise number. Also, by the way, last year we had Alexander Donchenko, who is a record participant in the event. So they love it here. Speaking about the position, d5 is a choice by Fedoseev, so I think he wants to close his position. Is it going to be e4 or not? But this position, if white plays e4, it really resembles me a very famous game. Can you tell, Angelica, which game it is?
I actually cannot tell instantly.
Like, let's say I'm playing knight e7, e4, and this position. Does it resemble you anything? Or maybe for the viewers?
Not really, no.
So there was a very famous game in the Queen's Gambit Netflix TV series where Beth Harmon was playing the final round game against the world champion. What is his first name? I forgot.
Oh, I forgot.
Borgov.
Yes, Borgov.
Borgov, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the last name. And they played the Albin counter attack, and they somehow turned out the same position where Black played knight g6. So maybe e4 is not going to happen. Possibly there's some other ideas. d5, the evaluation bar slightly did not really like, but definitely it's a fresh idea. And knight e7 is played by Black.
But Arturs, is that game, was it taken from some other famous game in real life? Because you mentioned it has been used in the Netflix series, but from which famous game was this game?
Yeah, this I don't remember. It was
remember?
definitely recreation until a certain point. And by the way, just recently I was watching Magnus Carlsen. He was analyzing the game, and he said that the world champion was making pretty poor choices. Quite a fun video, by the way, but he was always as honest as he can be. So this game is obviously having a closed character, but things can change very quickly.
Yeah, there is going to be definitely a space advantage in the center for Vladimir Fedoseev, but we'll let him think at this moment and go to the bird's eye view to check what else is going on in the Challengers and the Masters. One game we haven't checked yet from the Masters is Saleh Salem, top Emirati Grandmaster against Frederick Swane. It's a top right corner. We can see b6 was played there, and this pawn on a4, which we mentioned earlier. Is there anything fun happening in Challengers, Arturs?
So what do we have? We have an odd knight d7 move on the lower left corner. That's the game Niklas Teodorov against Machun. I think I know why this move was played. I definitely have seen it before. I'm also very curious about the lower middle board, Aram Jacobian against David Navarra. This is some sort of a Berlin variation position, some fresh position that I don't immediately recognize. I would like to check it. And also, of course, Jumabayev's weird Sicilian choice, if I may say so, from the white's perspective. That's the lower right corner against Daniel Darda. Definitely is something we want to check closer. So, Angelica, it's up to you.
I suggest we go to Aram Jacobian against David Navarra. As you're mentioning, it's very interesting to check what is happening and what has happened in that game, and do we see any thematic ideas in the openings?
So, this is the current position. let's maybe first evaluate what we are seeing here. White has a weird queen on d2. If you ask me what's it doing there, I have no idea. I think normally it should be standing on d1, but we also immediately see that white has something to show for it, and that's the bishop pair. At the same time, black has a pretty healthy position, which is, of course, very characteristic for the Berlin variation. The knight on d6 stands surprisingly well. The bishop on b7 has long-range capabilities. The queen on g6 is very active. Also, by the way, you see that a bit surprising that it was this time Navarra, who is a bit lower on the clock, because he typically, in most of the previous games here in Biel, was playing faster than his opponents.
Yes, he was playing faster, and that was a game David Navarro also played against Aram Hokoben in the final round of the Rapid, which was truly heartbreaking. Czech Grandmaster had huge chances to win, but unfortunately he lost on the clock, and that was really heartbreaking to see. But now we have classical, we have a different time control. By the way, talking about time control, the players have 2 hours for 40 moves, and only then they're getting extra time. And increment will start only from move 41. So it's a true World Championship time control, something truly special, which some of the players even have not played before. And yesterday, one of the games, it was Frederick Swane against Aravind, it finished in Aravind winning truly because of the time control, because Swane didn't really have time to figure everything out till the move 40.
I also have not played it. So it's a pretty fresh time control, so to speak, and FIDE has been researching opportunities how to make classical chess more exciting, more appealing for the viewers. So this idea to have no increment, which, by the way, we used to play like before, what was it, like 20 years ago, it was normal stuff. Every single tournament was something like 2 hours for 40 moves, and it was half an hour until the end of the game. We did not play with digital clocks, so this is pretty standard. And essentially, this is the Fischer's proposal, Robbie James Fischer's proposal that moves should have an increment. But maybe let's go back now to the position we have at hand here and check very quickly what was the opening phase, why they're playing what they're playing, and what we can expect.
Yeah, but I see 2 mysterious moves just for a second, because just now queen went to d2 and suddenly queen went to d1. We definitely want to check that out, but let's go back in the opening.
Let's do that. Yeah, indeed, there probably was a reason why queen stood on d2. So here we go. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6. All of this amazing story started in year 2000 when Garry Kasparov was being challenged by Vladimir Kramnik, and the latter famously used the so-called Berlin variation, which since then became a top-notch continuation at the highest level. The history already has been well known and documented that Kasparov was unable to win a single game for white, at least in the World Championship match.
And that's why many players many times also avoid it by playing, for example, Italian or playing bishop's opening, not to get into, playing bishop's opening not to get into Petrov, for example, but playing Italian not to get...
Are you talking about me?
Maybe. Are you
Sounds
playing
like
Italian?
me.
Yeah.
Sounds like me. Yeah.
Not to get, yeah.
No, I'm not a big fan of those Berlin endgames. By the way, this knight x on e5 is invitation for a quieter game. There is a chance, of course, after knight x on e4, you can play d4, knight e6, and this leads to a very big discussion. I mean, I have even seen books published starting from this position with all the plans, all the nuances. Stockfish, of course, makes some adjustments to this position, but I'm pretty sure we are going to see at least one Berlin endgame here in Biel Chess Festival.
And I say that that was like kind of a starting position that players get, and from that only theory evolves.
Right. So, knight x on e5. Here, you cannot take on b5. There's going to be a check, knight x on c6. The king is under a big attack. Bishop e7, and typically the bishop goes on f1. This is well documented. So takes, shoot castle, knight c3. So white here typically has one idea to play d4, and then black typically plays either knight e8, or bishop f6, g6, and knight f5. That's the second idea. But knight c3, here white is aiming for the bishop pair to play knight e5. So bishop f6, rook e1, rook e8, knight e5, takes, b6. I think this part really makes sense. White is securing himself the bishop pair, takes, d4, rook e8, and here is the big question. Why queen d2 and queen d1?
Yeah, that's just puzzling me, because first of all, you don't want to put queen on d2 because the bishop is being blocked by the queen. But suddenly, when the opponent's queen gets to g6, then queen d1 is being played. Can we try in this position to play queen d1, so instead of queen d2, to see what could be an issue?
So why we're a bit puzzled, the viewers, because I think normally the idea is that you don't want to block your Daxo bishop, and the queen on d2 feels weird, unless, of course, you're planning to play b3 and bishop b2. But I think, Angelica, I have an idea. If you play queen d1, maybe there's some problems with knight e4.
But there is bishop e3.
I don't argue. I mean...
I was also looking into it, but...
Yeah, there is bishop e3. And then you can secure the bishop by playing queen d3, f3, perhaps, and then remove the bishop, try to trade queens and get to the endgame. But why not this?
And also, if we're talking about knight e4, after queen d2, there is also knight f4 coming with a tempo, if we look at it. But maybe there is queen f4 as a counterattack, offering exchange of the queens and also targeting the pawn on f7. Oh, c7, sorry.
This is a good point. I think that what black wants to, not black, but what white wants to do. So trade the queens, play f3, and let's say king f2. So if I would put the bishop on d3, bishop on d2, aggressively advance these pawns like g4, h4, h5, keep the pawn on f3 to control the critical e4 and g4 squares, I think white has a pretty solid advantage. And also, by the way, the viewers, in case you're wondering, hey, we have an open e file, let's trade the rooks. I don't think so. So it's a good idea to keep the rook on a1 alive and not really bother it by trading the only remaining rooks at the file, because you might need the rook to generate targets. So I'm talking about maybe bishop d3, bishop d2, g4, h4, h5, rook g1, and then c. Maybe the rook perhaps plays a crucial role.
Yeah, it's a big question. That means that black doesn't want to trade the queens, but this maneuver of queen d2 and queen d1 is, yeah, it's really questionable. But looking at the time situation, we see that Aram spent only 7 minutes, so it means this should be part of her preparation, or at least something he remembers. And there should be a
I don't know.
reason.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a reason. Like, I cannot immediately explain why the queen on g6 in the Rams, pardon me, why in the Rams.
Why is Aram...
I was so shocked that I lost my voice for a second there.
Please don't, because otherwise
why this queen on g6 is standing worse than on f6. So there's definitely a reason, and maybe we're going to get the chance to ask this to one of the players.
Yeah, I would love to get one of them for an interview to ask after the game. We will definitely see it. And while David Navarre is taking his time, I suggest we take a look at the overview of the rest of the games we haven't checked yet. And I see that on the top right corner, there is a game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane. And we were discussing this game. There is a fianchetto of the bishop on b7. There is a pawn on a4. It looks like a very sharp position. And on the rest of the board, there has been not so much development. We have just talked about it, the game of Nicolas Theodoro against Machun in the bottom left corner. h3 has just been played to prophylax it against bishop g4. And the other game is Rinat Jimabayev against Daniel Darda, in the bottom right corner. There was bishop developed to e6, and I see that the queen trade has happened. So we definitely want to keep an eye on those games. But first, let's jump to the game of the top Emirati Grandmaster against one of the best German chess players, Frederick Swane. Arturs, what do we see here?
Well, this is the Catalan. We already knew it before. A couple of moves have been played. Black has fianchetto the Latska bishop on b7. And I will explain what is the typical white's idea as soon as black plays b6 and why is that. But apart from that, it's hard to understand, at least from the first glance, if black has achieved anything with this a-pawn push, like black played a5, a4, I suppose to restrict white's pieces, to gain space, but very often gain information where to place the pieces after that. And that's why the knight on b8 is not yet developed. Very, very modern trend, and you're seeing a lot of these a4, a5, h5, h4 ideas, but let's maybe start with move one.
Yeah, let's start from the first move of Saleh Salem. I believe it was d4. Yeah, we see it on the board. And we see anti-Nimzo, knight f3 has been played, not to allow Nimzo Indian.
So bishop b4 check.
So now...
So, I mean, there's a lot of choices for black. Black can accept it. I think it's pretty okay for black. Black can play the traditional bishop e7. And black sometimes gives the check on b4. And this check on b4, it doesn't really mean that black immediately, for example, if I place bishop d2, if black's going to take it, he can still retreat. And then in some lines, the bishop on d2, or let's say knight c3, it really depends how I place it, is not the ideal square. So here you see Salem played knight e2, castles, bishop g2. You can see, of course, black can take the pawn on c4. It's a bit risky because this would open up white's last square bishop. Here, Svane played a5 and a4.
a4 is on the board, grabbing more space on the queen side, but I don't see an active plan for black there. I don't really understand why it was so needed to place the pawn on a4. Maybe so that after a3 move there is an a5 square for a bishop, but then suddenly a4 pawn is getting under attack of the queen. It's a bit puzzling for me.
Paraphrasing what once a famous Russian grandmaster told me, we were having this discussion about open Sicilian. And in the open Sicilian against the Najdorf, there was all kinds of conditions at white's disposal, like after knight x on d4, on knight c3, you can play whatever. And I asked him, why people play h4 in that position? And he said to me, nobody really knows for sure, but it somehow always works. So it could be also here. Yeah, like black played a5, a4, gained space, and it's like, what does it do, really? It's not really clear. Maybe it provokes white to do something. Maybe it grabs space. Maybe black has more opportunities. Of course, I see the evaluation bar says that white is slightly better, but there's definitely a deeper idea here.
Yeah, and it works somehow.
Somehow works.
Okay, yeah.
Let's just accept it.
So we see that. And while I was researching about these two players, actually it was interesting that they had only one classical game against each other, which happened 9 years ago in Isle of Man in 2016. And Salem actually won that game, which was in French defense. So he played d4, and it was a French defense.
How many years ago was it?
9 years ago.
Oh, then Frederick must have been really young. Yeah.
Yes.
he's already still pretty young grandmaster, but yeah, 9 years ago.
9 years ago, even younger.
Even younger. So, knight e5, by the way, very interesting move here. White is opening up the bishop on g2. The move knight e5 is a very typical Catalan move. And this might be also a surprise to some viewers because you're like looking at this position and you're thinking, no, this is wrong. You got to complete development. You got to play like queen c2, bring the bishop in the game, bring the rook in the game, and the knight in the game. But the move knight e5, it really nicely fits in the category. You develop the pieces, you improve the pieces that you know for sure. And here I think Salek simply is not yet entirely decided what he's going to do with the Daxo bishop, and knight e5 increases the power of the bishop on g2 and possibly is aiming for some e4 ideas.
Yeah, so there are some pros and cons in position. Meanwhile, the queen side is standing still. For that reason, b6 and bishop b7 was played from black, and at some moment there could be some take, but since the bishop on b7 is not defended, for now there is no take on c4, so there is still a pressure there. What about knight bd7? Can you just develop the knight?
Yeah. I mean, maybe after knight e7 I can take on d5. Like, this could be the move idea of queen c2. Like, you're eyeing for this c6 square, and after knight e7, watch out for this. Knight c6, that's a big hole here. And if you decide to include knight x on e5, d x on e5, knight x on d5, it might again seem that black is doing not so great because white has double pawns, but it really matters who has the more active pieces. So I would say something like knight e4 with knight g5 ideas or bishop g5 ideas. The pawn on e5 is very strong.
Yeah, and also this e5 pawn, it's like a nail in the position. It's just basically breaking it to two parts. Yeah, and we have king side where attack can happen anytime soon from white. So for that reason, it's not so tough as you're mentioning to develop. So knight b7 is not working, but if not knight b7, then what can...
Yeah, there could be a million moves. There could be queen c8 to defend the bishop and play d-takes on c4. There could be c5 move. But if you play c5, white has positioned two of his heavy pieces on the ideal squares. So the position could open up very quickly. There could be also maybe a3 move first to secure the bishop on b4. There could be queen h7. It's not like white is threatening anything. It's pretty hard to say. So I think that we're definitely going to keep an eye on this game, and let's simply move on to the other games and see what else is happening.
Let's get the bird's eye view to see what have we missed so far. I see in the bottom middle board the queen is on f5. We were checking this game a bit earlier. It's Aram Hakabian against David Navarre. We see there are some queen dances, queen d2, queen d1, queen f5. Other than that, Rinat Jimabayev's game in the bottom right corner against Daniel Darda. We see the queen trade has already happened, and bishop is on e6. And also Nicolas Theodore against Machun. It's in the bottom left corner. h3 has been made actually some time ago, and we see that Machun is still taking time. Arturs, where shall we go?
I think that all of the games are very interesting, and I don't see nothing super dry. So this is good news for all the chess fans. The game that you mentioned, Angelika, Jumabayev's game against Daniel Darda, it features a pretty unusual Chekhov variation in the Sicilian defense, so we could investigate it a bit further and see what was the idea from white and did it work.
And we see that queen trade has already happened. No queens are on the board. Rook d1 has just been played. There is a weakness on the queen side for black. But there are two beautiful bishops, bishop on g7, bishop on e6 as well. How can we evaluate this position? Is it balanced?
I suppose it's balanced. Definitely black's weakness on b6 is a weakness. But then again, black has an open A file, which white does not. So tough to say. I think that Jumabayev wants to play for some long-term pressure. For example, trade off some pieces. And this weakness is going to remind black possibly at the worst moment. So let's start from the beginning again and see what is the Chekhov variation and what was white's idea.
Let's go from move 1. And we see queen takes on d4. This is already something which, I mean, usually the knight take is happening. So that's why this is.
Yeah, you don't position the queens in the middle of the board unless you are a strong grandmaster, you know what you're doing. Unless it's a theory, exactly. So knight c6 is a move here. We don't know, for example, if knight c6 would have been played, if Rinat would have played the bishop b5, or he would have played queen e3 or queen d3. I think all of these moves are playable. But what we saw was knight f6, bishop e2, and now knight c6, since white already committed to bishop on e2, and queen e3. So this feels that it has some parallels to the Jacobian game against who did he play against? Sorry, I very quickly forgot.
Playing against
Navarra. Sorry. Yeah, against David Navarra. And also you see the queen on e3 perhaps is blocking the bishop on c1. But somehow in these positions, the queen on e3 stands surprisingly well. And now, of course, it really depends how black is going to play it out. So white can play knight c3, aim for a quiet opening game, or even think about c4 and knight c3, the Muratsi bind.
It depends what black also wants here, but queen e3 is, I mean, from the first glance, it looks like a move which is blocking the bishop development from c1, but of course it has its own ideas. And I got to ask, is there a move like knight g4? Because this is a move which I see at the first glance, targeting the queen.
Probably. I'm not really sure if it does anything because I could improve the queen. Like I could put it on an even more awkward square on d2, or I could put it on d3. So here I think black should ask himself, does he gain anything? Like maybe even queen b3 could be a move. And what is the knight doing on g4? So this is usually the trickiest part. You are seeing the piece of your opponent and you're tempted to attack it with a tempi and try to say that you just lost tempi, right? But perhaps with the tempi that you spend to attack the piece, you are making your own piece standing worse. And is the knight on g4 standing better than on f6? I can't immediately say.
Yeah, definitely not to say. And the opponent's piece is standing better on b3 for sure. So, so yeah, definitely not the move. And g6 was played. So developing the bishop on g7 looks very logical.
Yeah. I definitely have seen this position before somewhere. Maybe I have even played it online myself.
Maybe now there could be ideas, knight g4, knight e5 in the position. Maybe that's why h3 was made.
Maybe. Like, I'm not really sure if this is such a big threat. Perhaps. Perhaps. We cannot rule it out. I think that it was entirely possible to play like knight c3 here. And if you play knight g4, I could play, for example, queen d3. Okay, I cannot get to the b3 square. And you play knight d5 and takes, and I go back here. Yes, it feels like I have spent many tempis with the queen, but then again, so did black. So also play black knight g4, knight e5, and black no longer is controlling this critical square of d5. So I could really think about like knight e5, bishop g5, and if you play e6, you just create a potential target on d6.
It's very important to know when and which pieces to trade. And well, current position we have. So how did actually they trade the queens that I missed a bit?
Yeah, I fast forwarded a bit. So after h3, I'm not really sure if this h3 was necessary. I think it's like just in case move, not to blunder this knight g4, or maybe another idea was to play bishop g4, take on f3, and control these dark squares. And sometimes black has this idea. Let's say knight c3, bishop g4. I'm playing now h3, and then black plays knight e7, and you see he has a pretty nice control of those dark squares, and this could be like a larger, deeper idea for Jumabayev, not afraid of knight g4, but perhaps of bishop g4. Anyway, here was the queen trade.
Yeah, queen b6, very interestingly, offering a trade and breaking the pawn structure, but on the other hand, it's opening the rook from a8, targeting the pawn on a2. Do you think this double pawns is more of a weakness, or it's actually an advantage to have the rook on a8 targeting at some moment the pawns on the queen side?
I'm not really sure if Jumabayev expected this. Maybe he played like Darda yesterday. Like Darda yesterday played against Jacobian, knight f3 and b3 just to get the game. So do you really have some serious preparation against Chikover? Yeah, maybe, but it's such a rather rare continuation, so perhaps his idea was just to get the game. And after queen b6, pretty sure that Jumabayev was like, okay, you got it, you're trading the queens, but the weaknesses are there. So we'll see. I think it's a bit too early to tell, to be honest, so it could go either way.
Both of the players have lost in the first round. Yesterday, they managed to stop the bleeding with a draw. We're going to go for a break before the action continues here at the Biel Chess Festival, the round 3 of the classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon. See you in a bit. Welcome to 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Today we're having the round 3 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon, an exciting event in all times format, Blitz, Rapid Classical and also the Chess 960. My name is Angelika Valkova. I'm joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. We are guiding you through the games of today's round. Arturs, we have many exciting positions and openings, but what stands out for you the most?
Well, we have some weird opening choices, like we just saw the Cecilia and Chocover. And now I have to think, when was the last time I have seen it? It's not really that popular. And there's a healthy mix of interesting attempts with classical choices. Also, this game where Arvind is playing against Voldar Murzin, very interesting move, 93. I thought if I was playing with the white color, I would definitely want to check it out. So many fighting games we have. So here's the overview of all the 6 games. Again, there's 2 tournaments, Masters and Challengers. Both tournaments have 6 players. It's a round robin. So we're going to start probably from the top left.
Yeah, we see on the top left the game of Arvind Murzin. With the game we checked the first, where also the first ceremonial move was made. Rook a6 was the last move which played in the position. We see some development. The pawn is on a5. You were mentioning, Arturs, earlier that you enjoy position of white more. Do you still the case?
Yeah, probably. Probably I like white's position.
In the top middle board, Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek. We see there is some remaneuvering of the knight, and white established a nice center with the pawns on e4 and d5, grabbing more space. We were discussing this is something what might happen. Meanwhile, Saleh Salem against Frederick Swana, which is on the top right corner. h6 has been played in order to probably stop some ideas with the bishop g5, although the knight is on d2 for a moment. So also an interesting choice by German grandmasters. Meanwhile, the game we haven't checked yet is the game of Nicolas Theodorou against Machun, which is in the bottom left corner. We see there has been rook c1 just played, developing move. We were discussing from which opening it could have arisen. Was it the Grunfeld?
By the way, also, yeah, this is like a symmetrical Grunfeld, but sorry, Angelique, I just noticed what's happening in the lower middle board. Jacobian's queen is back on d2. So, yeah, so he played queen d2, then he played queen d1, and now again the queen is back on d2. So there's definitely some 5D chess. It's very interesting. So absolutely a deeper idea, but it's just very amusing, right? So queen d1, queen d2, queen d1, queen d2, etc. And somehow the evaluation bar says everything is good because black apparently is unable somehow to exploit it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We definitely want to check out that. But I suggest we dive into the game of Nicolas Theodorou, the current leader of the Challengers Grandmaster Triathlon against Chinese Grandmaster Machun. We see the position, and there is, it looks like it's a symmetrical pawn structure. Did it arrive from Grunfeld?
Sort of. Yeah, so I'm going to take it back from the very beginning because I don't think we checked this game yet. So here we go. Knight f3, d5, g3. And remember, it was yesterday when Darda was playing against Jacobian. We had this game where we discussed why probably Darda played b3 to stop g6, and there you go. g6 is on the board, and this is one of the most popular choices at the high level, at the GM level. So black is immediately threatening with e5, and very often white tries to stop it with d4, but something else happened. So this is a bit puzzling to me. White played the short castle, and black did not. Black did not play e5.
You usually would like to grab a center. It's one of the rules of the opening. You want to go with the pawn forward. I mean, e5 would have been a very nice way to use that, but knight f3 was decided to be played. It's very interesting.
Yeah, so there's probably a reason. So let's maybe not dwell too much on those details. c4, white tries to fight for the center. c6, d4. Now we transpose to the symmetrical Grunfeld, where black is committed to c6. And this could be like a very smart order of the moves for white because, by the way, having early committed to the move c6, now black cannot play one of the typical ideas of d takes on c4 and knight c6 because the pawn stands on c6. So there's definitely some nuances here.
And there are nuances here. The queen gets out to a4. I was wondering if at some moment bishop develops from c8. There could be queen b3, but queen is all the way to a4. Now, what could be an idea of this move?
Queen a4 is a move, absolutely in this position. So the first idea is just to protect the pawn. And I think the other moves have some drawbacks as well. So if you play queen c2, there's bishop f5. If you play queen b3, the main move is queen b6. And then black immediately is threatening some bishop f5 and take on c4. And in some lines, the pawn on b2 needs to be sacrificed. So this queen a4 is like an odd square, but white just wants to complete development, not to sacrifice the pawn on c4. And that's why also you can understand that black plays knight e7, immediately threatening to attack the queen on b6 and pretty much forcing white to take on d5.
And now take has happened, and here big decision from black to take with a piece or to take with a pawn. Taking with a pawn would fight for the center, but taking with a piece would grant white and basically all the center in the world. If knight takes on d5, you have to count with all e4 moves. So for that reason, I believe that that was a very nice decision. Although the position is getting more mirrored because the pawn structure is the same on the king side, but it has a lot of ups as well.
Yeah, so this looks reasonable. h3 move, I think, is stopping some bishop g4 plans and target the pawn on d4. So makes sense. Black puts the pieces on good squares. Rook c8, rook c1. So at the moment, not much is happening here. And white just got the game, as we like to say in the professional chess language. And the only thing that might affect the evaluation of the position is understand if the knight on b6 stands better or worse compared to the traditional f6 square. Because if we roll back a bit, you see white did play queen a4, sort of forcing black to play knight b6 and then went back. So it feels like black is up to tempi, but the question is, did this really do him any good? And I would easily imagine that white at some point could play b3, control the c4 square, play queen d2, rook d1, a knight e5 idea. So there is some pressure, but of course black is very solid.
And there is no control over the e4 square any longer. I mean, that's a big discussion, big question. We're going to see this in the game. Nicolas Theodor, by the way, recently, he was playing in the US Chess Cup Challengers, where Machun was also one of the players. And they faced against each other because it was round robin, and Nicolas won that game, but he was playing it with the black pieces. And it was the only game they played in over the board before Biel Chess Festival.
So there's some recent rivalry between them.
Yeah, it has just happened 1 month ago. So maybe this could put some extra pressure on Machun, especially knowing that Nicolas won with black pieces. Now he has white, seemingly an extra tempo and maybe better basically choice from the opening what he wants to do. So we're going to see and follow it closely because also the Nicolas is currently leading the challengers. Meanwhile, on the other boards, we can see that there has been some developments. We see that queen on d2, that's still wondrous, and there was no queen g6 played. It's in the bottom middle board, Aram Hakobian against David Navarra. We see there has been no repetition, and David played h6. Meanwhile, in the top left corner, the game of Aravind against Vladar Murzin, rook a6 has been played. We have seen already in Biel many interesting rook lifts moves. We had rook h3 from Saleh. We had rook d6 from Aravind. And now we have rook a6.
So these are Viksu vibes, essentially, no?
Yes, it looks like every round we have something with the rook. And I mean, I'm wondering, Arturs, what does this rook move even do? Do you see anything else on the boards, or shall we dive into the Aravind's game?
Yeah, I mean, definitely we want to check the oddity in Hakobian's game against Navarra. Why does he play these odd moves with the queen, there's definitely some deeper idea. But apart from that, everything seems to be more or less normal. The game of Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek, the top middle board, is something that we expected, that it might take this direction. I think that could be the next game we could take. But first, of course, let's start with the game of Arvind against Volodar Murzin and see why the rook is on a6 and not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's a big question because usually I was told that I have to put the rooks on the open or semi-open files. And looking at this position, it would be d8 square or e8 square, so d, e files. But rook a6, of course, is defending the knight on b6, and probably that was the only move to defend both of the pieces.
It is possible, yeah. It could be. I mean, it sounds weird, but as once Vishy Anand said here in Biel, or was it I said to him if that was his original quote? I think it was like this. And he was famously quoted for, I don't care if it's weird. If it works, right? So, okay, rook a6 looks weird, but if it works, then it works. I think we're going to go back now, a couple of moves, and I think we left it after bishop g5. This was the last moment when we looked at it. Earlier in the opening, the Indian grandmaster played a pretty interesting fresh idea, won the bishop pair. I think it's a victory, to be honest, because the bishop pair is one of the favorite minimal advantages at the competitive chess, but he immediately gave it back. I think the big idea was that the Daxo bishop is having difficulties to have good squares. And this is the position, knight a2. This is the position, I think, where White is aiming for a long-term pressure with the feeling is that if you equalize, then you equalize. But White's going to play e3, which, by the way, we saw. First queen b3, hitting the knight on b6 and the pawn on b7. That's why rook a6 was played. And e3. It looks like White has a nice and lasting pressure.
And looking at the position, I see the bishop on g2, which is very beautiful. It's blocked by the pawns on c6 by b7, but b7 potentially is a weakness. Meanwhile, there is also a center for White and more space. Can you say that Volodar is struggling here, also looking at the pawn on f5, or are there some active plans for him?
I think that here you have to take it one step at a time. And also considering that White just defended pawn on d4, White's most likely going to play something like rook c1, give the rook a semi-open file, also threaten with bishop f1, target the rook on a6. You got to solve the problem of the pawn on b7. So how do you do it? You play either bishop d6, queen e7, or as we just saw, queen e6 was on the board, and also I was considering rook b8, but queen e6 seems to be pretty solid. And also I would like to point your attention to one of the previous moves that was played by Arvind here. A couple of moves ago, you remember, he played this odd move, knight a2, and normally you think you don't want to put the knights on the edge of the board because they don't really control many squares. It's just like 4 squares compared to the traditional, how much was it, 8? Was it?
Yes, it is 8.
Right.
4 from each side.
Right. And eventually, I think here in this position, White will be thinking about some b4 ideas, like the knight on a2 is supporting the b4 push, perhaps rook b1, I don't know, queen c2, b4, and try to get to this pawn on b7. That's the biggest target. And that's why Murzin here immediately plays queen e6 and says, dream on, I'm just going to remove the queens off the board and be rock solid.
Yeah, that's what Volodar Murzin is trying here. Looking at the clock, we have 1 hour 37 minutes for Volodar Murzin. Meanwhile, 1 hour 19 for Arvind, so a bit less time. He's trying to find the way. But personally, how I see it, it looks for me that White has some advantage in this position and will try to push or will try to press, as Arvind is also has been a few months ago, he was number 11 in the world after winning the Chennai Grandmasters, after winning the Prague Masters. He was in the top of the leaderboard in the world, so it was really exciting to see him. He had not such a great performance recently, but he's back at Biel. He won yesterday this super nice game against Frederic Swane, and he's trying his chances. But also talking about Volodar Murzin, he had these very nice positions against top Emirati Grandmaster Saleh Salem in the first round. He was trying to push. He had chance to score 4 points, but he didn't. So he's definitely very ambitious as well. So we'll see a big fight here.
Absolutely, and they're definitely our team members.
Yes, actually.
I wanted to mention it. Like a couple of days ago, we had the rest day, and all of us, we went to the escape rooms here in Biel. And Arvin was in your team.
Yes.
And Volodar was in my team. So we are having this Alcatraz escape room theme. We had to escape from a prison cell. So Volodar, I think we were like put in separate cells. So there was 3 of us in one cell. He was in the other cell. And we were
he
like,
was in that. You were not.
Yeah, we were somehow connecting, and then we were climbing to Volodar. Anyway, so he had plenty of fun. And as I understand, also, Aravind was dressed as Aladdin, right? And there's some amazing pictures also available on Biel Chess Festival's Instagram.
Yes, and socials, you can find all the photos from that rest day we had. It was really exciting. Can we say that my team is fighting against your team now? And now we are nemesis against each other, we're enemies. But definitely, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see what else is going on. This puzzling queen d1 or queen d2, queen d1, queen d2, queen f2 maneuver is on the board of Aram Hakaban against David Navarre, something what we want to check. Meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev in the top middle board against Radoslav Wojtaszek. We see some development. There are 2 pawns in the center. Arturs, can we say that white has some advantage there?
Tough to say. It looks that black has a very solid position. I think we definitely gonna delve into that game shortly. And then I'm also seeing Saleh Salem's game against Frederick Svan at top right corner. There's not a lot of moves made, obviously, because the pace has become a lot slower after the opening pace. So rook e8 was just played, and knight on e5 is targeted. And in the other games, by the way, I see a very interesting development in Nicolas Theodorov's game against Machun. That's a lower left corner. I was thinking about this g4 push that the pawn on h3 didn't really only stop black from playing bishop g4, but was part of a larger idea to push g4. And there's some very interesting complications. And in the meantime, Aram has made another move with the queen, and it has landed on f2. So I think we are gonna definitely gonna check that. But let's start with Fedoseev against Wojtaszek and understand where this game's getting.
Yeah, recently we were watching this position. There has been this d5 move played. So Vladimir is trying to get the space. Meanwhile, black is trying to get the pieces, and I think that's the biggest problem for black, right? The space disadvantage, if we can say so. The position of the pieces are not so good, but I see he has some interesting ideas because the knight is on e7, and it can jump at some moment somewhere to g6, to f4.
And also the rook on c8 is enabling some c6 ideas, or maybe even c5 and b5 ideas.
Yeah, breaking in the center, targeting those pawns on d5 and e4. But maybe let's go a few moves back, if you would like, to see how it all proceeded. This d5, it's the last thing what we saw.
And e4, a6. I mean, a6 is a decent move just to protect the b5 square against any last shots like knight b5. So knight d2. Fedoseev felt that the knight on c3 doesn't do much. The bar slightly doesn't like it, but it looks like a human choice. Rook c8 is toying with the idea to play c6, knight g3, and h6. So the players are slowly preparing something. They're cooking something. Like black played a6, h6, Fedoseev played h3, knight e2, knight g3, and rook d1, and they're preparing something big. And eventually, the position could explode. So first and foremost here, I think black needs to decide, is he going to play c6 or c5 right now, or he can make more adjustments to his position?
Rook d1 has just been played, pointing out that bishop on d6 is going to be undefended if c6 is played. So maybe we can show that after c6, pawn takes, bishop take on c6 will be a must, because the bishop on d6 is falling. No, actually rook c6 is also...
Yeah, rook c6 is a move, but I could argue, like, I agree. It looks weird.
It looks weird, but there is a pin on the c file suddenly.
And indeed, there might be a b5 idea.
Arturs, he went for c6. We see it on the board. Radoslav has calculated, and we have a take already, which has just happened. We see he's taking with a rook. So we are going to see that weird move. As you were mentioning, Anand said, I don't care if it's a weird move. If it works, it works.
I think it's a motto for all the chess professionals. It's not even only a non, right? And players are very used, especially the professional players, to rely on evaluation of the engines. They keep giving us new ideas, and yeah, like that's how it works. I mean, if it works, it works.
And now suddenly there is no central pawn on d5, and it's, I can say, easier to brace for black in this position already. Plus, there is a threat now. There is a b5, which is possible because there is a pin on the bishop on c4 with a queen on c2. So it's pretty annoying now, and move like queen e2.
Yeah, I like it.
Mate?
I like queen e2. And maybe it hints towards some knight h4 ideas and what could think about the kingside attack. But then again, Fedoseev has to think quite a bit ahead, because if he plays queen e2, black could play knight g6. And are you happy that you're landing the queen under the knight f4 threat? So we're going to see. I mean, I have a feeling that with the start of the maneuver knight e2, knight g3, Fedoseev is aiming for the kingside activity. So that being said, it would feel a bit strange that now suddenly he would play queen b3 and target the pawn on b7, but it might be possible. But yeah, I think it's going to be queen e2 here.
It is possible, and Vladimir is taking his time where to put the queen, because it is essential. He has to move it away. Otherwise, b5 is just happening, and there will be a problem
have
with
an
the bishop
idea.
on c4.
Can I show it?
Which one? Of course.
How to spicy up things. Can I do that?
Oh, and look at this evaluation bar. It didn't go that much down. I mean,
Is this too crazy? Like, maybe it's crazy. Like, exchange for a pawn, but there's some pressure. I might have some future ideas, e5, maybe get a queen on b3 in some lines. And for a very minimal material sacrifice, this could be worth it. I don't know. Like, definitely Vladimir is looking at something like this, but is this the right moment to complicate things?
and to sacrifice the rook. Yeah, that's definitely a question now for Vladimir, and he's taking his time. By the way, time-wise, the situation is pretty even. Only few minutes advantage for Polish Grandmaster. But I would suggest we leave Vladimir to sit on it and see if there is any rook d6, there is a queen e2, and go take a look on other games, what is happening. And I see in the top right corner, the game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane. Bishop f4 has been played. There is a knight on e5. So there is some, very nice square, definitely on e5 for the knight. And other than that, so we see some development in the bottom left corner in the game of Nicolas Theodore against Machun. As we were mentioning, this bishop e4 idea was played and the bishop was traded, and knight is on e5. So many interesting positions we have in this round, but Arturs, it's your pick where to go.
Many interesting choices, yeah. So I will absolutely at some point land back in the Jacobians game against Navarra and try to understand their mind games of this queen maneuvering to d2, d1, d2, then on f2. But I'm right now looking at the game of Saleh Salem against Frederick that you mentioned, and I find it quite puzzling that according to the engine, white is slightly worse.
Let's try to break it down. I suggest we go into this game and take a look what is happening. Bishop f4 was the last move which played on the board. I was taught that you don't usually develop the bishop when there is a fianchetto played, but is it an exception, Arturs?
You mean the bishop on g2, then you don't play
Yes.
bishop f4?
Or at least not so often you go for it.
I don't know. It feels like it's a good square. Maybe the idea is that sometimes you cannot play bishop g3, like if there's some g5 or knight h5, and you cannot keep it there. But it's a square, like he controls the e5 square. But I find it very puzzling that the our dearest friend Stockfish says that here is white is slightly worse. So let's roll back a bit. It's not so many moves
Can it-
already played. This
and
rook
C5
d1.
was played, yes, C5
Yeah,
last move.
yeah. C5 was played, but I'm curious about this. How come that from a slightly better position, white suddenly is slightly worse? So c takes on d5. Yeah, this does make sense. You open up the pressure against the c6 square. And this, by the way, is also one of the common maneuvers. As soon as black plays b6 and bishop b7, it's like an unwritten rule that very often you include c takes on d5 and you create some imbalances in the pawn structure.
Yeah, definitely. And there is the pressure on the c6 square, which was weakened by pawn on b6, and now bishop d6.
a3 is a mistake.
Okay, was it a must to play a3 in this position? What was the threat exactly?
I mean, I feel like it's a pretty normal move. It fixes the pawn on a4 as a potential target. I mean, of course, it does weaken the b3 square, but like I wouldn't really go as far and say that this is a mistake. Yeah, rook e8, the bishop e4, and c5. So perhaps Frederick simply understands this position a bit better. So this is one of those positions probably he has studied deeply, and this is why you play a5, a4, you advance, and then after a3, yeah, you are having this advice from Stockfish that white is somehow worse. But the move of c5, one of the common ideas here is that white typically takes on c5 to have some pressure against these pawns. So black typically does take on c5 here with the pawn. And I know that traditional position with a pawn on a7 and a pawn on a4, and white seemingly has some pressure against the central pawns. But how does it change with a pawn on a2, a4, and a pawn on a3? This is something which is not very clear.
There is a huge threat actually of g5 in this position, because the knight on e5 looks like hanging, and if here white plays any calm move, there is going to be g5 Arturs, and the problem is that knight on e5 will be hanging.
That's a big threat, yeah. That's absolutely a big threat. And sometimes white plays most like knight c4, targeting the bishop, takes and rearranges the pieces. I feel that positioning these pawns on a4 and a3, it somehow affects things. And I must confess, I'm probably not very familiar with the exact nuances of this position. And also it seems that Saleh, like he played this a3 just in case to fix the pawn on a4, but as you can see, apparently was still in inaccuracy.
And big question, if pawn on a3 fixes a pawn on a4, or if it's a4 pawn which fixes the weakness on b2 later.
That's a very good question, yeah. So who is fixing who? I suppose we are going to see.
We're going to find out. While Saleh Salem is taking time, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see what else we see in the remaining boards. And Artur, is it a moment for us to go of this Aram Hakobian against David Navarro's game to see those queen maneuvers? It's in the bottom middle board, or is there anything else fun you?
Yeah, we are definitely gonna go for Aram's game. It's a game of mysterious queen maneuvers that is happening there. By the way, I'm seeing very interesting activity in the chat. So hello all the dear viewers, and the chat is wondering where is Angelica's chat. By the way, Angelica, where's your chat?
Where is my chat?
Yeah, they're wondering right now. So my chat is supposedly civil, and your chat is non-existent. What do you say about that?
I don't know. I have to call for my chat. I have to call and make them. I have to go out from the stream and then just quickly make a call to my chat. But yeah, hopefully people are coming from my chat. But I think it's the first function. It's the first time we use this function that we unite all the chats. So I don't know what is happening.
All right, we definitely can investigate this, but now let's go full screen of the game of Hakobian against David Navarro and try to understand these very deep nuances of the Armenian grandmaster's queen maneuvering. I mean, this is beyond the standard maneuvering. It's some 5D chess, very deep stuff. So in case you are new here, you just joined us earlier in the game, look at this. Jacobian played queen d2, then he played queen d1, then he played f3, fixing the e4 square, and the queen back was on d2, and now it's on f2, and after bishop d2, rook e1, the queen is on e1. What do we make of this?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a puzzling queen maneuver for me. I still don't understand this original queen d2, queen d1, but queen d2, queen f2 we can understand in some way because the queen was not ideally placed on d2 and f2 it was a very nice square. But now after queen e1, suddenly, I mean, also black's queen, it was always queen f6, queen g6, queen f6, queen g6, and then suddenly queen goes to e6 square, now offering a trade. And now, big question for white. Does white want to trade the queens? Because the rooks are off the board. I believe you were mentioning it earlier. If the rooks are off the board, I mean, you were saying that it's not very advisable for white to trade the queens, the rooks, sorry. But now that the rooks are off the board, can queens be traded?
That is a very good question. So, answering the first thing, why queen d2, queen d1, queen d2, queen f2? I have no clue. Like, there's definitely some deeper idea, and I think that during the opening prep, Aram knew that there are certain positions he has to accomplish, like with the queen on f6, the queen has to stand on d2, or with the queen on g6, the queen has to stand on d1, and this led to this. I'm sure we're going to have a chance to ask him, but speaking about the queen trade, maybe he has to do this, but I think that if I'm playing this position from the white's perspective, I would have loved to trade the queens instead. So we're going to go back here, right here. It was this moment where Navarra rejected the queen trade. I think this is pretty important because let's say black would not pay any attention to these details and just make some random move. Let's say king f8, I just want to show the point. Again, queen g5 perhaps, or queen f4 even. Maybe let's put queen f4, it's a bit more human. Takes, and there's some pressure, and maybe it's not a big deal. Again, here white can play this position forever. White can play bishop d3, g4, h4, h5, put the rook on g1, generate some targets. I love these positions from the white's perspective. You can torture the opponent forever. But now look at this. After Navarra's move h6, by the way, queen f4 possibly would be expected with queen g6. And for example, here Navarra would say no to the queen. Rook e1 is a threat. Queen c2 might be a problem. So here Aram realized, okay, I cannot get the queen trade done. So he played instead queen f2, bishop d2, d6. And how do you make a progress? How do you approach the endgame? You trade the rooks, but that's the problem. Now, after queen e6, I don't think he can keep the heavy pieces on the board. And this is a different position. Like, if he is going to trade the queens, for sure he is slightly better, but he would need this one heavy piece to generate targets. And if he trades it, he's not going to have it.
And queen e6 also targeting the pawn on a2 at the same time. So it's very tough right now for white to do something about it. I mean, either you trade the queens or you might lose the pawn on a2. You have to calculate that. If you remove the queen from the trade, queen a2
Yeah, but the pawn is under attack, yeah?
Yeah, queen a2 can play it, so...
Maybe queen b1 is a move. I mean, ignore the e3 square.
Oh, but...
Like this, it looks pretty scary. And bishop d3, of course, you have to keep the bishop pair. And then black plays like knight c4 something. Do you want to go here? It just feels weird. Like
Was there, by the way, knight g2 sacrifice? Knight g2, queen g4?
Oh.
Something fancy.
That's really fancy. This is great.
So you have to be really careful not to get under attack.
You're sharp, Angelika.
Ooh.
I have noticed, by the way, in the broadcast, you immediately spot tactics. Do you solve puzzles?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
From year to year, from Biel to Biel.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that's a big idea, by the way. So queen b1, knight e3, and knight x on g2 could be a problem, and black could force a trade. I think the queen trade is inevitable. The only thing we don't know, do you take on e6 or you play b3? What do you do? Do you allow black to take on e1, or you take on e6. And considering that white has 1.5 hours on the clock, all the time in the world, this is where you can take a sip of coffee. You can slowly enjoy things. And I think also Jacobian does not really want to finish the game without a fight to a draw because he is chasing the leader, Nicolas Theodorou. Yesterday, he survived, like he was holding on for the longest time against Daniel Darde with the black collar. And this is the worst thing that can happen to you. Like you play with white and you don't really have any real winning chances against a strong opposition. I know how it feels.
But in the first round, he has this endgame, this beautiful endgame against Machun, which he managed to squeeze the win from. But looking at the opponents right now, looking at their body language, I see that Aram is not really satisfied. Like, look how he's holding his head. I see that he's shaking his head a few times. Maybe is it the moment when he realized that he is in a must-trade queen situation, he has to trade it? Or do you think he's thinking about something else? Meanwhile, Navarre is pretty normally just focused, as he always is.
I think that he knows that with the heavy pieces gone, he realistically has nothing. I think this is what he knows. Of course he's going to play, of course. You have the bishop pair, you still have chances, you have plenty of time, but maybe he is regretting, maybe he's regretting one of his choices. So if he could go now to the analysis board, I'm going to roll back a bit and show one of those previous moments. It could be somewhere here, that after d6, he's regretting that he played rook e1, that maybe he feels he rushed. He should have included bishop d3 or should have included b3 because, for example, if he would include b3 and black would play, I don't know, king of fate, let's say here you play rook e1, takes, queen e6, now you have queen f2 idea.
Oh, now it's a different story. There is no pawn hanging on a2.
Exactly. I think this is what he was unhappy about. Like, how did I do this, right? So he should have kept the heavy pieces on the board. Ideally, the rook, not the queen. But of course, the game still continues, and we just saw bishop d3.
Bishop d3 is on the board. He's allowing the queen trade, but he doesn't want to allow black to take on e6. Will David Navarre take the queen on e1? Will he trade the queens? We'll find out in a few moments. Now we're going to the bird's eye view to check what else is going on in the other boards. I see that in the top left corner, queen d1 was played by Aravind. He declined the queen trade, so he's going back. Meanwhile, in Vladimir Fedosev's game against Radoslav Wojtaszek, it's a top middle board. The queen d3 has been played. We were mentioning queen e2 or queen b3, but queen d3 been played to build up some pressure on the d file.
With bishop e6, Wojtaszek offers to... wait, it's not doubling the pawns. The queen is on c8, so he can recapture an e6 with the queen. I thought he's okay to double the pawns. I thought, okay, that's a very big decision, but no, everything is still pretty normal. There's also some changes in Theodorou's game against Machun, something we would want to check closer. Anything else catch your eye, Angelica?
Just now, David Navarre is trading the queens on e1. Just a small update from the game we just looked at in the bottom middle board. And other than that, Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darde, well, position looks pretty much the same how we left it. So I suggest we go to the Nicolas Theodorou against Machun. We have not followed the game so far recently, and I see major updates in the pawn structure. Arturs, what can we take from here?
We can see the bishop pair for white, and I think this is going to be a common theme for today's games, because how many games does have the bishop pair? Jacobian against David Navarre has the bishop pair. Theodorou against Machun has the bishop pair. In the game of Aravind against Merzen, okay, it's not bishop pair, but it's opposite color bishops. Yeah, everybody else, I think it's the same amount of bishop material on the board, but it's a very, very recurring theme, obviously.
Yes, definitely it is. And can you say, Arturs, that the bishop pair is in a way a material advantage, although if we're talking about the pieces, bishop is 3 points, knight is 3 points, it should be around the same, but can we tell that there is still some 3.002 or something?
Yeah, that's actually, I could ask you the question. Do you think bishop is worth 3?
I think it depends on the position. I mean, like, I cannot always say that the bishop worth 3 points, because some positions which are completely closed, the bishop cannot worth a pawn. But generally, when we start the game and when I do try to keep the bishops, and I believe they worth a bit more.
So do I. And I am really influenced by some other players and coaches. And they say that bishop is worth 3.5. So why is that? Because when you think about our games, and when you think about the properties of the bishops and the knights, obviously bishops operate best in open positions. Knights, as you said, better operate in closed positions. But if you would look at your own games, how many of your games until the very end they remain closed, and how many of those games open up, I think you would probably come to the same conclusion as everybody else. Most of the games open up inevitably. So that's why I do believe that the bishop is a bit stronger most of the time, but it really takes a great skill to utilize it properly. And this is also why the bishop here is such a favorite minimal advantage you could have. So if you would give one of these players 2 bishops against 2 knights, and there's nothing else, and the position is semi-open or open, it's safe to say that a player with a bishop pair, he has a pretty considerable advantage.
In the long run, bishops feel like a better piece, but of course, you never know. Maybe you will get a close position, and then there suddenly the knights will be better. But here, so far, we can see that bishop on e4, bishop on g2 are very active pieces, targeting the pawn on e4, and also knight is on e5, already on a very active square. But I have a question, Arturs. Cannot black take on e5 to close the bishop on e5, or bishop would take on e5?
There's definitely some trades.
Yeah, some.
You can play knight e5, or you can play queen d4. And queen d4 is also a move. We cannot rule it out. Yeah, because if you play, for example, queen takes on d4, I know what you're thinking, like knight c6 and the intermezzo move, queen d1 and knight e7. But as you can see, the bishop here on g7 defends the queen. So you can play rook takes on c6, and let's say, I don't know what I'm going to do, takes, captures, bishop takes on e4, and we might get to something like this, where the position is opening up, white has the bishop pair, black doesn't have any real weaknesses, so I suppose the position is about level. So queen takes on d4 is a real idea. But you're right, also knight takes on e5, it deserves the attention. But here the big question is the pawn on e4 not becoming a weakness? So you could play queen b5, maybe attack the pawn here. So right now Machun is deciding, maybe he's thinking, does he play ambitious or he equalizes? This is also very often the question that the players are thinking about. They're not just finding a move, they're thinking about, what should I do? Should I equalize, or should I try to still play for the win here?
And every single move the players are trying to evaluate. They go into one line, they're trying to evaluate at the end of the line, what is this? Is it better for me? Is it better for my opponent? Is it an equal position? And with format we have here at the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon, which gives the winners 4 points for the victory, it definitely motivates them to play on for the win. But how did we get into this position, Arturs? What were the moves made? Because I believe we had some bishop e4.
This is where we left it. This is the position, which is a couple of moves ago, like 3 moves ago. Black just played queen d7. We saw it on the screen before we switched to another game, hitting the pawn on h3. This is where white played g4, bishop e4, takes, and knight e5. That's it. No more moves.
No more moves, so not so much. But I see a huge development, Arturs, in the game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane. It's in the top right corner. Knight h4 has been played, and I'm just wondering, Arturs, is it the move, just a help fork with a g5 move incoming, or what is the idea behind this knight h4? I see knight g5 is screaming. Sorry, knight g5, the g5 move is screaming.
Maybe it's like screaming, you call ambulance, but not for me. I don't know. Like, that's definitely a fork. and Salek is walking straight into it. But then again, I like it. Like it's a good choice. If we go back here, if you don't play knight h4, I mean, what do you do? So black is having a very healthy position. Black wants to play something like knight c6. And you have nicely positioned pieces. Also notice all of white's pieces, or maybe the better way to put it would be most of white's pieces are positioned on the king side. So that's why knight h4 looks reasonable. There's a weakness on f5 that you could exploit, and black gonna play g6. And if it's gonna require a piece sacrifice after g5, so be it. I'm thinking like this looks really scary for black. Knight f5, g takes on f4. Knight x on h6, I'm seeing knight f7, I'm seeing queen g6.
Ooh,
Black could be done here.
that could be a huge attack happening here, but this knight h4, what a move. Oh, queen g6, yeah, it's almost a checkmate. So g5 cannot be played, and tactically it's not working. But then what else? Because knight can enter f5 any moment, and Frederick has to be ready for that. And we see he's spending time. Now it's about leveled, but yesterday, this was the biggest problems for Frederick. It was the time. He spent too much time, and when there was a critical moment to reach move 40, he had only about 20 seconds for the last few moves. And for the last move, he had only 2 seconds. And, well, in the critical position, he didn't get the resources he needed. So he lost yesterday games in the winning position. But here, I think he learned from mistakes from yesterday, and he should speed up a little bit. But for now, it's 1 hour on the clock, so everything looks balanced.
That is correct. So it was a very, very tough day for him yesterday, and it's always tough to recover, especially if you lose a winning position. But we'll see, of course, how the game is today going to go. I also noticed another threat, knight f7. I mean, this could be a move, like knight f7, king f7, and queen g6. So I think here, Swane is first assessing all the threats. So he sees that, okay, g5, knight f5 is a big problem, so maybe not g5, knight f5 is a threat, and perhaps knight f7 is a threat. So let me just put some random moves on the board. For example, c takes on d4. Can you do that? I mean, it does make sense. It hits the knight to d5, and now I think I'm going to play this. Like knight f7, hitting the queen, king takes on f7. I wanted to play some queen g6. If you would ask me, am I sure? No, I'm not sure. I'm just randomly playing. So here, king f8 is knight f5.
There are too many pieces on the king side, simply too many, and you cannot handle it as black.
Yeah, it looks good.
It looks amazing.
It looks really good. So I think c takes on d4 is a problem with knight f7, and the same applies for knight c6 most likely. Yeah, so knight c6 again is going to be knight f7, king f7, queen goes here, knight f5 with double attack on part of my arrows. I'm not Hikaru. So have you, by the way, always admired how Hikaru is able to draw those arrows?
Takes.
No, he's just incredibly precise. Like I watch him. I don't know, he has like a special gaming mouse or something, because
Yeah, he has a special mouse for sure.
I'm always drawing,
100%.
I'm having problems to draw proper arrows, and he's like very quick. Yeah, so
And
yeah,
very
black cannot do this.
precise. Yeah, Frederick is realizing that he cannot do it, and there are so many light pieces on the king side now in the position. Knight is on h4, knight on e5, bishop on f4. So now Frederick is taking his time to find the best move in the position. But while he's doing it, it's perfect moment for us to go on a break to follow the action. I was scared suddenly I was there for a second. I'm sorry, I was scared because I saw that no one is sitting at the board, but Frederick is just hiding here at the board. The more action is coming from round three, from classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel. See you in a few moments. Be right back. Hello, everybody. As the temperature is rising outside, on the boards, everything is heating up as well. We have seen Saleh Salem went for a very adventurous move, Knight H4. The rest of the games are also exciting us here in Biel. My name is Angelika Valkova. I'm joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, exciting game so far. We've seen a lot of nice moves on the board.
Yeah, it doesn't really disappoint. Like, I don't think there's going to be a single day here in Biel that's going to be boring. The tournament format encourages the players to go for fighting chess. There's the amazing triathlon format, more points for the victory, less points for the draw. So, a couple of moves got being played pretty much in all the games. The most explosive move we just saw, which is so typical to the Emirati Grandmaster, that's the game Saleh Salem against Frederick. Yeah, that's the top right corner where Knight H4 was played. I was reading the chat, by the way. Hey, all chat, hope you're doing great. It's so typical of Saleh playing this. And then also we are seeing some action in, maybe let's start from the top left corner. Aravind against Merzin is this quiet game where earlier Aravind decided to decline a queen trade.
That's a game we'd surely want to follow. Let's dive into that game. We have not checked so many moves so far, but the queen trade was declined, as you're mentioning, Arturs.
Yeah, we are definitely going to do that. I'm just very quickly, yeah, I'm going to make a roundup of what is happening. We see the top middle board, Fedosev's game against Wojtaszek, where queen d3 and knight d2 has been played. This is some sort of, again, maneuvering game where the players are slowly rearranging their pieces. Then we are seeing the lower left corner, Theodoro against Machun. By the way, knight x on e5 was included. White has his bishop pair. The game of Jacobian against Navarra has, again, the bishop pair. That seems to be the main discussion today, but no heavy pieces on the board are left. And finally, Jumabayev's game against Darda, this weird Sicilian Chekhov variation where black very quickly forced a queen trade by creating a weakness on b6. And this is also something we will check in a moment.
Yeah, we have so many exciting boards and games so far. But I suggest we go to the Aravind Chidambaram against Valdar Murzin. We have two very strong players. Aravind, on the one hand, he's one of the top Indian players, has been recently top 11 in the whole world, and Valdar Murzin is running rapid champion. We have discussed this position earlier. There was a queen trade offered, but Aravind declines. Is he trying to be ambitious, keeping the queens on the board, Arturs? What do you think?
I think so, because if we show this moment where the queen trade was offered, it was only 2 moves ago. It feels already like it was an hour ago. And of course, the pace is much, much lower here. Queen e6. This was the moment when Merzin offered the queen trade because the pressure White has at the b file is a bit annoying. And why decide to decline it? I think he simply understood that if he's going to take with e6, black's going to play knight e5, he controls the b4 square, so b4 push is not going to happen. So you simply have to seek your chances elsewhere. And he played his queen e1, but the next move, I find it a bit puzzling, this move, rook e1. What does he want to do? Is he toying with some e4 ideas, or maybe he just prepped? I think he just prepped the bishop f1 to be played at some point.
Oh, bishop f1 targeting the rook on a6, but a larger question is, do you even want to touch that rook? Because rook on a6 feels like it does not so much, but maybe generally an idea could be at some moment to, if the queen moves from e6, to play again queen b3, and this bishop f1 idea would be strong, because then there is no rook a6 defending the knight on b6.
I mean, sure, but there's one move that I'm immediately seeing here, Angelika, and that's the move knight e5. Oh. And I'm like not entirely sure what is White's idea here, because I just want to play knight e5, rook b6, control the b4 square, and I just love black's position. Everything is well under control. I mean, of course, White is in no way in trouble here, but black is just incredibly solid here. So there must be something that Aravind has prepped here, and that's why Merzin has not played the obvious move knight d5 just yet, because you're taking your opponent's ideas and threats very seriously.
You do it, but I cannot find the way to stop rook b6, because if rook will come to b6, it will target the pawn on b2, and suddenly there are some questions in the position. But is there some queen d2 which would target the pawn on a5, not allowing rook b6, or is it knight c3?
No, but queen d2, I'm going to play knight b4. And I'm basically shutting the door, like here.
And I cannot take it.
You can, but you're not going to win the game. Yeah, like, I think that position is going to, now it's looking really, really equalish, and knight c3, ignoring the knight on b4, maybe is not very smart. I was thinking maybe there's some e4 ideas, like go voluntarily for the IQP here, f takes, and maybe bishop e4, threatening some cheapos, but I just don't buy this. Like, black is, maybe not queen d6, maybe something smarter, like queen f6 to recapture d5 with the rook. No, black is here perfectly fine. So I would expect knight e5, and I think Arvin here has nothing.
It looks like this, and Volodar Murzin is taking into consideration this knight d5. But what else if not knight d5? Is there any other move which brings so much pressure on white as knight d5? I don't really see.
Maybe you're thinking about c5 ideas, but do you want to give up the pawn on b7? I mean, c5 could make sense, but I have a feeling that black is risking more. Not even talk about this pawn, like it also gives up the b5 square, it opens up the e file for the rook. So no, I think the c5 is something I would reject immediately. And I think it follows the rule is that when you're not sure what to do, you can always improve the pieces. Just ask yourself which piece is not working, and it's obviously the knight and it's obviously the rook, so it's got to be knight e5. No, I don't see anything else here.
We expect Volodar to go for knight d5 while he's taking time. Let's go to the general overview of all the games and see if there is anything special happening. I see the knight is on d5 in the board of Nicolas Teodor against Machun. We see it on the bottom left corner. The knights have been traded, the rooks have been traded, and knight is targeting the bishop on f4. Another idea of two bishops white is trying to get that as an advantage and convert it later, as well as in the game of Aram Hakobian against David Navarre in the bottom middle board. We see g5 move has just been played from Czech Grandmaster, trying to get some space on the king side, not to get white to get that space on the king side. And meanwhile, Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda in the bottom right corner looks like a pretty normal and all very balanced position. Bishop d3 has just been played, and knight is on a5 from black, trying to get some squares. Do you see anything special happening? And by the way, Saleh Salem against Frederick Svane in the top right corner. Still, Frederick is taking his time. He has not played a move. He's still calculating all the jumps with a knight to f5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big decision for him. Anyway, yeah, how to deal with this knight takes on f7 or knight f5, this is something we discussed. I'm seeing also that Murzin, top left corner, did not play knight e5, he played g6.
Interesting.
Which is, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's not a bad move. He simply improves the position, but I'm not sure why not the obvious move, knight e5. I'm sure he has reasons. But let's go to the game, full screen of Jumabayev against Daniel Darda. That's the lower right corner, because we haven't checked this game for a while. And this featured this weird Sicilian Checover. I know, I'm very biased. Weird Sicilian Checover. Why it's weird? Because we're not seeing it a lot at the highest level. But again, the opening theories and trends, they're changing very quickly, and it's going to be enough for Magnus Carlsen or the Mirage Gukesh play Checover, and there's going to be an entire generation playing the Checover. Anyway, this is what we have at the position.
And we have bishop d3 as the last move which is played. It implies that white wants to remove the knight from c3 because the pawn would be hanging on c2, or what else could be this move implying? But generally talking about the position, there is a double pawn on the b file, as we were mentioning earlier. And there are two very nice bishops on e6 and g7 from black, which are targeting the queen side of white.
It's tough to evaluate. I see that the bar likes black slightly, like it's closer to equal than it's better for black. But let's just replay the last couple of moves so that it gives us some context what happened. So there was this queen b6 maneuver right after the opening, trade, knight c3, bishop e6, rook d1, shoot castle, a3. So these are slow improving moves. Rook c8, so you see black nicely controls two semi-open files, so this makes sense. White decided to walk away from a potential knight b4 pin, hitting the pawn on c2. So knight a5 was played, and bishop d3. You said that maybe it's an idea to prepare knight e2. Yeah, I think it does make sense. And maybe also play b3, a4, fix the pawns, take away the c4 square, and make the pawn on b6 as a fixed target, but potentially put the knight on d4. It could work.
And then later on, there would be no target on b2 for the bishop on g7, which makes a lot of sense. And that's why black is going with the knight to c4, targeting the b2 and a3 squares, so that moves like b3 or a4 would not be so easy to make. But I'm wondering, why did evaluation bar shuffled a little bit? I mean, it just jumped slightly up for a moment, and it looks like it's now equal according to evaluation bar. Probably there was a better option for black in this position, but knight c4 looks a very logical move to me.
Yeah, those are engine moves. Like sometimes engine makes these weird swings. That's for us mere mortals. They're not really understandable. Knight c4 is a great square. Perhaps he could have played knight e7. We'll see. But I think here white wants to play this a4, b3 somehow. You cannot play b3 immediately because it drops the pawn. a4 could be a move, but I'm looking, Angelika, at this move knight b5, and I like it. Knight b5 enables b3, protecting the pawn on a3, then it enables the move a4, and I have fixed my pawn structure, and it also brings the knight e4 on the table. So I was even thinking going as far, maybe rook a5. Of course, I can just play knight e4, but then I noticed there could be a room for a4, like a4, b3, and if you take it, I'm going to play b3 and say, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the knight. What an interesting plan. Knight b5, defending the pawn on a3, and also preparing the push of b3 and a4. That's a nice idea, Arturs. I mean, this is something what currently right now Rinat probably also is considering.
Yeah, but I could play d5.
D5.
You see, that's always, it goes like this. You close some doors, you open new ones, and now the knight on b5 no longer controls the d5 square. So if you take it, black seems to be incredibly active. But then again, maybe it doesn't really matter, and you can go after the bishop on e6, or maybe you play knight e4 and fix the position. It's a very complicated position. It's not easy, and that's why sometimes there's a wrong assumption that with the queens off the board, the position's like, heading to a draw. No, it's like a very, very complex game where all three results are absolutely possible.
Absolutely not, and that's why also on the B file there are these pawns which are in a way weaknesses. It's a double pawns, and the more pieces we would trade, the more we could say that the weaknesses are getting weaker. But in current positions, they are opening the C and A files for the rook. So it's this kind of controversy of these weaknesses. It looks like they are weaknesses, but for now they are no clear targets because the rooks are standing on C8 and A8, and it's white who has taken control over those files. But Arturs, Rinat is taking his time. He's thinking about this knight b5 maneuver. Let's take a look at what else is going on. And do we see any major updates? By the way, Vladimir Fedoseev is offering a queen trade against Radoslav Wojtaszek in the top middle board. Earlier we have seen that he declined the trade of the queens, and now he's going immediately with a queen to b3, offering the queen trade once again. Meanwhile, Aravind has played interesting knight c1 move. trying to remaneuver his knight to the d3 square, to the f4. Very nice game to follow. We are going to make sure we get there as well. And is there anything special on the rest of the boards, or shall we take a look at Vladimir's game?
I mean, of course, yeah, the game also Jacobian against Navarra, the bishop pair, and the game of Machun against Teodoro. Those are the lower left and middle boards to check for. Nothing is clear. And also, of course, after knight h4, Frederick Svane is taking a very deep think because he feels this is a critical position and maybe it's not so easy to find the next move. But let's start perhaps with the game Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek. It's been a while when we have checked this game. So this was the Rogozin that transposed to the game of Beth Harmon against Borgov from the Netflix TV series Queen's Gambit, or something very similar. Yeah, it looked like very similar. And then Wojtaszek decided to play c6. Now there's a symmetrical position on the board. But what I'm seeing right now on the board gives me the vibes that Fedoseev is slightly pressing.
He is pressing. I'm just wondering, just a few moves ago, we have seen that queen went to d3 away from the queen trade.
Yeah, sure. You had this question. Why reject the no trade? Yeah.
What is happening, and why is he offering a queen trade now?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So let's maybe roll back the last moment when we checked it. I think it was here. There was c6. I mean, a couple of moves ago here. There was c6, d takes, rook c6. So we were wondering, is it going to be queen e2 or queen d3? Oh, sorry, pardon me. Queen d3 was instead played. Queen c8. Walking away from the pin, bishop e3, bishop e6, and knight d2, a double exclam move, sacrificing a piece, but it's not really a sacrifice, yeah, because the bishop on d6 is still hanging, and if black would take it, white just recaptures on d6, and there's some pressure, and maybe after knight g6 you have some knight f5 problems, and some fork ideas, and some bishop h6 tricks, so it didn't happen, and here that's why Wojtaszek played rook d8, takes, and queen b3. Now he trades. But why? He rejected the trade, yeah?
Or there was no trade?
There was no trade.
Sorry, that was not the game probably, which was stuck in my... I'm sorry. Yeah, that probably I was thinking about the other game.
There's no trade.
There was no trade over.
You confused me there. I was looking for the trade, and it's not. Okay, yeah, it never happened.
It never happened, indeed. But I actually have a question to a previous position. Why knight e2 is a brilliant move, and why bishop e3 was not a brilliant move? Because bishop e3 is also leaving the piece hanging. Bishop e3, the bishop is hanging on c4. Should be also a brilliant move.
We're going to fix it.
On the yes, exactly on the
lower. These are the things we cannot leave alone.
We cannot leave it.
There you go.
I feel like bishop e3 deserves it because now bishop on c4 is again hanging.
So yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's a very logical question. Same idea. The bishop is hanging, and again it's hanging. So I mean, we're having some fun. Pardon us, the viewers. So it's just not a genius move. Completely normal moves, and here for the save, I think he's slightly better because black has the bishop on d6 that's staring at the pawn. The bishop on e3 feels to be a bit more active, and also the problem that black has, as soon as the knight leaves, and I suppose at some point you want to prove the knight f5 could be a problem. Let's say you take on b3, I play knight takes on b3. Now there's some issues here with knight a5, so it feels that black is slightly suffering here.
Slightly under pressure, but there is also c-file for the black's rook, so definitely something like rook d2, c8 could be played just to remove first the rook from the d-file and then remove maybe the bishop from d6.
Yeah, but there might be problems.
There's a problem. The bishop would hang.
Issues. Some issues with your position.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, it's tricky. And that's why I wouldn't really always buy the information that it's complete balance on the board and evaluation bar just says there's nothing to see here. There's so many hidden tricks here. And by the way, nobody has taught the engine to explain how easy is to play from either side. And you might have an equal position, but you have to make like a lot of very accurate moves in the row just to keep the balance on the board.
Arturs, we have a very important update from one of the boards. It's in the top right corner. It's a game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Svane. After knight jumping to h4, queen c7 has been played, which signs as a mistake in the position. Apparently there was something better. Frederick Svane has sought for about 20 or 25 minutes in this position, and he played a mistake. Arturs, shall we take a look at this?
Yeah, there's only one move really. So there's nothing for me to go back to. And the only move, maybe I'm going to refresh your memory, dear viewers, that this knight h4 was a great move because it enabled knight x on f7 and queen g6 ideas. And then there's knight f5 ideas, and g5 is simply not working. It's just, I'll just say, trust me. Knight f5, knight h6, it's looking really scary. But queen c7, it feels weird because the first impression I will be seeing this is like, wait, you're jumping on the knight f5? What am I missing? Like, you're jumping on the knight f5 and knight e6 and knight f7? So what I'm missing here, maybe Frederick's idea after knight f5 is to take on d4. Oh. And white is not in time to take on d6 because the queen is hanging.
Queen is hanging, but can queen be moved? So not to take a pawn on d4, not... there is a knight.
Knight is also under attack, so you basically have to. You have to trade the queens. This might lead to some exciting positions.
No,
How about...
knight d4.
Yeah, I mean, knight e3 maybe is right. Maybe knight e3 is good. Yeah, maybe it's just a good move. But
I love it.
But I see fancy moves all the time. Yeah, so knight g4, if you take it, I take on c7. And again, this is so in the spirit of Saleh. And if you take on f4, take on f6, g takes on f6, and g takes on f4, I see the pawn is under attack. And after rook takes on e2, I could try to guess it's either knight e2 or rook c1. We might even see some ideas like this, and knight c6, and now knight e6. There's some problems. So there are resources for white.
And look at this, 2 extra pawns for black, but so many weaknesses, h6, f6, f7, pawns on the d file, I mean, all the double pawns. And the computer is still saying there is advantage for white, even though black is 2 pawns up, so material advantage doesn't bring so much. But then let's try to research maybe a bit what was the other option for black in this position, because if queen c7 apparently is not the most precise one, what is the best move here?
So I switch on the engine. The engine says bishop f8. Walking away from knight f7. And I think that now knight f7 doesn't make any sense. Does it? Wait, it's still playable.
It's possible.
Here, king g8, knight f5, king h8, and bishop d6. Watch out.
Oh, what? There is not possible to take on d6 because of the checkmate on g7. What a move.
Yeah, so white just wants to take on f8 and deliver a mate, and maybe you play queen d7, and the engine here gives some fascinating lines. With bishop e5, you know, I think this is really difficult for black to do this. So imagine this. I'm absolutely sure Frederick saw this. He saw bishop f8. But if you see this line, once again, knight f7, king f7, queen g6, king g8, knight f5, by the way, watch out, knight h6, king h8, you see bishop d6, you see all kinds of tricks, queen d7, bishop e5, you see bishop f6. It's just so difficult to go here. So you're looking for something else. You're looking for something clearer. And no matter how great you are, your Magnus Carlsen, your Fabi Caruana, your Hikaru Nakamura, your Vincent Kammer, everybody is like concerned about their position. So if you see something like this, you're like, okay, I got to choose something more to the point. And the other move maybe was queen c8, walk away from knight f7. But I'm afraid even here, knight x and f7 might be a move.
And we might see this endgame because knight f5 is on the board, and Frederick Svane very quickly recaptures pawn on d4, offering a trade, the only move in the position, as we can see from the computer. So now the big question is what to do as white, as it looks like white will be forced to trade the queens and go into that endgame we have just seen in the moment. But Arturs talking about Frederick Svan and his yesterday's game, I look at him and I still see a heartbreak in his body language from yesterday's game. I think he's trying to use the time as fast as possible and not to get in the situation like he was in yesterday due to the time trouble. And maybe that also dictates some decisions of his.
It could be. Yeah, it could be that yesterday's performance affects how you play today. And such games are very difficult to forget. And it is possible that if you feel unwell after yesterday's unfortunate game and then you perform badly the next day, that the entire tournament collapse. I hope this is not going to be the case, right? It's a very, very tough tournament for either the player. So every single game, you get a high-class, world-class player, and everybody is playing for the win. It's just something you have to accept. You are just professional, so I'm sure that Frederick is going to be fine. And also, Select, this is an opportunity to bounce back because so far I think that he was expecting a better start, and it's just somehow not going his way. I was quite surprised not to see him during the rest day for the escape rooms, because I would have thought that he usually likes to join these events, but he decided to take a rest day instead and more concentrate on the tournament.
Yeah, and also talking about the overall standings, these are the two players who are located at the end of those, because we have Frederick Svan, who lost yesterday. Originally, it was Saleh Salem who was in the last place in the standings, but after yesterday's loss and Saleh played a draw, Saleh went a bit higher, and it brought Frederick to the last place. So this is a crucial match for the overall standings in the Grandmaster Triathlon. Who is going to take this game home? We are going to find out in a few moments, but queens have been traded off the board. Will we see knight g4?
I think so. Yeah, knight g4 is asking to be played, and both players, they see it right now. They're already right here. The knight at e5 is under attack. Maybe the Emirati Grandmaster is going to go for the simpler move, like play knight d3, trade the bishops, play knight f4, knight e4. It's what we call he has a pleasant choice, and there you go. He just played knight e3. No need for fancy business here. Let's just consolidate the position, take the pawn on d4. That's an IQP position. Now that's a weakness I can exploit, and this also gives a pretty clear signal to Svan, and he knows it. He's worse. He's slightly worse, and he's going to have to be very accurate here.
Yeah, we have a question if knight to c4 was possible. I mean, I don't think it was, because at the end of the line, the pawn on e2 would be hanging. So here, bishop f4, pawn takes on g4, on f4, and there is rook f2, an opportunity for black in this position.
I'm not sure I like it. Like, I see Neiksans c4.
You mean you don't like rook e2? I was mentioning that rook e2 was...
No, I don't like knight c4. Like, I'm seeing this position. I'm not sure I like it, especially like, okay, I see the bar. Yeah, the bar says everything is good, but what Select played, it's just good. Yeah, like he played knight e3. It's a nice, solid move. Bishop takes on f4. It's going to be knight f4. The pawn is protected. There's a beautiful knights, and there's a fork on d6. So he just made the pragmatic choice. And by the way, this is also a very nice moment for the players who are thinking that since Saleh is such a creative player, he should always play like in this position, not knight e3. He should always play knight g4. Like, for example, back in the old days when Michal Tal, the magician from Riga, he was playing, you would always expect that Tal is going to play something fancy, something exciting. But no, I mean, you're out there just to play a good game. You want to win the game. And if it's going to be a careful move, knight e3, then it's knight e3.
And knight d3 it is. We see it on the board. Now Frederick Svan is taking his time to figure out, does he trade the bishop or what else can he do? Meanwhile, other games are developing pretty fast. I see in the bottom left corner the game of Nicolas Theodora against Machun. there is a bishop on g3. What is it doing? And there is queen on b6, pinning the pawn to a king. I mean, what an interesting position. And huge updates from the position before. Meanwhile, in the bottom middle board, Aram Hakoban against David Navarra, you see that Armenian Grandmaster has a king on d4. If it was king of the hill, the game would be over, but it's a normal chess game. He's probably preparing some c5 push. I'm wondering what could it mean. And on the bottom right corner, Rinaj Mabayev against Daniel Darda. Knight is all the way on g5, targeting the bishop on e6. I mean, so many exciting games we have. What do you say? Shall we go to Nicolas Theodore against Machun, or will it be something else?
Yeah, I mean, we have to check all the games anyway. So the most exciting game, I think, that's the game Select Salem. But potentially things can change very quickly. Yeah, let's start with Nicolas Theodorou against Machun and evaluate if there's something happening here, because it looks like it's quite equalish position. And by the looks, it seems that Theodorou won't be able to keep the winning streak. And he just played queen b3, and he is attempting to trade the queen. No, I think it's just fizzling out. Yeah, here after queen b3, black can already take it. He takes some b3 or bishop b3, bishop e5.
Rook a1, bishop b7, many moves.
Yeah, but there's no way. Like I can't believe that this position could be played aggressively for the victory. I mean, it's completely symmetrical. It's opposite color bishops, and I know that very often we are talking about opposite color bishops, that it's not really always a drawn position. I think this is one of those positions where everything is so symmetrical, like b6, rook a7, e6, then take on b2. I think my prognosis and my guess would be that this game is getting to a draw.
But talking about the opposite color bishop, they are definitely improving the attack. So if their attack ongoing, to have opposite color bishop is an advantage for an attacking side. So maybe Machun is still thinking about something, or maybe there could be an idea to do it. But I agree, Arturs, as you're mentioning, that the games looks very equalish and balanced. But
yeah, I mean, there's no way how Machun can be ambitious. If you want to be ambitious, you have to keep the queens on the board. And also, I think the move queen b3 already gives you a pretty clear signal what White is trying to do. White realized, okay, I got it. It quite didn't work. It's still good. I'm leading the tournament. Let's just make probably a draw here. Because if you want to keep the queens on the board and you play something like queen c5, there's going to be queen c4. If you play queen e4, there's going to be e3. And you simply cannot walk away from this diagonal because the bishop on g3. Oh, by the way, queen takes on g3 is the move what I'm talking about. Yeah. So it just immediately the queens are going to disappear.
It looks like it's a forced move. And do you think, Arturs, since Machun recently lost against Nicolas Theodore and preparing for this game, probably he was also worried because he's playing black pieces. Does this draw feels like, in a way, achievement not to lose the game, or would you on his place would like to score a victory to get a revenge?
Yeah, I would love to, but then again he's playing with the black color. He played the Grunfeld, or something that looked very close to a Grunfeld, and I think mostly the Grunfeld is misunderstood a bit. People think that the Grunfeld is aggressive opening. No, actually I disagree. I think the Grunfeld is very often leading to many drawn positions. Like it has a lot of dynamics, but it often fizzles it out. So I think he played those moves. He played the best moves available in the position, and maybe he was hoping for something more, but there's nothing to be done. So I think both of the players are going to be pretty all right with the outcome, because I might be wrong, but I don't see this game continuing for a very long time.
Of course, players always try to fight for a victory. Since the format is dictating this, the 4 points get each player who is winning, and only 1.5 points for a draw. So for that reason, definitely it motivates everyone to play the best chess possible. And meanwhile, we see that Machun is taking time, although it looks very logical. He's going to capture the queen. We have a development in the game we've been following earlier. It's Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane. We see that the trade of the bishops happened. It's a game in the top right corner. And after the trade, G5 move has been played, targeting the knight, which was defending the pawn on E2. Arturs, what can you take from that?
That's a very risky move, obviously, but I think that Swane has to do something because he is having a simply worse position, and I think he feels he has to take risks. So, of course, his position is becoming quite shaky. The pawn on h6 is under attack, but I think it's the right call. So we just checked it, and I think we are going to go back there maybe after a short moment. But first, I would like to check and assess how are things in the game of Aram Jacobian against David Navarra. That's also the game we haven't checked for a while, where Jacobian was visibly quite unhappy that he did not get to keep at least pair of heavy pieces on the board. Navarra was very accurate, and this game already is pretty deep in the endgame, where White has, as you said, won the king of the hill. The king is on d4, White has the bishop pair, and is seemingly slightly pressing, but the question is it enough?
I see there is a huge open space advantage in the queen side right now, since the pawn is on d5, the others are on c4, b4. We were mentioning this pawn break with the c5, which is almost there to try and get some weaknesses from black. Do you think White achieved some progress, considering the position we've seen from the beginning of this endgame?
Not a real progress, but at least White has some ideas, and it's definitely going to be c5. So I'm curious how David is going to meet it, and that's why here he's spending time. Is he going to allow c5, or is he going to stop it with knight e7? Knight e7 is something he doesn't want to do because it's a passive defense, but c5 is something you have to acknowledge. So let me just show you what White wants, most likely. So I'm going to make some random moves. Let's say king e7, I want to play c5. And let's say you decide to take on c5. This might open up some targets, like this bishop becomes stronger, I'm getting the pawn on c7, so I could go with the bishop on b5, with the bishop on a5. Again, I'm making some random moves here, here, here. And it feels like White is making some progress. Or maybe even instead of bishop b5, I could be playing c6, fixing this pawn as a target, like put the bishop on, I don't know, e1 or d2, somewhere here, remove the king, and the pawn is going to be really difficult to defend. So I could strike at the queen side, I could strike at the king side. The old rule of Aaron Nemtsevich, you have one weakness, you need to create a second weakness, so this old rule still works. And that's why here in Navarra, he has to assess all of this and understand, does he allow c5, or maybe after c5 he just does nothing? And I think he wants to build some kind of a fortress.
And there is also knight e7, a move which is possible to stop that c5 way, but of course White will be always be able to put more and more pressure with a move like bishop c1, bishop a3, and still go for the c5. But yeah, huge question right now for the Czech Grandmaster David Navarra. I'm recalling the game from the first round of Aram Jacobian, where he was pushing and squeezing the win the whole game. Can we see this endgame transfer to something in that way? Of course, without rook and two knights against rook and one knight, but something similar. Can we see this battle of like someone who tries to squeeze in and someone who will be trying to be full defense?
Yeah, I think we're already seeing it. So Aram already has decided that he's going to keep pushing. Otherwise, he could have agreed most likely to some repetition already earlier, so he is the one in charge. By the way, we just saw king e7 played. I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure that David was thinking about the choices, and it seems that he's evaluated that c5 is not such a big threat.
But it looks a huge threat to me. But So you're mentioning how black can stay still after c5, so not to take on c5 at all. Let's try to make maybe some moves now. So c5, and here, can black just not react at all?
Yeah, but then I could play maybe c6, like, or maybe I could include a4, a5. Try to create a target here. And I am not so sure that black will be able to keep things closed. Like, I was even thinking, is it possible to twice take it on c5 and somehow exploit the d3 square? Like knight d3 or bishop d3, try to force some trades and go after these pawns, but it's not very realistic, and I think that this pawn on c7 is just too much of a target.
It's a very big weakness for black, and also the bishops are getting opened after the position is opening on with a take on c5. I really don't know how to react on it with black. So maybe taking once, as you were mentioning at the first time, but with which pawn would you like?
Yeah, but I don't know if I want to take it. Then again, I mean, the c6, and that's going to be a problem, or maybe even bishop e3. This pawn on a7 is a problem. Maybe you just do nothing. That was your other suggestion, yeah? Like,
What about knight d7, by the way?
here.
No, after c5, immediately.
c5 and knight d7. I'm thinking I could take it. A takes on b6 makes literally no sense because white creates an outside pass pawn. So knight takes on b6, the pawn on a7 becomes a weakness. So it's got to be c takes on b6. And white is definitely going to play a4, a5. Maybe not immediately, but at some point. And it's either going to be the pawn on b6 as a target or the pawn on a7 as a target. So let's put it this way. I'm pretty sure that an engine would easily hold its position to a draw, but can a human being?
That's going to be a biggest question in this game. Will Aram go for c5, and will David be able to defend this position? We'll find out later. Meanwhile, we see some updates in the board of the Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek. It's a top middle board. Rook d1 has just been played, not trading the rooks in the position, and we see the queen trade has been happened, which is pretty surprising. We were discussing earlier that queen trade is not something maybe what black wants to do, but Radoslav went for it. Meanwhile, in the top left corner, Aravind Chitambaram against Volodar Murzin, we see there is a knight on e2 currently. It's trying to be remaneuvered in the position, and knight went all the way to b4 while the rook escaped from a6 to a8. So completely different ideas as we've seen. We wanted to go with the rook to b6. He went back with the rook to a8. Meanwhile, in Saleh Salem's game against Frederick Swan in the top right board, I see that knight is on c6, has just been played now, and the knight of white is on d3 while pawn on e2 is hanging. So few moves have been played by the grandmasters. And in the below boards, we can see in Nicolas Teodoro game against Machun, the trade of the queens have happened, but there are double pawns on the b file, which is also very interesting. So that's a game we will follow, but as we were mentioning, looks more equalish now that the queens are off the board. And the game of Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda in the bottom right corner, there we see also similar pawn structure on the queen side as in the game of Nicolas Teodoro against Machun. But there are more pieces on the board, and the rook trade has just been offered. I mean, Arturs, so many exciting positions where to go to.
I think, again, we are going to make a roundup of all the games, Angelika. Speaking about Salem Saleh and Frederick Svane, I think Svane wants to complicate the game as much as he can. This is a pretty common strategy. When you are in trouble, you try to complicate things. When you are better, you try to clarify things so that your position basically plays by hand. So his choice to play g5 and knight c6, I'm talking about, once again, the top right corner. That's something we are going to definitely check. I see the bar definitely is in favor of the Emirati Grandmaster. But we could start, perhaps, with the game Arvind against Murzin and see if here the Indian Grandmaster has any realistic chances to break the absolutely locked position that Merzen has set up. And I think actually it doesn't really make any sense for us to go back like specific moves to see what happened. White had the knight on a2. Now it moved to somehow through c3, e2, like it was here. Then he played knight c3,
And
knight
he played
e2.
knight c1.
Okay,
c1.
doesn't really matter. Knight c1, knight e2, knight f4. Now it goes back. There's no progress. Black has anchored the knight on b4. There are some drawish chances because of the ducks or bishops on the board, but I wouldn't really say that it's like a draw. It's definitely equalish. And also the factor that Merzen has spent a bit more time could play a role here. As you can see, he has half an hour on the clock, where White has, he just got like 10 minutes extra. I don't know how that happened. 1 hour and 3 minutes. I think I saw 54 minutes. Strange.
26 minutes only for Volodar Murzin. And what I see has changed in the position, and the bishop now is on c4. I don't understand how it happened, because the bishop was originally on g2. It was covering this very long diagonal, but Aravind realized probably that bishop is better standing on c4, targeting the f7 square potentially. And maybe he maneuvered it via f1. I mean, this is interesting, because usually you feel like the bishop belongs to g2 square. If there is a fianchetto mate, bishop is good there. But he sees the bishop is just watching at those pawns on the queen side, c6 and b7, and it doesn't bring so much sense. So remaneuvering the bishop and improving it was made by Aravind.
I'm trying to understand what might be Aravind's idea, Angelika. And mentioning that this bishop was standing on g2, now it's on c4, I think he is going to go for a kingside break. I mean, I think what I would do, I would probably improve the knight. Maybe, let me just show you what I mean. Let's say knight c3, let's say black does nothing. I don't want to blunder the exchange, so black does nothing. I want to go here. Let's say black goes here. I want to play here. Black does nothing. I want to go here. So this is what I'm thinking might be the only realistic idea for white, to get the g4 on the board. And if black ignores it for too much, this might create some imbalances. Takes, h takes on g4, and I have a chance to grab the center and do something. Okay, I know, of course, it's obstacle of bishops, but it's no longer so equalish. And maybe black at some point could play h5, stopping this g4. So we might see this break at some point. So white could play g4, takes, and queen g4, and maybe even unexpectedly go for some kings at attack. So that's why I think this bishop c4 move, if we would show it like here, yeah? So it was bishop f1, bishop c4, knight e2. This could be part of a larger plan. After knight c3, queen f3, go for this h3, g4. Apart from that, I see nothing else to try here. e4 is never going to work.
Yeah, a lot of interesting ideas that you're mentioning. If e4 is not working, there should be some other way to try to break, and it might be this h3, g4. And other than that, I would like to highlight, look at the clock. I mean, 1 hour for Aravind. Meanwhile, Volodar has even less than half time, 26 minutes on the clock. And this is a move number 25. So 15 more moves has to be made. And we have the first result of today in the challengers. Nicolas Theodore against Maciun agreed to a draw in that endgame. Was not really a surprising outcome. But what a performance by Greek Grandmaster Arturs. He has won 2 first games. Today he's securing a nice result with a draw. Arturs, how do you think he's going to continue?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, today I already predicted this is going to be a draw, so I'm not really surprised. He simply didn't get anything. And he had a pretty interesting idea to get the bishop pair after the opening, but the Chinese grandmaster was very accurate, and maybe Maciun himself, he wanted to be a bit ambitious, but sometimes there's nothing you can really do. So both of the players should be pretty good spirits. So a shorter day in the office. Again, it's a long tournament, and we have done the commentary of for several years in the Row Angelica. So at the end of this marathon run, the fatigue, it builds up. So that's why also for the players, this might be not really such a bad result, just to gather the strength and catch a breath and prepare for the next games.
Let's take a look at the rest of the games. We still have 5 more games ongoing, 2 in the Challengers and 3 in the Masters. As you see, the game finishing a draw in the lower left corner. Nicolas Theodore against Machun. Meanwhile, all the rest of the games are continuing. I see that Aram Hakobian against David Nara decided to go for the c5 break. In the position, the game in question is on the below, in the middle board. c5 is on the board, and we'll see a reaction of David Navarra very soon. And other than that, do we see any surprising positions? I would say Saleh Salem against Frederick Svane is the game which is going to deliver us some fireworks, starting from that knight h4 move. Now, looking at this position in the top right corner, knight on a5 is aiming for b3, but white has a knight on d6. What is going on there, Arturs?
I think the most unbalanced games are, like you said, Saleh Salem against Frederick Svane, also Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda. That's the lower right corner. I think it's pretty unclear. The pawn structure is non-symmetrical. Everything else is, if you would notice, is pretty much having a symmetrical position, maybe with the exception of Aravind against Murzin, which we already discussed, this h3, g4 idea. I'm pretty sure they're going to get to that position. I would like to go now to the game of Fedoseev against Wojtaszek. We haven't checked this game for a while, and we could try to understand if one of the tournaments, not one actually, he is the ELO favorite of the tournament. He's currently the top seeded player, at least according to the rating, 27-39. If Fedoseev can have any realistic chances here, because we thought that he's slightly pressing. Black has slightly worse docks with bishop, which I suppose he's about to fix with bishop c5. Doesn't seem a lot.
Arturs, Vladimir Fedoseev is world number 17 right now, so one of the top players. And as we were mentioning earlier, he's a substitution for one of the players who was unfortunately not able to come. It was Lim Le, the reigning champion of the Grandmaster Triathlon for 3 years in a row. He was coming and beating everyone here in Biel and winning first place. I mean, it was absolutely incredible to see his performance, because Biel was almost the only tournament he was playing in his schedule.
We already wanted to rename the tournament Limle Chess Festival, since he was winning it every single time. But yeah, I think we're going to stick for the money to Biel.
Absolutely, we're going to. And it would be nice to have him for the 4th edition and see if he can win. But definitely a great last-minute substitution of having such a strong player, Vladimir Fedoseev, in the field. He has had some quite exciting results recently. He has won also in the Poland, this Grand Chess, one part of the Grand Chess Tour, won the Blitz one. He has won also many other open tournaments, very nicely raising his elo higher and higher. And in the Biel Chess Festival, so far he has had 2 draws in the classical portion. But today, big question, game against Radoslav. Will he able to be ambitious here and try to go for the 4 points? Or, Arturs, do you think it's all still balanced?
No, I mean, definitely here white is pressing. I just had a deeper look at this position, and I realized that black most likely cannot simply play bishop c5. Because if you do, I'm going to take it. And if you play rook takes on c5, you might have some problems with a pawn on e5. You see, that's a double attack. And if you play rook b5, you have to be a bit careful, because your rook on b5 now is trapped, and a4 is incoming. I mean, that being said, maybe after knight e3, black can still play rook c2, but this requires some calculation. Maybe white can take on e5 and unbalanced position. And if black decides not to take on c5 with the rook, but takes with the pawn, this simply creates weaknesses. So white could maybe rearrange either knight e3 or move this other knight to d2 and c3. So for Wojtaszek, this current position, it feels like he is equalizing, but not yet quite there. So bishop c5 is definitely in the cards, but he has to play out this position correctly.
He has to do it, and meanwhile, Vladimir is remaneuvering the knight currently on c3. Looking at the clock situation, it looks more or less balanced, but still Radoslav is 10 minutes behind on the clock with only 35 minutes for the rest of the game, which is 15 more moves. Now it's move 26, but the black is to move, so 15 more moves have to be played by the Polish, we can say, defending champion. He has been the champion of the Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel 5 years ago in 2020 during the pandemic times. We had a short interview with him before the event. Actually, you can find it in the YouTube channel of the Biel Chess Festival. He was mentioning he's still recalling those times when he was coming here and everyone was using the mask, and it feels like a completely different era, completely different times, like it happened 100 years ago, but it just happens a few years ago. And when I asked him, do you feel like you have this confidence of being the champion of the Grandmaster Triathlon and coming back here, do you have some ambitions? He was saying definitely he has ambitions, but such a tough event, such a tough field. We have Aravind, one of the best Indian players. We have Vladimir Fedoseev, world number 17. We have world rapid champion Volodar Murzin. Saleh Salem, super sharp, top Emirati grandmaster. I mean, such an incredible field in this year's Grandmaster Triathlon. And I think every year there is a special field. I cannot...
No easy opponents. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No easy opponents, no easy targets. So every single year, a lot of strong players come here, and that's why also we talked about Lim Le. I mean, his achievement, winning the tournament 3 times in a row, especially since it's his only tournament pretty much that he plays in the calendar every year. It's nothing but remarkable. All right, let's go back now to the full screen of the other games and see what else we are seeing here, because this game is a bit quiet. Wojtaszek is trying to stay in the game. And let's see, what do we see here? Aravind against Murzin, that's the lower left corner. We again see a queen trade, potentially. No, it's not a queen trade. It's not a bishop on b4. No, it's not a queen on b4, it's a bishop. Or a knight, sorry. I don't see it quite well.
Yeah, it's a knight on b4, but the queen is on f6. I'm not sure what is happening there, but Rook has just played from a1 to d1, bringing it into the position. But other than that, what about Saleh Salem against Frederick Swan? I mean, knight is all the way on d6. It's a top right corner game. Black went with a knight to a5. I mean, I just want to check what happened there. Other than that, we see that in the game of Aram Hokabian against David Navarre in the bottom middle board, bishop c2 has been played. So what David is doing, he's ignoring the c5 push and he's trying to create something himself. He's remaneuvering with his bishop. We'll definitely check that out. And Rinat Jumabayev has just played knight f4 against Daniel Darda in the bottom right corner. But Arturs, it's your call. Shall we go to Saleh Salem against Frederick Swan?
I think so. I'm looking at Jumabayev and Darda as well. We definitely haven't checked this game for a while. Everything else, yeah. Bishop c2, by the way, this game of Hakobian against Navarra, I'm not really sure that it changes anything. And David is somehow rearranging the pieces. But let's go. Let's go to Saleh against Frederick. And we saw a couple of moves played in the past couple of minutes. Here we have a rather unbalanced position. Black at the moment has an extra pawn, but he has a lot of weaknesses in the position, most notably the f5 square. There was a pawn on h6 under attack, and Saleh did not capture the pawn. Instead, he decided to go for some positional pressure, and I think it's a good idea now to step back a bit and look at the moment when after, I think we left it.
Yeah, we left
here.
it after rook knight d3, yeah.
Yeah, g5 was played.
g5 targeting the knight and at the same time indirectly targeting the pawn on e2, because if knight is moving, the pawn on e2 is suddenly falling. But I see that Frederick didn't take the pawn on e2.
And I wonder why. Because in the game, he played knight c6, he defended pawn on d4. So why don't you take the pawn?
Is there some knight d6 targeting the bishop? And if bishop c6, knight b4?
Knight d6. Actually, I like this move, like rook c1.
Oh,
Just to go for activity, and if you develop the pieces, now there's knight e6. Now it probably, no, actually the bar says it's ridiculous. Like, I was thinking I'm hitting the bishop, and then in return the knight on c6 is left defenseless. How is this holding? Maybe knight a5. Yeah, knight a5, everything is somehow defended. But yeah, Frederick decided not to take it. I think he could have taken the pawn. He played knight c6. Look at this. He decided to sacrifice the pawn on h6.
he gives a pawn to Saleh, and Saleh is not taking. I'm just very interested.
Oh, wait, that's a pawn on f7. Let's not blunder that.
King
King
g7,
g7,
King
King
g6,
g6.
knight d6. I mean,
Wait. Yeah, it's knight. But why he didn't take it? Wait, it was here, yeah? This was the position.
yes.
Knight c6 and knight x on h6.
Maybe king f8 should be played.
Maybe.
And now the point is there is no knight f5, knight d6 with a tempi, but it's still a pawn. Of course, originally black had an extra pawn because black took on d4. There is an extra pawn in the center, but those are double pawns.
Maybe he saw that black is about to play bishop c8 and try to trap the knight on h6. And if you try to escape with the knight, then black takes on e2. And Saleh estimated that winning the pawn on h6 is not really so important. The pawn on e2 is more important. And he didn't take it. So that's why he played knight e6 immediately, going for activity. And this is the current position. Knight b4, by the way, is a mistake, but it looks a very human move to me.
It looks a superhuman move because there are no squares for the bishop now. Bishop on b7, it can be taken any moment. But I'm just wondering, could there be something stronger in the position, or he shouldn't let black take on e2? Maybe he should have defended in some way or taken that bishop on b7 right away.
You think if he can take on e2 here? But I don't think so. It looks very dangerous. Like, I was thinking, I could take it. I could take it. I'm seeing this bishop is getting really strong. And if you take it, rook b8. Well,
Seven.
yeah, rook c. No, it feels like I'm pressing here definitely, and rook d4. Even though I see the bar, like oh, what you're talking about, like it's okay, but I don't know. I would pick white any day, and this is also maybe the reason why. I mean, Swane of course has to make a move, but he might play rook e2.
And he is thinking right now, has 34 minutes on the clock. By the way, we have now move number 24, if I'm not mistaken, 23.
23.
Oh, 23. So it means 18 more moves for German Grandmaster to be made in this position. And I'm not sure what better was there if not knight jumps to b4. Can we try to find other options?
Yeah, but I mean, this difference is so tiny, really. No, I mean, knight b4 looks very, very okay. Maybe he could have taken on wait. Maybe he could take on b7. With an idea, if you take with the knight, there's rook c6. Hitting the knight, hitting the pawn. Tough to say, probably some knight d4. No, I didn't show you that.
I didn't see that.
Okay, king g7 and takes and take. Oh, wait, you cannot take it. Knight a5 and knight c4. No, I think black is okay. So, yeah, I would play knight before myself as well.
Knight before is on the board and Frederick takes time. Meanwhile, let's take a look and update shortly about the rest of the games which are still ongoing in the Masters and Challengers. Very quickly, Arturs, what can we see?
So let's make a roundup. The top left corner, Arvind against Merzin. I'm surprised to see that Arvin decided to put the queen on b3. Maybe he has different ideas. I thought that, I'm talking about the top left corner, obviously, that he's going to go for h3, g4. The queen on b3, it doesn't really help in that matter, so I think he's simply going to go for a different idea. Then we have the top middle board, Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Wojtaszek did not play bishop c5, but he's clearly looking for some simplifications. He has a rock-solid position, I would say f6, and then something lands on c5. There's a very good chance that this position is going to liquidate into something really equalish. Select LM against the Frederick Svane, that's the top right corner. This is the game we just discussed. The Emirati Grandmaster still has some advantage. And then we have the lower middle board, Jacobian against David Navarra. This game is going to continue for a while. White has the bishop pair, white is slightly pressing, but black's position looks rock solid. And also, of course, the game of the Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda, lower right corner. It's been pretty unbalanced. It's been pretty weird already for quite some time, but here we see black has achieved a bishop pair, so most likely black's position already can be slightly preferred.
Dear viewers, the time travel is approaching and we're going to see more exciting moves in the round 3 of the classical portion here in Biel. Please bring some refreshments and stay tuned for more action from the Biel Chess Festival. See you in a bit. And we are back from Biel, Vienna in Switzerland. You see the playing hall, everything is heating up since we are approaching the time trouble in all of the boards, in the Challengers and Masters Grandmaster Triathlon. A unique event, as you can see. Players are being locked in and trying to figure out the best moves on the board. Arturs, we have so many moves incoming from different boards right now. I see that in the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek, there has been some updates. The king is on 8, but which game is going to spice up faster? Is it Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane?
Yeah, that's the probably most unbalanced game. We're talking about the top right corner, where black is technically up a pawn, but it seems that white's position needs to be slightly preferred. Still pretty sharp. Also, the game of Jacobian against Navarra, lower middle board, hasn't really changed a lot. Bishop c2 was the last move played, and white, I think white just played g3 move. Apart from that, there's no major changes. And speaking about Fedoseev's game against Wojtaszek, that's the top middle board. Most likely, Wojtaszek is looking for some simplifications at the queen side. So this king e8, rook d, okay, rook d8, that's mysterious. He's looking for ways to liquidate the possession. I don't think he's ambitious here, and Fedoseev is the one who is trying for something. And there's not much happening also in Arvin's game against Volodar Murzin. That's the top left corner, where we see that black just played queen g7. I think it's rearranging pieces move to bring the bishop f6. We're definitely going to check it closer at some point. But I would like to now go to the game of Jumabayev against Daniel Darda, because quite a lot of things have happened since the last time we checked it. And this is the current position. We have it here on the board, where black has the bishop pair, even though he has double pawns, but visually it seems that black is pressing here.
It does look so. I mean, I see the bishop from g7 is targeting the b2 pawn, and it's using this very long diagonal. Bishop on c4 is pressing on the knight on d3. Bishop g5 has just been played, targeting the pawn on e7, but the weakness is on the queen side. Arturs, the biggest question is this b pawns, b7, b5, double pawns. Can we say that there is a compensation for this bishop pair for whites since there are these weaknesses, or is it actually black who is dominating?
I think it's probably closer to equal than it's better for black, but I don't see an easy way for a white to target these weaknesses, like at all. The pawn on b5 is well defended, the pawn on b7 is quite far away, and Jumabayev would love to trade the bishop pair. That's why this bishop g5 is a nice move to inquire some information. Maybe you want to trade the bishops. It's never going to happen. There's no way Darda is going to play bishop f6. Maybe he's going to play f6, e5 to use the pawn advantage he has at the king side and give the bishop a different diagonal here. King f8 also feels a bit slow, but maybe somehow combined with h6, it might be a move. The problem also for white is the pawn on b2. So watch out for this pawn, because let's say black plays king f8 and I just want to make some random move. What is the move? Because if I play knight b4, black would take on d1, and you see this pawn is left under attack. So you cannot do that. The knight doesn't move. The rook doesn't move because the pawn is under attack. C pawn doesn't move. B3 pawn doesn't move. The rook maybe doesn't move. That's the problem. You know, king f8 is starting to look like a very serious move to me. f6, e5 perhaps is a nice idea to use the pawn majority. But after king f8, with h6, g5 to follow, white might be having some practical problems here.
I'm wondering if rook d7 is possible, because rook d7 with the idea is that there is no knight c5 due to the same idea of rook takes on d1. So here knight c5 probably would be very tempting. And other than that, you are preparing the doubling of the rooks and defending the pawn on the e7 at the same time.
That's even better. Yeah, I think rook d7 is even a better move. Yeah, king f8 is like just also a move, but rook d7 perhaps is more direct. And I think that here Darda's choice is gonna reflect with what he thinks Jumabayev should do. Because he also, very often this is what happens at the GM level, you're thinking about your opponent's choices a lot. And Black's ideas are very obvious, but he should be asking himself, what would I do if I was white? So let's say we have rook d7 on the board. Maybe we can try to answer this question. So how would we try to solve the incoming threat of rook d8, maybe even h6, push away this bishop, and just collect the pawn on d3?
I mean, I'm just wondering. I was looking at b3, but unfortunately, there is a bishop d3 or pawn on a3 is hanging, and unfortunately, it doesn't really work out so well because of the other weaknesses. What else could be in?
Can I liquidate somehow?
But don't we have the same position, like rook d1, rook d1, like we were discussing earlier, and bishop b2?
Maybe. Maybe we do. I mean, I was thinking that I could win the pawn on e7.
But here bishop a3 and knight b7 cannot be played because the bishop on e7 is hanging.
Maybe I can save it because of superactivity.
b6.
You know why I'm suggesting this? Yeah, like b6 and knight e4 and bishop e7 and trade and etc. 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 Why I'm suggesting this? Because it's very difficult to lead a passive defense. Like I'm sitting here from the white's perspective. Imagine I'm Jumabayev. I'm looking at, yeah, it's not great. You know, I have this passive position. My opponent has the bishop pair. I see all the ideas for the opponent. I see none for me. So it's very difficult just to sit there and wait for something to happen. So that's why I think knight c5 might be not really such a bad idea after all. So this is also something that Darda might be thinking but himself. So if he plays king f8 or he plays rook d7, what would be the defense that he would lead for white? And I'm leaning towards knight c5 because apart from that, what else is there?
There is not much, but of course, also for Renat, he has to be ready to get rid of those pawns on the queen side because b2, and if b2 is falling, then a3 suddenly is also falling. So I think it's a tough question for both of the players. Meanwhile, Daniel Darder has 29 minutes on the clock for 17 more moves because he's playing with black. It's move number 24 right now. For Rinat Jumabayev, it's also 26 minutes on the clock, so not so much time actually. I think, and also the players feel this pressure of the time, which is incoming, because the unique format of having no increment till the move 40 is something what spices things up. It's the World Championship format here in Biel, which is being tested this year, and looks like players enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they feel the pressure, yeah, but also the position is pretty simple to play out. Like, I think also what matters is how many difficult moves you have to make in the position. And for example, we had this yesterday's game where Fredrik Svane was playing with the white color against Arvind, and he had to make a lot of difficult moves. Yeah, so he was up at exchange, but it was very, very complex position. Here, I think it's a bit easier. Yeah, King of Fate, by the way, was played, and I think this King of Fate is a direct answer to Knight c5. So I think that Darda went to such length that he estimated that Knight c5 would be something that White would do, and now this Knight c5 looks just worse, because now you can take on d1, Rook takes on d1, Bishop takes on b2, you see the pawn on e7 is defended, so Black simply holds more trumps in this position. And I'm not really buying into the fact that this position is, the more I'm looking at it, that this position is so equalish, because I'm struggling to find the plan for White. So what is it? Is it Rook d2, Rook d1?
Is there actually Rook e1 now in this position? Because pawn on e7 looks like it's been targeted and you cannot take on d3. So now there is no real pin on the knight on d3. And huge question, how do you defend the pawn on e7? Do you play Rook d7 now?
I could play f6 and collect the pawn. But maybe White already has to do it. Like, maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe this is how, by the way, the engine is holding it. I don't know. Like, perhaps, let's say, bishop b3, give up the pawn, a rook takes on d3.
Bishop c5.
Play rook, bishop c5. That's a fair point.
c5, targeting the e7, but there is probably rook e8 or rook d7.
And after rook d1, I'm
Maybe
going to
some pressure.
take it. I don't know. A pawn is a pawn, as they say. But this could be as well how engine is holding the position, but I'm not so sure. Like, this pawn is still potentially a target. The black's going to play f5. So if this is indeed a way for white to try to hold this, it's not an easy choice. And maybe the other choice is really to play rook d2 and play rook d1 and be greedy, not to give away anything. Rook d2, rook d1 looks somehow more bearable to me. I might be wrong, though.
It does look. I fully agree with you, Arturs. I mean, this...
Rook e1 is played, by the way.
Rook e1 is on the board, targeting the pawn on e7. But one more time, it means that Rinat Jumabayev here, he's making decision to give up the pawn. And I'm just recalling from yesterday, Rinat has played this very tough defense where he was down a pawn. At one moment, he was completely winning. Yeah, let's remind that he was winning. There was a winning opportunity and tactic which he missed. But later, at the end of the game, he was suffering in that queen's endgame because under bare seconds, it was so tough to find a solution. But he managed, and he did play a draw.
I talked with him yesterday. Like, I met him right after the game. He came down. I think you were doing an interview with somebody, or was it already after the show?
It was after the show.
After the show, he came down and we exchanged briefly some words. And I told him that he missed this opportunity to take the piece, and he was quite surprised. And he was like, "Oh my goodness, of course, yeah, could have played King A7, Bishop B7, yeah." But he was very, very positive at all times, and very, very nice person. F6, by the way, is played. This is a decision played very quickly, and I think that Darda expected rook e1 to be played. I would like to add my 2 cents to this position. Maybe it made sense not to grab the pawn and play for the positional trumps. Something like rook d7 and keep the position tense. But it seems that he has made up his mind. He's going to take the pawn on d3 and see what happens. It's reasonable.
And I think we might see in this game the same, or at least mentally similar, what we saw yesterday, where Rinat Jumabayev was trying to defend that position down the pawn. We might see it in a few moments again. But while it's actually Rinat, thinking at this position where to put the bishop, let's take a look at what else is going on, because positions are getting speed up. Players are trying to play faster. Everyone is approaching the 40th move and the time trouble. I see huge developments in the Masters game, as we can see in the top middle board. Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Knight has just jumped to c5. I see rook is on c2. What is going on? I felt that white was putting pressure, but now looking at the black's position, feels like rook is already there, but it's just going to be traded. Meanwhile, in the top right corner, the game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane, I see that the black is pushing the pawns on the queen side, but the knight is such a great piece for white, standing on the d4, getting that pawn on the isolated pawn on d5, just standing there. And what about Aravind and Volodar Murzin? Do we see something new there? I see bishop e7 has just been played, but not so much has been changed. Arturs, where should we go now?
So the Murzin game against Aravind, it's pretty much the same. The players are maneuvering here and there. Not much has been happening. The most things have been happened. That's the game Fedoseev against Wojtaszek, and I think that's the game we're going to go pretty soon, full screen. It seems that Salem Saleh has managed to consolidate his advantage. He's doing really great against Frederick Swane. That's the top right corner. He has managed to recapture the ball, and I centralize that and everything. The other games, Yeah, basically it's just Jacobian against Davara. Nothing really has changed. So let's go to Fedoseev against Wojtaszek. Try to assess the position. Who is pushing? Is the position really balanced as the engine suggests? And what were the last moves?
It looks like knight has just jumped to c1. We see that the rook trade has happened. And I see that as there is isolated pawn on e5, which could be a target potentially in the endgame. Arturs, what do you think about this pawn on e5? Is
it a strength or is it a weakness?
Yes.
I think it's a weakness.
In the endgame especially, right?
It feels like it. It's under attack. It might not be a big deal. By the way, there's another weakness on b6. This is another weakness on e5. Unless there's a way for black to liquidate with some e4, it could work. By the way, here, can I play e4? Play e4, and I noticed some ideas like, let's say you take on c5, bishop takes on c5, the rook is under attack, I take it.
Oh, and you transpose to the knight endgame.
Ah, but there's bishop f takes on e4. No. I thought.
There is knight g3, yeah?
Yeah, but now you take on e4. Yeah, it's just an extra pawn. So I was thinking first you have to include bishop c5, but no, you don't have to include it. So this idea, it doesn't work. And the past couple of moves that we did not see, I think we left it around here. And then we went to the break, and we're discussing how Wojtaszek is going to carry out the knight c5 idea. But the problem is, if he will play knight c5, you need to watch out for knight b4. That's a very annoying move. And the bishop on d6 is under attack, so you cannot do that. What happened was rook d8, knight e2, and f5. A very unexpected move, because I think you would expect that Wojtaszek is trying to hold on, and here he's playing a bit aggressive. And here, the pawn structure changed. Rook c2, king f1, knight c5. Wojtaszek attempted to play very aggressive. The invader was traded away, and this is how they got to this position.
And now we see this simplified. Now we have only one rook per each side, and there is a knight pair and the bishops. We have the dark squared bishop. And this pawn on e5, which can always bring more and more pressure into the position. Looking at the clock, Radoslav Wojtaszek has only 12 minutes, while Vladimir Fedoseev has roughly half an hour. And we see that there are still 8 more moves have to be made, and there is no increment. So till the move 40, there is no increment. The increment will start from the move 41, and the extra time will be added, extra half an hour for each of the players. But it's at this moment what we are liking the most, right? Moment before the time trouble, how players are going to reach the next time control. And I'm a bit scared for black in this position. Are you, Arturs?
Yeah. I think that black is under some pressure. And you mentioned that black has to make 8 moves for 12 minutes, and the position is like a bit unpleasant. Again, the evaluation bar as usual keeps saying everything is all right, but we see the cons of black's position. We see that this pawn is under attack. We see that the pawn on e5 is a target. And by the way, liquidating e4 immediately does not work. There could be knight e4. You know, there could be some aggressive knight e4. Maybe black is like perfectly fine. But it feels that Fedoseev has zero risk here. And maybe that's the moment that Wojtaszek might be regretting. Because he was this moment right now. You remember this? This rook d8, knight e2. He decided to go aggressive. He didn't really have to do this, right? So he could have played maybe f6, king f7, king e6, potentially b5 and rook c8, be solid. But Wojtaszek felt that he can be ambitious. So he played f5, used the fact that knight on g3 is gone, takes, bishop f2, rook c2, he tried to be ambitious, but after king f1, he just didn't have a follow-up. So he played this knight c5, trying to capitalize on the activity, and after rook c1, he was unable to keep the rook on c2, and here the weaknesses are staying. So the pawn in e5 is staying, so it could as well be that this f5 move was simply not necessary. But as they say, everybody is smart after you get it on the board.
Yaroslav might regret now his decisions, but it's time for us to check what the rest of the boards are delivering to us. As I can see, one of the most exciting games in the top right corner, Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane. It looks like there has just been check on c8. I mean, Arturs, let's dive into the game straight away because I see a lot of action there.
Okay. So, why can we safely say that white's position is better? It's a material balance on the board. White has a beautiful knight on d4. Black has an isolated pawn on d5. White controls the only open file. And there's a major weakness on f5. So you calculate these small things together and they give you an answer. White is better. Is it enough? Well, that's a different story because black definitely has some active ideas as well. Black is thinking about b4, trying to create some targets, potentially also knight c4 here, get to the pawn on b2. So we'll see. King g7 might be running into some knight f5 problems. So you would think that king h7 could be a move. But you know, Angelique, I'm looking at this position and I'm starting to be a bit concerned because I'm starting to see some goats. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's say you play king h7, you walk away from knight f5. I could play bishop h3. So I'm thinking g4 is seemingly creating more weaknesses. So I'm hitting the rook on d7. And if you go here, I might give you a check here and somehow find a way to dodge the rook trade with an idea to play bishop d3 and knight f5. And this check is going to be really nasty. So I could easily see here black having some problems. Of course, the bar as usual says it's okay, everything is not a problem. And maybe indeed after bishop h3, there could be g4 and black is sort of all right. But white has ideas here.
There are ideas, and because the pawn is standing on g5 for black, for that reason, definitely the slide squares are very weak. And as well as a pawn on d5 is an isolated one. I mean, there are many ideas for white, but this rook c8 immediately asking questions to Frederick, and 16 minutes for German young grandmasters for 14 more moves to be made. I mean, it's not something you would like to get. And I feel we're going to see similar things like we were witnessing yesterday, because Frederick went so low on the clock that he could barely play a move. I mean, he had to get ready to play a move instantly after a minute in the move 40 because he had simply 2 seconds on the clock. Arturs, will we see again this huge time trouble in this board, or do you think he will be able to stabilize?
A bit too early to tell, I think. This is move 27. It feels it could escalate because black is under some pressure. So some of the decisions are going to be difficult. And this is also the perfect moment for Saleh. Think about how to capitalize on his advantage. We'll see. Like, I'm thinking maybe the action could go at the king side. It could be somehow connected to knight f5. It could be somehow connected to h4. By the way, h4, h takes on g5, knight f5 could be a move. I'm definitely looking at bishop h3. I'm looking at knight f5 check, king g6, and knight e3. Maybe focus on the pawn on d5. Do I want to win the pawn on d5?
That's a question. Do you want to do it? But the one thing which I know for sure is Saleh Salem has struggled in the classical. In the first round, he was not getting a good position. He was playing against Volodar Murzin. Volodar was pushing, but then he found this way to bail out. He saved the draw. Yesterday he had the short draw. Is today he going to use his chance? Because looking at the evaluation, looking at the position, he has a huge pressure on Frederick Swane position. Will it be knight f5? What do you think, Arturs?
I suppose we have to calculate something. So let's put a couple of pieces on the board, a couple of moves on the board. So it's check, king g6, and do I want to do this? It seems like it's pressure.
There is a pin on the rook on b7. You cannot move d4.
Yeah, but there's knight c4. That's what I noticed immediately. So there's a counterattack. And if I take it, you see, Black is all right. So I think we can assume it's not going to work. Like knight f5 check, king g6, no knight e3 because of knight c4, and the knight f5 cannot stay. So no knight f5, at least not immediately.
If not knight f5, then what else? Do you want to bring the other rook to the c file? But I feel if white would do it, then knight c4 will be jumped immediately. Knight c4, by the way, one of the nasty threats in the right position because the pawn on b2 is being unattended right now. So how do you stop that? How do you defend the pawn on b2? Or what else can you do in this position, Arturs? Do you have any idea here?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
I'm
so tough.
trying to find something. Like nothing immediately jumps to my mind. Like I'm thinking maybe I can improve my pieces. Like this rook on d1 could be improved, but where? Like as you said, rook c1 is going to be knight c4. Can I play rook d3, rook f3, something? And maybe it's going to require. Maybe it's like this. Can I do this, by the way? Can I do this? Like, I don't quite believe it, but I just want to put it on the board. Rook d3, here, and rook f3. Can I do this? So I'm somehow seeking some activity at the king side, and if you take the pawn, I was hoping that there's going to be some ridiculous checkmate, like this, and this, and...
Oh.
Yeah, I found
rook
something.
h6.
Yeah, some funny mate, but as you can see, the bar does not agree with my assessment along the way. So it's apparently not king g6, it's king h7, and black is all right, maybe even more than that. So it's not so easy.
And what about some rook c5 ideas, pushing on the b5 pawn? So rook c5 would attack the pawn on b5.
Ah, this pawn. Yeah, by the way, this makes perfect sense. That's a good call. I didn't notice it. I thought the rook on c8 is like going for some attack, but maybe just go for the weakness. There's no b4. Black goes here.
Then you have to calculate. Can you take instantly on b5? Or?
Yeah, and with what? Do you take with the rook, or maybe you take with the knight? So here, rook d4. I think we could see this. This looks very realistic. This pawn is under attack. The pawn on d5 is a weakness. I want to play knight c3. Maybe include h4 as a window for the king, just in case to play king h2 in some lines. And these rooks, they're perfectly positioned. They're not jumping under any attacks because the knights cannot interfere that black has.
We might see this on the board. The pawn on a4 might get a weakness. But it's also sometimes mentally very difficult to put the piece which you just went with it all the way to c8, and then suddenly you have to move it forward. As you were mentioning earlier, Arturs, that you were thinking that rook has to have for some bigger plan, like going for this checkmate, knight f5 idea. So it's not so easy to pick up, especially getting lower in the clock. But I think that Salen knows he has to make a decision, and it should be as soon as possible. While Emirati top grandmaster is thinking, let's take a look what else is going on the other boards. I see that in game of Rinat Jimabayev against Daniel Darda, the knight is all the way on e5.
Oh, he didn't take the pawn.
He didn't go for it.
Oh, that's interesting. So we were following this game, and we are left under the impression that he's going to take the pawn. He did not take the pawn.
Let's dive into the game and see what was played.
So we can go back up a little. So this is the current position. And in the end, Darda did play something I was thinking he might play. I was also unsure if he's going to accept the pawn or not. So we left it, I think it was after rook e1. After rook e1. So here Jimabayev had targeted the pawn on e7. Black played f6. White played bishop d2. Since this bishop now is closed, so it makes sense to give the bishop a new role. And we're thinking, we discussed this position, Angelika. So bishop takes on d3, c takes on d3, rook takes on d3. Bishop b4, rook d7. Maybe not rook d1. White could play rook e6, rook b6. That's why.
Oh, and also rook e1 would be a threat. So it's a pressure in the position now for black. Even though black got this extra pawn.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could still continue with f5, you know.
Play bishop f6. Oh no, bishop is.
No, I want to take the pawn on b2 like I thought at rook e1. I want to take the pawn on b2, but yeah, I mean, this pressure, like after rook e1, rook e7 is very serious. So Darda just realized that he cannot take the pawn. So he played e5, bishop b4, king f7, knight c5 here, bishop d5, protecting the pawn. And this is the current position. So he still keeps the bishop pair. He still has the pawn advantage at the king side. I really like how he plays.
He's playing really well, but for this moment, the bishop on g7 doesn't look like the best piece in the position. So maybe that's the moment which Rinat can try to use and maybe create something. I mean, I see that there are some jumps with knight to d6 with a check. There is knight c5 also in the position. But definitely tough situation for Rinat in this case. Having 15 minutes on the clock as well. Looking at the moves, it's move number 29, so 11 more moves to make. I mean, it's, we can say maybe not such a huge pressure on the clock, but still somewhat uncomfortable to face it. And by the way, any knight jumps, knight e6, knight c5, which can be...
No, I mean, this is something we call it's a nice knight, but it doesn't do anything. So knight e6 check, you always smoke it out. Like you play king e6, maybe even the double rooks. This bishop on c6 does a wonderful job to contain the knight. So these two weaknesses, they are not really weaknesses. Speaking about the bishop on g7, it's going to come to life. Like, it seems like it's a pretty terrible bishop, but it's going to come to life. So black will prep f5. Black will definitely play it at the right moment. Maybe he plays h6 to make this bishop even worse, but f5 is the devil. Let me just put it on the board. Let's say h6, taking white the g5 square. White could make some, I don't know, some rook d1, maybe active move. And I could take it. Do I give up the d file? It's not really clear. Maybe I take it and play f5. So you see, now there's no more check on g5. White can give the check on d6. I play king e6, and I'm missing something? I'm missing some tactics. Oh, yeah, I missed some tactics.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay. Doesn't really mean that black doesn't have to be careful. King e7 walks under some discovered check, and king f7 is rook d7. So you can still lose some things, but I think that this bishop is going to become a monster a couple of moves later. h6, f5, potentially e4. The king goes on e6. So here, one thing is clear. Darda is still having a pretty serious pressure.
Meanwhile, major developments on the rest of the boards. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to check what else has happened. Because, Arturs, I can see in the top right corner, rook c5 was not played. And Saleh went for the rook c1, and then it was knight c4 and rook c2 option. He didn't go for attacking the pawn on b5. Meanwhile, in the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek, it's a top middle board. There has been some major trades of the rooks, only a few pieces on the board left, knights and the bishop. What is on the rest of the boards happening, Arturs? Do you want to jump into some game to assess what is going on?
Yeah, probably I do. I am also looking at the game of Arturs against Murzin. And they've been shuffling the pieces here and there for already quite some time. Move 34. I don't think we are going to see a time scramble here, even though there's no increment until move 41. Black has built up a very solid setup. And the more I'm looking at it, I think that Arvind is out of ideas. Like he's not really finding any ways to improve the position, and that's why I'm thinking maybe he should have tried. He should have tried this idea of bringing the queen to f3, putting the knight on c3, and going for the h3 g4 idea. Somehow, I'm pretty sure he looked at this, and he just realized it's either too slow or it doesn't work. And at the same time, of course, Murzin is also not going to sit quietly in the corner. He's going to do something. So ultimately, I think this game is heading to a logical outcome if nothing dramatic happens. I mean, obviously, the time scramble might make some changes in this position, but I would say that it leads possibly to a peaceful outcome.
But 5 more moves have to be played. 8 minutes for Volodar moves in. I mean, it's not so easy with a such complicated positions with so many pieces on the board to make it. But as you're mentioning, he established the position, he established his defense, but can Aravin try to make it more tricky for Vodar to defend, although it's black's move in this position?
Yeah, I don't see how. I don't see how. Maybe get the knight on c5, the only idea. Like the knight on a3 doesn't do anything. Maybe play knight b1, knight e2, knight c3, knight c5. Try to target the pawn on a5, target the pawn on b7. But I think during this time, black is going to play some c5 idea. He has doubled the rooks here. He's looking at some counterplay at the d file. The bishop on f6 is targeting the pawn. So I would say that white simply doesn't have the time to do all of those things.
But c5 looks like it's going to free the knight b5.
No, I mean, not
option.
immediately,
Of course, not
Yeah,
immediately.
but I think somewhere here, you play knight b1, knight e2, then I play c5. And I think this knight c4 is, or knight b3, knight c5 is simply never going to work. So not much has been happening here. And if I would go back to the position, this is move 35, I'm going to show you how the position looked at move exactly 20 moves ago.
Ooh.
This is how the position looked 20 moves ago. So,
20 years ago position.
yeah, like this was move number 15, and this is move number 35. Yeah, so as you can see, it's a lot of maneuvering here and there, and they're researching some stuff, but not much is happening.
But pawn structure hasn't changed dramatically. Queen b6 is on the board. Other than that, we have still many more games ongoing. Let's overview shortly what on the rest of the boards is happening. Arturs, is there anything special, or do we see any major developments?
There are some developments in the game of Fedosseev against Wojtaszek, top middle board. We might go to that. Also, we haven't followed the game of Navarra against Aram Jacobian.
I see a 4 was played.
Oh, well, yeah. This is something we discussed. So maybe let's very quickly give an update and go full screen of Jacobian against Navarra and try to understand if their median Gromster has any realistic chances to win the game.
Let's go to that game and see what has changed. I see f4 is on the board, has just been played by Armenian Grandmaster. He's trying to break the situation of David on the king side. But so far, David is trying his best to hold the position.
By the way, watch out for bishop g4, bishop e6.
Ooh.
This could be a very nice way to defend the pawn on d5 and try to take control of some squares. So I think that black will have to play knight e7, like stopping this idea so that the pawn on d5 is under attack. Because let's say I'm making some random move. Let's say I'm playing here. Okay, a5 probably, and bishop a2. I go bishop g4. I go bishop e6. And maybe even some... Yeah, I see the bars really high. Some f takes and h4, and there might be problems.
That can get really sharp very quickly, and suddenly the two bishops are working. That's what this position is about, is to make a bishop pair working for white. And I see king g7.
I see here the engine says white is winning. But again, this is some fantasy line. It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. Knight e7 must be played in this position, but David is taking time, still not going for it. By the way, do I see that it's a move 40 in the position?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why Aram has a lot. I was wondering, why does Aram has so much time on the clock and David has only 8 minutes? It's just because he has just played his 40th move and got extra half an hour on the clock. David is going to make the next move as well, and most likely it's going to be knight e7, right, Arturs?
I think so, yeah. So bishop g4 is a pretty dangerous idea to allow. Okay, maybe even g takes a bit 4. Include, yeah, the trade. And I think that white has to accept it. I was briefly considering maybe you can positionally sacrifice the pawn and include bishop g4 right now. No, I think there's no need to complicate stuff. Just take with the pawn, obviously, not the bishop. And then Navarra is going to... wait. He wants to play a5.
He wants to stop bishop g4. But is there bishop d3 putting pressure on the f5 pawn?
There's going to be some pressure. I see the engine doesn't like it. Maybe it likes the knight e7 a bit more. But we can agree on one thing, Angelika, here, that Jacobian is not going to give up easily. He's not going to go for the quick draw, so he's trying to catch up with the tournament leader. He saw earlier that Theodoro was unable to capitalize on the white color against Machun. The game finished in a draw, and this is also an opportunity for him trying to catch the leader, so he is going to keep the game going.
He's going to keep fighting. Meanwhile, other games are still in the time trouble, not reaching move 40. Let's get an overview to those games because we see that B4 has been played in the top right corner. It's a game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane. Frederick is trying to open up the B file to put more pressure on the B2 square. Those are the players who haven't reached the time control yet. And meanwhile, also Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek is a game we haven't followed that much. A lot of trades have been happened. It's the middle top board. And I see that Radoslav has only 3 minutes on the clock.
And 3 moves to make.
Ooh,
So let's go to this game full screen immediately and let's see if he has any problems in this position because here the position is sort of balanced. Black has a problem with the pawn on c5. Bishop f6. He just gave it the pawn. Wait.
As you said, the position is balanced. He's playing bishop f6, targeting the pawn on b2, but leaving the pawn on c5 unattended. Did he think there is no way to defend the pawn, and that's why he went for it? But c4, couldn't he go for c4?
So he played bishop f6, he's counterattacking the pawn on b2, but now the question is, as you're saying, Angelika, why not c4? I think he just didn't like the move knight e2, and the pawn would be under attack, but... Yeah, how do you defend it? Maybe knight d6, but I could play bishop c5. Wait, maybe he had to allow it. He had to allow white to take on d6.
And get to the endgame where he has bishop against the knight.
And the king is getting really active here. This could be a draw, by the way. So king e6, king f5, go for those weak pawns at the king's side, but this was such a tough call for him. He only had several minutes on the clock, and he decided to play bishop f6, and I think now he's simply going to be a down a pawn for no compensation. I mean, this has got to be it. Knight takes on c5, bishop takes on b2, knight takes on a6. Thank you for the pawn. Maybe he wants to play bishop d4, offer the trade, go after these pawns, but who says white has to accept it? I'm pretty sure Fedosev's going to reject it.
Yeah, will we see that? Will we see the take on c5? It looks so tempting and so forcing, getting this a pawn, and then you can continue pushing in the endgame. But Vladimir doesn't have to rush so much at this position because he has 17 minutes on the clock. He can think, he can take his time. It's Radoslav who is in trouble here with only 3 minutes on the clock. He's now also getting down one pawn. Down a time and down a pawn in the position against world number 17 is a tough situation to be in. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you feel the pressure?
This is the best position Fedoseev has got in this game. So he's finally having some realistic chances. So he was pressing for the most of the game. And Wojtaszek decided to counterattack with his f5 and rook c2, a couple of aggressive moves. And I think right now the Polish Grandmaster might be regretting his choices. And now he sees, okay, things are not really so simple. But I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised about the choice. Like, I don't see why he gave up the pawn for just like that. Like, the position is pretty unpleasant, but once again, you play c4, protect the pawn, and after knight e2, you play knight e6. And you want to advance with the king. And if white plays bishop c5, maybe you even start with king f7. You want to advance with the king. Bishop d6, knight takes on c4, bishop c7. I don't think actually it's so bad. I mean, here black plays king g6, king h5, and maybe he just felt that this position is pretty dangerous. Then again, white's going to play b4, a4, b5, create an outside pass pawn. Black could give it up for the bishop. at some point and trade these 2 pawns at the king side with g5, h5, h4. So as you can see, the engine, by the way, also confirms what I'm suspecting is that the position was holdable. Like there was no need to give up the pawn. So it seems that under the pressure here, the Polish grandmaster has made a pretty serious mistake, and he might be realizing it right now.
He might realize it this second. Vladimir is taking his time. He most likely is going to capture those two pawns. But meanwhile, we still have more games under big time pressure. It's one of the game is Aravind against Volodar Murzin. It's in the top left corner. We see that Rook e to d7 has just been played, and Queen f1. I mean, I see that the players are getting lower in the clock. For Volodar, it's only 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane. The b4 hasn't been played, and Saleh cannot decide just yet. As well as Rinat Jimabayev against Daniel Darda has a rook on d4. Arturs, which game should we dive in more? Because all these 3 games are in the big time trouble.
Do we have anyone who is very close to the time trouble?
I see that Volodar has 4 minutes on the
Yeah, but the
clock.
position is like very symmetrical, and I think they had like, which was the move? This was the move. 40, yeah,
Ah, they
Volodar.
just-
Yeah, needs just to make one move. So I'm pretty sure he's going to make it. I'm seeing, by the way, in the bird's eye view is that finally Aravind has played his queen f1. This was the plan. I was suggesting with the bishop at f3. I think he realized you got to go for this g4 push, and otherwise there's just no progress. And Volodar just played knight a2 just to make sure he's getting to the next time scramble. I would like to check a bit closer once again the game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane, because it feels that Saleh could have done more. Like he played a slow move before that you mentioned earlier. He played this, if I'm going to roll back a bit, this is the current position. A couple of moves ago, here, the Emirati grandmaster played rook c1, which makes sense. We're considering rook c5. This was a really nice move. But rook c1, knight c4, rook c2, maybe somehow a bit slow, and black uses the momentum to organize some counterplay at the queen side.
And now suddenly, big question, how can you respond to this move? Because if you take on before, suddenly...
Oh,
there is-
he's winning a pawn.
Oh,
He can win a
okay.
pawn.
Bishop takes on b7, using the pin.
Wait, what? What does the agents say there was something better for black? I mean, this is a great position, just an extra pawn and... Wait,
Very
what?
comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable. So b4, what I'm missing? Rook c4? The knight is under attack.
Oh, you don't have to take the bishop on b7.
Well, is this so clear?
But you can include knight f5. Can you include knight f5 check?
I can.
Here, knight f5.
I can give a check.
And then
And then after king f5, we have some sneak
bishop
moves.
c6. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Bishop c8, and after rook takes on d7, knight d6, and we have some tango here. Like these pawns, they're kind of hanging, but they could be also the material for some unexpected moves. Like we might see something like this, and here, and b3, and some counterplay. So I don't know, like this is not so totally clear, and that's why here. By the way, rook a to c4 and b takes on a3. Look at this. So there was a double exclamation move. We just missed it. Rook a to c4 is played, not the other rook. And here, b takes on a3 is an intermezzo. How about that?
He's not taking the rook. He is sacrificing a piece for a moment. But of course, big problem is that white cannot allow just moving away with the rook, since there's going to be a takes on b2 or a2 going forward for the queen.
I think a takes on b2 mostly. Yeah. So this is a major threat with the b1 promotion. And most likely he has to take on a3. Like b takes on... wait, just a second. B takes on a3. I thought there's rook b1 check. I was like,
There's
whew,
rook c1 for a second.
I thought, okay, white blundered. No, everything is good. But maybe this is how the game is going to continue.
No,
D takes
pawn
on c4?
on c4.
Knight f5 check. Do you need to give it or not? Not really clear. Take it. Rook takes on d4. It feels like it's not enough.
I don't...
We're seeing this on the board, by the way.
This is what is happening right now. D takes c4. Now rook is going to recapture on b1 or including the check on f5. We will see in a moment.
Great defense. Great defense by Svanek here. So he was having this difficult position, and he played very creative defense. Again, this g5 idea, knight c6 idea. Okay, maybe according to an engine, Saleh could have played a bit better, but the young German is finding some very impressive moves.
He's fighting really hard. He's using this learning experience from yesterday in the game where he was so low on the clock, and today he is not anymore. He has 7 minutes. He has a lot of time, and he's fighting all these only moves. I mean, what an incredible defense. 30-second move has just been played, so it means 8 more moves is going to be played.
Wait, this might be actually even a 3-result game, because I'm seeing that black has an outside pass pawn. So let's say you play rook takes on b1, rook takes on d4. This pawn is rolling forward. You have to be a bit careful here. Okay, maybe you can play rook c1 and stop it, and then you want to play e3 and the bishop f1 and collect the pawn, but black feels to be very active here.
Arturs knight f5 has been played. An update from the board. Knight f5, king g6, and rook b1 is what's happening this second. 6 more moves.
I think rook c1 makes sense here.
Rook c1 or rook b4. You
Rook
don't want to
b4,
allow
very
b1,
risky
rook
move.
d1.
Like you are allowing rook c7 and c3. You allow also rook d1, rook c1 moves. I think this pawn has to be stopped. So I would be very surprised to see something else. So bishop c6.
He's on the board, targeting the rook on d7 and attacking the pawn on a4. I think playing something like rook a7 would be very passive. Maybe rook d2 is something what we can see. What do you think about this? Bringing the rook to the second rank and trying to attack the pawns.
Then he wants to play rook c1.
Yeah, he wants to include this bishop.
Still, the game is pretty sharp, and we might be seeing some time scramble here. Okay, here White has 4 minutes and 29 seconds with 5 moves to make. The position is not really that complex, but there might be unexpected tricks here.
Yeah, and while we see that Saleh is taking time, let's quickly take a look at the other games, because we might see some changes, especially knowing that players are in the time trouble in some of the games. One more time, Aram Hakobian against David Navarre in the bottom middle board. They are already reached the time control. We are not going to take a look at that game for a moment, as well as Aravint against Volodar Murzin. They also reached the time control. But what about the rest of the games? What about Rinat's game or Fedoseev? What is happening to Radoslav's position, Arturs? What is going on? Or which game would you...
Yeah, let's check very quickly Jumabav's game against Daniel Dawa, the first screen, and then maybe switch back to the game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Svane, because that's the game that has potentially reaching the time scramble. Might be some drama. Here I'm seeing that Darda no longer has the bishop pair. Okay, whatever happened. He has a pawn majority at the king side. The bar still slightly favors him, but White's position seems to be rock solid. By the way, move 38 by both players made, so this means 2 moves to be played in this position.
Rook d1 is just on the board. We see rook e2, rook e1 immediately, stopping any activity on the first rank. Where will the rook go, or will there be a rook trade? Arturs, what's actually happening if the rooks will be traded? Because we will see the same color bishop endgame, which can be dangerous.
Yeah, but I think that position looks quite drawish, to be honest. Like if you trade the rooks here, then there's no more way to generate more weaknesses. Maybe you could try to get to the pawn on a3, but even this position, a4, b takes, b takes, I cannot imagine here White being in serious trouble, put the king on d3, fortress opportunities. I'm absolutely positive here Darda is going to reject, and that's what he did. He played rook d7. He needs to generate the targets. And by the way, this is what Hakobian, another player of the Challengers tournament, he's missing. He's missing this rook that can generate the targets. And here the threat is to play rook c7. One more move to make for both players.
Will we see the moves in the next moments? We see 2 minutes for Rinat Jumabayev to make one more move, but he has to make sure that the rook is coming to c7 is one of the threats he has to take care of. Will we see rook e2? Will it be something else? I'm just wondering, how can white defend? Is it rook e2? And we see rook e2 on the board. Rinat is getting half an hour, and now it's Daniel's turn.
It's going to be potentially a longer game. So here, black definitely has some pressure. He might be organizing pawn majority like f4, g5, h5, g4 eventually. It makes perfect sense. For the moment, I think you don't want to make this move on move 40 because there's a rule, never ever make big decisions on move 40 because later you cannot fix it. So I think here what Darda is going to do is he's going to make some move which maybe generates some threats but doesn't really make big changes in the structure. So just make, I don't know, rook c7 or maybe play rook d6, probably rook c7, move to the next time control, take some refreshments, and then come back with a new plan.
Arturs, I suggest we take a look at the bird's eye view. We have 4 games which are already in the new time control. It's the only game which is still not reaching move 40. Is a game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Swan. I suggest we dive in straight there and see what is going on, because this is the only game which hasn't reached the move 40. And what do we see? Rook take on c4 has just been played, and feels like rook pawn on a4 is falling.
Might be falling, but black is getting a lot of activity. Notice that this rook on the second rank is generating a lot of activity. There might be a problem though. So black would love to play knight g4 to target the pawn here, but watch out for bishop d7 check. So that's why I think you need to prepare this somehow. You either play rook d2, which by the way deals with some bishop f3 problems. With knight on g4, bishop f3 also could be a problem. So I think that the pawn on a4 is gone. Oh,
I wanted to suggest that what is going to happen in the pawn endgame, because after knight e4, white can trade everything and go to the pawn endgame, but
then you're looking for trouble.
You're losing with white.
No, you cannot take it. Yeah, you cannot take it. I mean, this king is simply marching to the pawn on a3. No. Yeah, I mean, if knight e4 works, then why all the precaution? Just do it immediately.
Move number 37. 3 more moves have to be made. The players have a few minutes on the clock. We see for Saleh Salem, it's almost 4 minutes right now. For Frederick Swan, it's 2 minutes, 23 seconds. Obviously, players are going to make these moves, but still getting so lower in the clock.
Big decision here. So here, big decision. If Saleh wants to be ambitious, he cannot take on e4. He cannot take the knight. If he does it, there's no realistic chances. But then again, black's counterplay looks a bit scary because I might be seeing ideas like, I'm not even talking about the pawn on f2. I'm talking about ideas like g4, knight g5, knight f3, knight h3. Do you even have the time to take the pawn on a4?
And what is he doing? He was just reaching with his... I saw he was reaching for a king. Did he consider playing? No, it was not.
Wait, king. Actually, king could be a move. I mean, king f1, rook takes on f2 check, king e1. The knight on e4 is defenseless. We have an update, by the way. The game of Aram Jacobian against David Navarra seems to be finished, and the result is...
Draw.
Draw, yeah?
It finished in a draw. There has been no success for Aram to try to win that endgame with 2 bishops. There was a very nice defense by Czech Grandmaster, but now let's focus on the only game which is still in the big time trouble now.
Huge decision.
Now Saleh has 2.5 minutes. Will he play king of 1? I mean, he was reaching for a king at one moment. He was almost making this decision, but it is not just there.
King f1 also watch out for the fork on d2. King e2, knight x on c4. The pawn on a3 drops. Are you playing this for the win? Feels quite drawish. Maybe you can try to trap the knight. This is where you have to show your super fast calculation. 3 more moves to make, no increment, 2 minutes. Big decision to make. I think if Salem is not going to find anything, he's simply going to take on e4. But knowing him, he wants to play for more.
He is trying to find a way, but we see bishop a4 has been played, giving up the pawn on f2. Will Frederick take with a rook or with a knight? What is going to happen? I mean, he wins the pawn, he gets the outside passer, but F2 square is under attack.
Rook F2 is going to be Rook takes on E4. It's impossible, so it's got to be Knight takes on F2. After Knight takes on F2, I'm thinking, can I play Rook C2 here, offering a trade, and maybe then try to play the bishop and an outside pass pawn against the knight. So the line could be Knight takes on F2, Rook C2, Knight H3 check, King F1, and the question is, black have to trade. Wait,
Rook E3 could be there, attacking.
Even some bishop d7. Okay, all of this is irrelevant. King e5 is on the board. Here, Svane decided not to take the pawn on f2. It seems like it's a very strong and practical move, and possibly a move that Salem did not expect.
2 more moves to make to reach the time control. Saleh is trying to find the best moves. Now he's up a pawn. He has a bishop against the knight. He will try to push in this game. Will he be able to do it?
We have an update that knight takes on f2 was not possible, a move before, because of bishop c2 check, king f1, king e1, the knight on f2 was dropping, so apparently this was a trap, and the young German avoided it. By the way, move 38, 2 moves. Both players are down on the last 2 minutes.
They are indeed, and we're just following the action.
So difficult here to make a move.
1 minute on the clock for Saleh Salem.
It's very difficult. I think that maybe you play Rook C2 here. Rook C2, Rook E1, check King G2. You're safely making to the next time control, but there might be Rook A1 and the pawn on A3 is dropping. We might be seeing this actually, because if you don't see anything else, you go here. You play 4 more, you keep the pawn on A3 alive, but you got to understand there might be risks.
You have to be careful in this position. You cannot allow too much counterplay, because if you do allow a lot of counterplay, then for sure Black will find some way.
26 seconds, he needs to make 2 more moves here. There's no increment again. I think he's going to play Rook C2 here.
20 seconds for 2 more moves. Okay, he's playing
C7.
Rook C7, but then Rook F2.
Rook F2 is going to be Rook E7, Rook E4. Black loses the piece. The Rook is going to be defenseless. Great move, by the way. Knight X and F2, same idea. Rook E7 check. But maybe Black can play something like F5 and the threat. Winning the pawn on F2 remains. Still possibly a 3-result game here. White is up a pawn, but Black is incredibly active.
18 seconds for Saleh Salem in this position. If Frederick is going to play move faster, he will force Saleh Salem to play fast move F5, and Bishop C2 has been played instantly.
That was his idea. This is a really great plan. Rook takes on F2. Now again is Bishop E4. Knight takes on F2 is Rook E7. White has made it safely to the next time control, and Svane needs to make 1 more move with 1 minute on the clock, but it feels White has made it. He's safe. He kept the pawn, and now Svane has to find a way to keep the balance.
50 seconds for German Grandmaster. We were seeing him reaching for a piece, but he was unsure. He's trying to use every second of his time to play the next move. Will it be King D6? What will he do?
King
He was
D6
reaching for
feels
a king.
very tempting move to attack the Rook on C7. Then maybe you can take the pawn here. King D6. What about some Rook C8? Can you still take the pawn on F2? Here, Svane has to make a big decision.
Huge decision, 20 seconds on the clock for German Grandmaster. He has to make a move. It is only 1 move till the time control. Will he do it?
He's not sure. He makes King D6, and it's good. It's good. He's made it.
Explosive actions at the Biel Chess Festival. The 3rd round of the classical portion is spicing up. We see enormous amount of action. We see there is a big chance for Emirati Grandmaster as for Vladimir Fedoseev. Will they manage to score a point? Find out after a short break. We'll be here just in a bit. Welcome back, dear viewers, to the 58th International Biel Chess Festival, which is happening here in Biel, Vienna, beautiful city in Switzerland. We are currently in the Congress Hall, as you can see, where the action is taking place. The 58th edition of the International Biel Chess Festival is here, and we are following the action of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon, which is covering all the disciplines. It's a rapid, it's a blitz, it's a classical, and also chess 960. Your host for today and for all the tournament is myself, Angelika Valkova, and I'm so happy to be joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. We have seen so many nice moves today. We have seen already a couple of results, but Arturs, more to come. Are we expecting to see some decisive results today?
No.
No?
I'm kidding, of course we are going to get more exciting action here because the second time control has officially reached, and we saw potentially some small drama, time scramble in the game, Select Salem against Frederick Svane, where the Emirati Grandmaster is currently up a pawn, but the position somehow remains level. And here you can see very nice overview of both tournaments, Masters and Challengers. So the game we just talked about, that's on the top right corner here. White has some small pressure after rook c8. The bar says white is slightly better, but as they say, a pawn is a pawn. And then we have Fedoseev still enjoying his extra pawn against the Polish Grandmaster, Radoslav Wojtaszek.
And also on the bottom right corner, the game of Rinat Jmabaev, Kazakh Grandmaster, against Daniel Darda, a Belgium champion. And there, a Belgian champion trying to squeeze something because earlier he used to have a bishop pair, but now there is a pressure on the c file against the c2 pawn, and that's why we see Daniel is still trying, but Rinat is defending so well. So all the players reached the time control. Arturs, it's your call. Which game are we going to follow?
So maybe we could go back to the game that we were following before the time scramble. And that's the game in question, Select Salem against Frederick Svane, because we see white has an extra pawn, and for the Emirati Grandmaster, he had to make a couple of difficult moves, difficult decisions in the time scramble, because I felt, to be honest, at some point that black is so active, might be even a 3-result game. Now it's getting pretty clear that if somebody is pressing here, it's only white. And also, by the way, notice black cannot take the pawn on f2. Why? Because if you here play rook takes on f2, there's going to be bishop takes on e4, the rook at f2 loses support, and knight takes on f2. I have a feeling it also does not work because of king f1, rook d2, king d1, and here you see that's a double attack, and again knight e4 is met by bishop takes d4.
That's a cute fork, and that resembles how important king is in the endgame. Arturs, I heard the king in the endgame worth 4 points or 4.5 points, so almost like a rook.
Where do you hear that?
I cannot say, but I think it was Magnus who was saying something like this in one of the videos.
He is worth 4.5.
Yes, that in some of the positions it can be worth more than the queen, and I think that was one of those positions.
That's the first time I'm hearing it, like a very interesting thought. Yeah, it's not like you can get a position without a king. But
of course you cannot.
but okay, yeah. So, all right, very interesting thought. But I mean, obviously, the king is very important when you get close to the end games. The king's activity is dramatically increased. That's the problem for white. The king on g1 at the moment is not doing much, but a pawn is a pawn.
Indeed it is, and it's also outside passer, which is making position more and more dangerous. I'm wondering, Arturs, can Frederick try in some way? For example, playing something like king d7, targeting the rook, and after rook moves, to play rook d2. So,
I'm going to go here.
You will go here, and there is no rook d2. Because I wanted to play rook d2 and then to take on f2, but...
Which you cannot do immediately because there's going to be a rude awakening. Either with bishop takes on e4 or rook d8 check immediately, and that's it. So, first thing I'm thinking from the black's perspective. How do I win the pawn? Do I win the pawn on f2? or do I recollect the pawn on a3? So do I play rook e1 check, rook a1, which feels to be a pretty reasonable idea, or I improve on the idea to take on f2? To be honest, I have a feeling that the pawn on f2 is going to hold. Like we just checked, rook d2 doesn't work, rook f2 knight f2 doesn't work, so it's got to be this.
I have a question. Rook e1, king g2, and rook e2.
Like this. Well, then I could take on e4.
And go in the rook endgame.
Maybe remove from the pin. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not very good at endgames. But I was thinking like this. I wanted to go for this position.
And then e3.
Yeah, that's a very good move. Yeah, I see you. You know your endgames. So e3
right.
and king e5 and rook h6 and king e4. Black is getting very active. So yeah, this is a very good defense.
But also h2 pawn was hanging, or it's not so good to take on after e3 fc.
I didn't even see that. Okay, like there are definitely ideas,
right, yes.
but black is the one who is trying to hold on. I think this rook e1, rook e2 is a pretty reasonable idea, even though the engine didn't quite like it. Maybe because of this move. But then there's king d7, and you cannot keep the rook at the e file. Maybe just a4. e3, and go here. And I go here. It feels quite drawish. So what I'm missing here?
Maybe rook h8. And then check.
And then king f3.
King f3, yes.
That's the idea. That's a good call. Yep.
So e3 is not really such a big threat, apparently.
Apparently not. Yeah, that's a great point. So rook e1, rook e2, at least with the idea to play f takes on e4, doesn't work. I'm also seeing there might be knight e2 idea with rook e1, knight f3. Like this is something I would want to check, but I'm dropping the pawn on f5. My idea was I just want to show it on the board. I want to somehow go for the mate. Yeah, like some ideas with the knight at f3, rook e1, rook g1. But yeah, the pawn on f5 is hanging, so it's not going to work. Not an easy move here for Svane to make, and that's why he's thinking, and he has spent quite a bit of time. And this is also, by the way, Angelika, one of those moments when you are quite happy. About what? That this is move 41.
That you survived.
You
till
survived.
move
Imagine this.
41.
Here you have to make a decision on move 40. It's very difficult. You know, it's somehow amazing how sometimes you have to make this very huge decision on move 40 or 41. Major difference.
Yeah, enormous decisions and big task now for the German Grandmaster. And while he is taking his time to try to find some counterplay, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see what else is going on the remaining two games. As we see, we have first three results, first three draws. It's a game of Aravind against Vladimir Murzin. It's a game of Nicolas Theodore against Machun, and the game of Aram Hakobian against David Navarra. But we still have three more games ongoing. And besides this game of Saleh Salem, Arturs, what can we see? I mean, Vladimir Fedoseev is pushing, is pressing. There is an outside passer as well as in this game we just seen. The A pawn getting really dangerous. How can Radoslav stop the pawn?
I think that he wants to trade the kingside pawns. This is one of the textbook defenses. So he would want to eliminate those kingside pawns. We're talking about here Wojtaszek's chances. So I'm thinking I could play g5, h5, g4, trade these pawns, and then give up the bishop for the remaining pawn and reach a theoretical drawn position. And that's why I think also Fedoseev is going to try to stop it. We are, of course, well aware of the relation bar. And it says like +2, and this means that white is winning. White should be normally winning, and also the idea of a g5, h5, g4 is going to be pretty difficult to accomplish. Knight c6, this is a really great move, because there's one thing I very clearly remember, Angelika, from studying Dvoretsky's Endgame manual, which is like a Bible for most of the chess practitioners. If you want to get better, you study the endgames, etc. And this famous book, composed by, or not composed, but maybe gathered information together by Mark Dvoretsky, he identified a couple of rules, which is, if you are the stronger side, like the stronger side, I mean you are the one who's having an extra pawn, you want to trade the pieces. Why? Because you are getting closer to the endgame. If you are the weaker side, which here in this position is Radoslav Wojtaszek, you want to trade the pawns. And also the logic is very obvious. You remove the king's pawns, you give up the knight for the remaining queen's pawn, and you reach a theoretical drawn endgame, even though your opponent has an extra piece.
And this position, there is an extra pawn on the a file. It's going to be really, really tough defense for Radoslav, but he will be trying. He will still use all the chances because the material is limited in this position. And the more pieces you trade, the more chances you get. And now 96 has been played. What is an idea?
Just to avoid trades. I think
avoid.
He wanted to avoid, and also we could maybe this is the kind of position where obviously there's some very concrete calculations, but very often when you get there, and let's say I'm going to talk from the white's perspective and black's perspective, you clearly identify the rules. What do I want to do, and what do I don't want to do? So what Fedoseev wants? Fedoseev wants to eliminate the knights. Why? Because the position simplifies and the a pawn is going to roll forward faster. What does he not want to do? I think he does not want to trade the bishop for the knight. Why? Because if he trades the bishop for the knight, which would strictly fall into category of simplifying the position, his kingside pawns are going to become more vulnerable. Because again, if he does this, he takes on d6, black's going to take with the bishop, activate the king, give up the bishop for the outside pass pawn, and most likely liquidate into a draw. So this is what Fedoseev wants or does not want to do. And of course, he does not want any pawn trades, no trades. At the same time, what Wojtaszek wants, he wants to trade those kingside pawns as quickly as possible. He potentially might want to trade the knight for white's bishop, but mostly just, keep the game going and avoid the knight trade. Knight versus knight, absolutely no for black.
Now this knight on c6 is targeting those two major squares on a5 and a7, which pawn is going to march forward. Can we see a4 already here, or does Vladimir has still to prepare it because there might be some king d5 or king d7 targeting the knight?
You mean a4 here?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks okay. It looks like a very nice move. The pawn is getting closer to the promised land, which is here. And there might be ideas like knight e4, knight b5, getting exactly what you want, like getting the knight trade, but which is pretty well hidden. And then after king d5, maybe knight b4 check, or knight b4 check, king goes here, and knight a6 maybe should be somehow making a progress here. The a pawn is going forward.
The a pawn is going straight, and trading the knight for a bishop will not be so easy. So Radoslav Wojtaszek is struggling in this game. Meanwhile, we still have one of the games we haven't covered that much. Let's get the bird's eye viewer and see what is happening in the board of the Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda. It's in the bottom right corner. I see there is a bishop g5 is played, and Belgium #1 is trying, he's pushing. What can we say, Arturs? But I see g4 instantly was played, trying to trade as many pawns as possible.
Yeah, this small bishop g5, Angelika, I think that Darda is hoping for bishop c1, rook a6. So he has identified the target.
Let's go to the game of Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda, yes.
Yeah. Here, bishop c1, rook a6 is the big idea, and Darda, as you correctly said, is simply looking for ways to trade off the pieces. So, here, black faces quite a bit of question, because I'm also noticing I could play f4 and bishop e7. I could go for a rook endgame because now I have a very strong passed pawn. Maybe it's a great idea. Another idea is I could still play bishop c1, allow the trade, and if white takes it twice, now my king is very active. But it probably strictly falls in the category that it allows white to simplify the position. So I think that I would look at this from the black's perspective, and I would say that I don't want to do this. Like, I think I would, just based on gut instinct, I would want to do this because even if I play rook a6, even if I win the pawn, we're entering a rook endgame. You have your extra pawn in the center, but I'm at activate my rook. My king, you still have the double pawn, so it might not be enough. So I'm thinking that Darda is going to play 4 here.
But Arturs, looking at this position, I'm just wondering, black has this doubled pawns on the queen side, and white has 3 pawns against those 2, so to say, weak pawns. How comes that position is still better for black? I mean, it's very controversial. Of course, I see the powerful pawns on the king side, but it feels like black's pawns on the queen side are so much weaker.
Yeah, but they're not going anywhere. That's the point. So these 3 pawns, they are blocked by these double pawns. So if you could move them forward, then things would be different. But if white does this, he simply trades one weakness and creates a lot of weaknesses himself. So yeah, I think actually this is the moment where maybe white would prefer having not the pawn on b5 but on a6. Because then those pawns might be rolling forward faster. That's why it's very tricky that sometimes these double pawns seem to be like a weakness, but they are not really. Rook c7?
Apparently not the most precise move. Should Daniel not allow this trade on f5? Maybe now take on f5 is one of the most critical ways how white can go.
Yeah, but why? Just a second. Why did he not play f4? And bishop e7? And with the idea that you remove the bishop, then rook c3 becomes a very strong idea. Why not here?
Going into rook endgame with such a strong pawn.
Yeah, and that's a target. This is a strong pass pawn. He must have seen something here. But I would have thought that the 4 bishop, maybe he didn't like that white plays. What can white even play? Like bishop e7, it hits the pawn.
Maybe rook d2.
Rook d2, I go here.
Trade and rook d5.
Ah, that's why. Takes, rook d5.
But now rook c3, rook c2 comes with 2 checks.
Maybe he just saw this endgame and he was not sure if it's winning.
But
Like here somewhere.
you take pawn with a check even.
And I go
King f1.
here. King, but it feels very close. Like no, I mean, it just feels really great. Like king is disconnected. This is a strong pass pawn. Maybe king f5, king g5, king h4 could be a move. I would have thought you gotta play f4 here. Maybe he has something better in his mind. We'll see.
Rook c7 was just played. Is this the moment where Rinat can stabilize the position by trading all the pawns on f5, or what do you think?
At least
should
one.
be? At least one.
At least one. I think at least g takes to f5. I think you just get less pawns on the board and see what happens. I'm not really sure if you have to do it twice, because if you play e takes in f5, king takes in f5, black is getting pretty active with some e4 ideas, and it feels like an extra pawn for black. So probably you just take it once, and maybe rook g2, h4, rook g6, see some counterplay here. By the way, this looks pretty reasonable to me.
Oh, the rook is coming into the game. While we're talking, the move has been played. It's not take on f5, but it's bishop a5 first, using the opportunity to intermezza and ask the rook, where will it go?
Ah, this is why he played. Darda played rook c7 to play rook f7 to threaten f takes on e4, or f takes on g4. This is why he does it.
So he wanted to provoke this rook a5, bishop a5, and now rook goes to f7, but now you still can take on f5.
So now you have to take it. And what about I just target the pawn on. No? No. Oh, I missed something. Check, check, check. Here. I blundered a piece.
Oi.
Oi! That's indeed,
Oops.
yeah.
Oi. That's indeed oi.
That's an oi moment right here. Okay, yeah, I thought there's rook e3. There's no rook e3. Yeah, so there's some tricks. Rook f7. Now we understand what Darda wants, although the engine says f4. That I was correct.
Yeah, that was the best move to play. And after rook f7, I think the trades can happen on f5. And maybe then if even black gets this e-file, e-passer, it's still maybe taking second time.
Maybe take it here, yeah.
Rook takes, right?
Or king takes.
takes.
I think king takes. You want to have an active king, and so that there might be 4 ideas. And maybe now you play bishop c3.
And now you target the e5 pawn.
And black goes here, and here.
It's not easy. It's not easy defense for white at all.
Very unpleasant still. Yeah, still very unpleasant. I think that Darda missed an opportunity here, but obviously the game continues.
The game goes on. Meanwhile, we still have 2 other games happening here at the GMT tournaments. We see that Vladimir Fedoseev is still pushing. He pushed the pawn all the way to a4 against Radoslav Wojciech. He's pushing for a win. And what a turnaround in the game of Saleh Salem against Frederick Swane. What has just happened? He allowed
We
the
saw this line.
trade.
We saw this line.
He allowed the trade.
I mean, Angelika, you are the one who said that here you play rook h8. Rook h8, e3, rook h6, king e5, king f3. This is your line. Rook takes on f2, king takes on e3, and we stopped it here.
2 extra pawns for white.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he just miscalculated something here. King g4, king f5. And no, but this feels very, very, very winnable, if I may say so. There's got to be a technical win. Big miss by Frederick. So what happened? What were the last moves?
Rook h8 was, by the way, on the board. So we left it here. So he went for this idea of rook e1, rook e2, but we were discussing it. It's not working so well due to bishop takes e4 going into the rook endgame.
Oh, that's a big miss. So let's maybe check. And rook h8, by the way, is played immediately by Salem. He had figured it out. So what was the correct move? I'm going to switch on the engine and check what black was supposed to do. So one of the moves is rook e1 check, king g2, rook a1. We briefly discussed this, like going after the pawn. But then white plays a4, rook a2, h3, and white just plays with an extra pawn.
Yeah, just trying. But definitely here,
Yeah, but this is not very clear, is it?
it's not so clear at all. I mean, it's completely different to the position what we see on the board now.
And the engine's top choice is king e5. Yeah, but come on. Yeah, I mean, this literally makes no sense. Because if we go back, this was the position in the time scramble. So Swane played a5, bishop c2. So he played king d6, 40th move. And after rook c8, you have to understand that king e5 go back, and you have no threats. Like, this is not how human mind operates. Like, you don't play king e5, like, what are you doing? Okay, you're centralizing the king, but there's no, again, rook takes an f2 because of bishop e4. There's no knight takes an f2 because of rook e8 check. So king e5 was strictly the best move here, and white apparently cannot make progress. The best, according to the engine, is g4.
But it's also not so easy.
Yeah, but this line still continues. Knight e6, and it's just balanced.
And there is no rook e8 check? Oof.
Maybe rook c7, and the only move, rook c1, by the way, which keeps the game alive. And white, again, keeps pressing. No, actually, here the engine is pretty low-level engine. So I think that Swane made the real mistake of move 40. So this is the current position. King e5 is played. He's giving up a second pawn.
And look at this. He's trying to make a move, but he was not sure. He was even holding the king for a second. He was completely unsure what to play. And
no, but now it's just 2 extra pawns. Yeah, you just take with h6, and e3 is going to be king of 3. Maybe the final trick here is after rook takes on h6, play rook a2. So rook takes on h6, play rook a2 here. Threaten with this, and threaten with this.
And the move has been played. Rook takes on h6 is on the board. Let's follow what the players will play here. Now, Frederick has only 8 minutes on the clock. He has to try to figure it out. He'll try to defend. Yesterday, he had a super tough positions due to the time trouble against Aravind, and he got into this defensive mode. He had to continue defend the position where he was down a queen, but it's going to be another tough defense. Which
I think he made a big mistake, Angelika, on move 40. I'm going back here. So even though the ancient doesn't really acknowledge it here, he played his king d6, and if according to an engine after rook c you have to play king e5, so it's just the wrong plan. So here he was down in the last seconds, and he could have played rook e1 check, king g2, and now he could have played rook e2. The same idea. So this unfortunate king d6 changed everything. So he simply didn't have any time to figure it out. And after bishop takes on e4, f takes on e4, you see white is not attacking the pawn on h6. So this is completely different.
this is a different story because there is no check to the king after the rook will take on h6. What a miss by the German grandmaster. We see here after yesterday's loss, one more loss may income. I mean, what a heartbreak. I mean, I feel it so much for Svane. I mean, he had such a huge chance yesterday. Remember that, Arturs, there was this beautiful bishop h6. There has been beautiful tactics and sacrifice, and he might have brought a huge victory, and then he blunders. And then he blunders again in the time trouble, and he loses the game. And today we see the same. Move 40, another mistake.
That's how tough is this tournament. Yeah, there's no easy games, and also for Salek, it's going to be a really great possibility to make a comeback. And of course, obviously, the game continues, and maybe Frederick is going to find a way to save the game. Doesn't really seem to be very likely at this point, and both of the players already should be on the same page. But at least it's going to be experience. Like, he's still very young, super talented, and definitely going for 2700. So making waves in Germany, of course. In Germany right now we have Vincent Keimer, and I think the next big name that is approaching is Frederick Svane. Obviously,
Or Rasmus Svane's brothers, yeah?
Brothers, yeah. Obviously, he's one of the brothers. I mean, Grandmaster brothers, we don't have so many of them in the world. Rasmus Svane, he's older brother, I think. I think he's older.
I'm not sure. Yes, I think he's older.
I think Rasmus is older, yeah.
We have other brothers like Van Forest, Lucas and Jordan Van Forest. Who else do we have brothers?
Oh, there's many.
Many.
Yeah, there were some Cuban grandmasters, and I think there were even 3 of them.
Oh, 3.
I think so. Like, maybe they're not really related, but there's definitely more than one.
But the most popular are definitely the 3 sisters Polgar. So that's for sure what we have. But action is continuing. Let's hope. Let's maybe before for one more move from Frederick. It feels like he is going to play the move, and yeah, we're also getting information. Of course, there is only one sibling duo where there is only where there is sister and brother, both grandmaster, and those are Ramesh Babu family, Pragnananda and Vaishali, who were here in Biel last year. We had Prag participating in the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters, and Vaishali was actually doing amazingly well in the challengers. I mean, she started with 3 wins, if I'm not mistaken. She was beating all the players.
Yeah, she was playing fantastic. I remember this. Yeah, it's nice that you brought this up. Yeah, indeed. So they were here in Biel. Yeah. So, yeah, the game continues. It doesn't really look good for Frederick here. He also is down in the last 4 minutes.
4 minutes on the clock right now. He was about to play a move, but he didn't yet play. So I suggest we go to another game at this moment and see what else is going on. Because the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek, I mean, Radoslav is trying to trade the pawns on g4. He's pushing for h5. Arturs, what do you think of it?
Bishop takes on d6. I mean, okay, here Wojtaszek is going for the plan that I mentioned, that he wants to trade those pawns. And The one thing I said is that definitely White doesn't want to trade the bishop for the knight. And now we're seeing something else. And this could be some kind of an exception. And the exception could be that because of the pawns on g5 and h5, black is not in time to play g4. Now this king is shouldering the black king, so g4 is never gonna happen. And these pawns make easy targets. So I think right now for Wojciech, the only chance is perhaps find a way to push g4, play king c5, take the pawn on a4, and pray that he can give up the bishop for the g pawn. But we already have a small spoiler, which is called the evaluation bar, which says it's not working.
It's not gonna happen, but that's the only try he can go for. That's the only thing he can hope for in this position. But looking at it, I mean, and also we might have at the end of the and at the end of the game, we might have a position with a pawn, with either A or H pawn, but there will be a knight, and that's a huge difference, right? Because with a knight, the H or A pawn are moving forward. And we see your suggestion, king coming to C5 and G4.
Here we go. Yeah, I think we might see this. If White plays king f5, by the way, see, bar immediately dropped. I'm going to play, wait, what? G4? It's a mistake?
Maybe bishop f4 has to be played first?
You can you play bishop f4? Maybe bishop d8 actually, because if you play bishop f4, I was thinking h4.
No, it's not working.
Yeah, the bishop is unfortunate, so maybe bishop d8 is better. But what I'm surprised is that g4 is not working. So takes, here. But the bishop
maybe
is
the
not
pawn
going
is
to be in
too
time.
fast, and there is no e5 square.
Yeah, you're never going to win the pawn because I'm going to roll forward. You take the knight, and one bishop cannot take care of two passed pawns on the king side and queen side.
It's not working. The bishop cannot get away. And knight d4, apparently the only move which was holding. By the way, Arturs, can we prove it? Was it the only move which was holding an advantage, or was there anything else?
Oh, he
There's
resigns.
resignation.
Already resigns?
Knight is jumping to e6 is something. What has been a threat? In this position, we have a huge result. Vladimir Fedoseev is getting into the leaderboards in the Masters tournament, winning this beautiful game against Radoslav Wojciech.
This is really surprising because I thought there's definitely some chances. Like at the final position, you were still looking for the moment to play g4, give up the bishop for the pawn and collect the pawn on a4, but apparently Wojciech was having too much. Yeah, like that's it. So here, after knight d4, there was the resignation on the board, and indeed, according to the engine, it's winning, but I thought it still made sense, like playing g4, takes, h takes, king goes b4, you eliminate the pawn, and after g5, here, but there's a fork. You cannot do that. That's why.
Oh my God, there is a fork at the end of the line. What a pity for Radoslav. I mean, he was so close, but unfortunately not close enough. I mean, we have this nice result, and hopefully we'll get very soon in the studio Vladimir Fedoseev. And now let's move on to Frederick Smane, who has just played this move. He's trying to fight against Saleh Salem, but wait a second, by the way, there are 3 against 2 pawns, but 2 pawns are being separated.
So this is the current position. We did not see the moves played. Rook h6, rook a2, threatening e3, threatening rook takes on a3. This is the only move, very important move, because here the point is e3 is going to be rook e8 check, and the king has to move, and the pawn on e3 is dropping. So rook takes on a3 was played. The king wants to go to f5, and probably 2 pawns against 3. They could be a draw, and again, the only move, rook f8, disconnecting the king and threatening to play g4 and rook f5. And this prompted the young German to play g4. By the way, only 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock.
What a sharp play by top Emirati Grandmaster, finding the only way, rook f8, cutting the king away, and now there is a pawn on g4. I mean, theoretically, if there was a pawn not on e4, but let's say on f5, would it be a draw? If the pawn was not on e4, but on f5, let's say.
I think so, yeah. 2 pawns at the king side, 2 pawns against 3. Normally it's a draw. By the way, it's already very impressive that Svane found this. Like, he is fighting until the very end. And now after playing g4, the pawn on g4 is an easy target. So the big question here, I think what we're having, can you play rook f4? Danger says
And
no,
the
by the way.
answer says no, yeah.
But why? So I suppose I go here, takes, and e3. That's why. And you cannot play here
Because e2.
because of e2, and I could go here, and at least I can put a knight on the board. Like, if I'm running like completely out of ideas, I can under promote to a knight, and then somehow, hopefully, I can hold it. But wait, where's the win?
If rook f4 is not working, then what can white do?
Is it h3?
I mean, that would be h3 getting the g pawn as a passer.
Wait, but then this is not so clear. No, I don't buy this. Like, I don't buy this. This is such an easy victory. I thought that the pawn on g4 is going to fall somehow, and what
We
wins.
have h3 on the board, or was it h4, which was played? He played h3.
h3, king takes on h3. This is still a game. Like, I think it's still a chance here for Frederick to save the game, because he could play rook a7, rook h7. I see the bar, but I've seen too many of these rook endgames. I would have thought there is a way for white to keep the 2-pawn advantage. No, but here you see the king is cut off. Maybe king h4, g4, slowly this pawn is marching forward, like rook goes here, g4, king h4, king g3, white is making a progress, but there might be practical chances still.
There is no e3 move because there will be always check from the e8 with the rook. So definitely no way. So black cannot go e3, but what else can black do in this position? The king is cut off.
You want to trade the e-pawn, yeah?
But it's not working.
But it's not working. There's going to be a check, and I don't think you want to disconnect your king even further just to play e3. So what do you do?
Do you play king d4? But then you are moving further away from the pawns.
Angelica, who played this? I tried to recall. There was a very once famous endgame where exactly this position, there was a king on g1, and black's only way to make a draw was rook f3. Who was
Rook
this?
f3 and then
It was a
king is
very
coming
famous
back.
game a couple of years ago. I don't remember. Who was it? Do you know?
I don't remember for sure, but what I know for sure that we are going on a very short break right now. We will have Vladimir Fedoseev here in the studio with us, breaking down his game, and we'll see you right in a few moments. Stay tuned for more in Biel. And we're back at the Biel Chess Festival with the current leader of the Masters tournament after a victory against Radoslav Wojtaszek, Vladimir Fedoseev, the top seed of the event. Congratulations on the victory. How do you feel after this?
Yeah, it always feels amazing once you are able to win some games
I'm sorry, can you put a bit closer?
in classical format. Yes, today I didn't expect it to achieve any chances after opening. I would be honest, as you can see now on the board is a critical moment in this game, and here I already got something in my opinion, and he had a difficult choice between going to direct approach, what he did in the game, and play e4, and the other option was simply to go knight d4, bishop d4, e takes d4, and for example f4, and it's unpleasant endgame for black, but it's pretty much in defendable zone in my opinion. But he decided to go for e4, and then probably his last mistake in the game was like this recapture, I believe, practically wise.
Separating the pawns.
Yeah, because now what he should have done is to enter this direct line. Exchange, knight d3, we discussed it with him after the game, knight d4. I'm supposed to capture those two pawns, and here he plays something like g5, and it's a big chance it's just a drawish ending, and I can't pose big problems here, even if I play something like a4 or whatever. I don't think I actually would be able to win this game.
Is he in time for knight g1 or?
Yeah, now probably he is, but after knight c5 he already need to play like king d8 first. Yeah, and then it's very, very hard to say if I am able with a5. Maybe king c8 is a better move, because king c7, b4, and goes to b5, b6, b7. And yeah, big chances black is just in time to get back and somehow save the game.
But he was getting very low on the clock. It was towards
Yeah,
40.
I pushed as much as I could, and by this moment he probably had something like 5 or 6 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game, so it's not much to decide between b takes c5 and bishop c5. And also, like after knight b3, I think to pose more problems for myself, he should have played with pawn on a6, not go this bishop f6. After bishop f6, knight c5, bishop b2, knight a6, I believe conversion is just a matter of a time. It's very, very hard for white to spoil such advantage, and yeah, we didn't found any idea how to create counterplay for black against this strong position with the passed a pawn and ideas to push on king side as well. So it's probably completely lost already.
Yeah, it was a very nice conversion from you, Vladimir. You have already been at Biel. You are playing in the Masters Open tournament one of the years, but now you're at the Grandmaster Triathlon. How does it feel to be here?
Yeah, it's very challenging, first of all, because we playing here just all our games, like all top games of chess we can enjoy. We playing in all formats already. Fish, random, and rapid passed, and it feels better and better day by day, knowing that the rest of the tournament we will play on the classical chess and blitz. Yeah, day by day it feels better and better.
Are you looking? Are you looking forward to blitz or more to qualifying for the final part of the classical?
Yeah, first of all, goal is to qualify for the last 3 games, and the other goal is to be ahead of all other players. Yeah, it's our usual thing, and yeah, I believe Just now I'm tying with Aravind, and the rest of the tournament, I believe he will be my biggest competitor after this game. Yeah.
Tomorrow, the round number 4, so lots of time to prepare you have now. Wish you best of luck for tomorrow and maybe see you for that interview, Vladimir.
Thank you, Angelica. I will try to come back.
Thank you so much. Meanwhile, we still have a lot of action at the board of Frederick Svane. Arturs, take it from here.
All right, let's continue with the action. Here we have 2 more games, and by the way, Frederick Svane is in a big-time scramble. 30 seconds on the clock versus Alexa Lems, 20 minutes. Technically winning position for the Emirati Grandmaster. Here we can see the young German not feeling particularly happy about his position, and also Saleh is not rushing with his decisions. Technically winning position here, King G6. Here, the Emirati Grandmaster found the correct move, and the G-pawn inevitably is going forward, and Black's chances are decreasing by the second.
And look at this, 23 seconds on the clock, and his body language. I mean, he's trying to find the move, but he cannot. He sees that there is no option, there is no E3, there will be rook E8. How to stop these pawns from promoting? Is there still the last chance?
E3 is rook F5. Unfortunately, it does not work. This will be worth a shot, but you cannot play E3. King D6, so maybe he is hoping for this E3 idea. G5, King E7, and I don't know, maybe rook F7, but the G-pawn is eventually moving forward.
Arturs, will we see another heartbreak of Frederick Svane following his yesterday game against Aravind? Will Saleh Salem win again against?
Looks like it, yeah. It seems that White has figured everything out. He has plenty of time. The bar confirms G5 is played, so the only chance here for Black is, I think, to find the right moment to play E3. Again, E3 does not work because of rook F6 check and the pawn falls, so he's got to try to play King E7, rook F7, and something like King E8, and hope that White is going to miss something.
11 seconds for Frederick. He has to try. Still, last try. He has to go for it. King E7. Will he do it?
The body language of Saleh spells everything. He is absolutely sure. He has figured it out. I think King G7 here is a pretty clean move. So King G7, again, E3. Here again, rook F6 check. No need to take on E3. And again, Black's idea doesn't work. So it's a good idea, of course, for White to double check all the lines. Maybe first give a check, rook F6, and then play King G7. It's winning.
It is winning. The pawn is getting promoted further and further, and the king of the black is cut off by the rook on F8. There are seemingly no chance, but Frederick is still trying. We see he's using all of his time, but Saleh meanwhile has 90 minutes on the clock. He can use all the time in order to find the best option. But yeah, looks like the pawn is going to promote like King G7, G6, and you're just marching forward while Black cannot do much. Can he?
Yeah, and there's no ideas, indeed. But again, this is a good moment to revisit your calculations because I don't think you want to make a mistake at the last critical moment. So the only trap I can think of here that, okay, rook F6 is played, by the way. The only trap I can think of, instead of rook F6, if White would play King G7, E3, and take on E3. So here, after rook takes on F8, king takes on F8, king F5. Maybe I can somehow escape here, but by the way, even here, this is winning because of king E7, king takes on G5, and probably king E6, E4, E5, and this is winning. But even this is not working. So rook F6, king E5, king G7 should be good enough.
There is no E3 any longer. Rook is defended on the F6 square. The pawn is marching forward. And yeah, we see the emotions on the board. We see Frederick is holding his head. He's holding also the pen, and he cannot believe that he allowed this endgame.
But it is more or less a clean victory by Saleh. He was right after the opening slightly worse according to an engine. He played this brilliant idea, knight h4. Svane made a mistake. He got in a worse position. Then when things got to the time control, close to the second time control, he was fighting back. He found some very impressive moves, but unfortunately this fateful move 40, this king d6, rook c8, that made his task really difficult, and then when he got extra half an hour on the clock, he did not find the only move pretty much keeping him in the game, reverting with a mistake, going back with the king on e5, and he immediately made a huge mistake.
He got into this rook endgame where it was already not possible to save. It was 2 pawns against 3, but unfortunately the pawns were separated. So now we see that g pawn is marching, and we see a handshake, and Saleh wins this game. What a heartbreak for German Grandmaster.
And what a fantastic victory for Saleh Salem. And I think this is also the break that he was looking for. And here you see the players are discussing whatever happened in the game. Usually this is also the moment when they want to revisit what happened in the game, even though you are technically not allowed to talk over the board. Maybe there's some other games ongoing. And as we speak about them, there is one more game, which is Rinat Jumabayev is trying to stay in the game against Daniel Darda in the challengers section.
He is trying because Daniel Darda in this position has a big pressure with his pawn coming to e4. We have watched this game a bit earlier. Now we've seen that there was an exchange of the pawns happening on f5, and what is happening now? The pawn is all the way on e4, bishop on is on e4. I see a huge amount of pressure. By the way, rook on e2 is almost trapped. There are no squares for the rook to go.
White is getting completely squeezed, and he's been suffering for most part of the game. After the opening, White had a nice position, but things escalated very quickly. Darda got a 2-bishop advantage, started to outplay White, and ever since it's been like slightly worse for White, and now things, it seemed to have taken the wrong turn for the Kazakhstani Grandmaster.
And so far we see that Daniel Darda is taking time. He has 13 minutes. Maybe it's a good point for us, Arturs, to revisit a bit what happened earlier in the game, because I'm wondering how did they get here? Because there was this g4 move. There was also this rook c7. We left it around here.
Yeah, what we did not see was e takes. By the way, not g takes, but e takes, and now g takes. King takes on 5, rook e4, bishop e4. We saw this line along the way. And here, White played bishop b6, rook g7, threatening rook g3. Bishop f2 is the only move. Now comes the attack from the other side. Rook e2 is the only move. Rook c3, king g2, e4. He was just outplayed. Yeah, like there's not much really he can do. And here the engine says that bishop e1 is somehow a mistake. Looks perfectly human move to me. And ever since Black is making progress, targeting the pawn on h3, and might be still somehow holdable. Yeah, you see here, Jumabayev already has no choice. He cannot afford to protect the pawn on a3. I suppose he's trying to set up some sort of a fortress. We'll see.
He is trying, but it is incredibly tough, especially considering how big the pressure from Black is. The pawn on c2 is a big weakness, and you cannot create any passer. You cannot go for a4. You will just separate the pawns. And the pawn on e4 is incredibly strong. I mean, how are you going to make the pressure less? I think, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to check why he didn't do this. I think the pawn is losing anyway. No, not like this, apparently. Maybe like this. Yeah, so it seems the pawn at the queen side for White is dropping anyway, so that's why Jumabayev just played bishop d4. And here, if Black plays bishop takes on a3, at least he might be having a chance to rearrange the pieces, perhaps something like a check. Let's say Black is a bit careless and plays king e6, perhaps White could go for this endgame. And maybe it's holding. You know, even though we have fixed the pawn structure for Black, I play king e2, and perhaps there's some sort of a fortress, and Black cannot make a progress. But here, yeah, the bar says I'm wrong. Black can make a progress.
Black make progress with the move King F4 coming forwards. And once again, there are almost no moves for White, right? White has to keep the rook on the second rank, has to defend the pawn on c2. Is there any active defense in this position?
1 minute. 1 minute for White as well. It doesn't really help. If things will be completely opposite, if here Jumabayev had 30 minutes against 1 for Darda, we could talk about realistic chances here. The time is also a factor. And of course, having a difficult position does really help you. I think the big threat here is to play e3. E3, bishop d2, squeeze, king f3. And yeah, White is just slowly but carefully perishing here. Rook f2 might be a good idea to go for some activity. King g3, rook f5, try to organize some counterattack here.
Yeah, bringing the rook to the 5th rank, targeting the weaknesses, because as we speak, those pawns on the b file, b5 and b7, they're weak pawns, but there is no way to target them. And maybe placing something like rook f5. By the way, king g3 apparently the only move in the position to keep an advantage. What a find by the Belgian champion.
Yeah, so he's going for the pawn on h3 to create another passed pawn. So the pawn on e4 is a passer. The same applies for the pawn on h5, and Jumabayev is going to play most likely rook f5.
What will happen after rook f5? I mean, rook f5 targeting the 2 pawns.
Most likely h4, so the h pawn has to stay alive. So rook takes on b5. These pawns don't matter here, I think. Rook takes on c2, rook takes on b7, and you'd think, oh, these are 2 strong connected passed pawns, but they're not moving. They're just standing still, and I think that Black is definitely going to find a way to either to push the e pawn forward or to take the pawn on h3. Black is probably simply faster. I'm thinking it could be maybe bishop f4, king f3, e3, e2, and the bishop f4 shields the king from some checks on f7.
Yeah.
Should be a win.
It looks like a victory, even though the 2 pawns, I mean, I was taught like this. If you have 2 connected passers, those are stronger than 2 separated ones, but in this particular case, it's not working. And rook e2 has been played, targeting the pawn on e4, making Black's king return to f4. But I don't think that Darda will play it. I think Darda will defend with the rook coming to e6, because now, how do you stop king taking the pawn on h3?
That's a good question. Yeah, rook e6 is played, so keeps all the trumps if he can. And king h3 is still incoming. I don't know, I would have spent a bit time to consider, can I take on h3, rook e4? This is what we did not really see. It was an opportunity to play king h3, rook takes on e4, rook takes on c2. But yeah, I mean, what he played, I think it's just stronger.
And rook g2 check, allowing the take on h3, but maybe introducing some ideas. I'm just wondering, does he want to cut the king on the h file? I mean, does he want to play after king takes, but rook g5 is not working. There is a bishop on c1. You cannot play it. Maybe, what? Oh,
I know.
was for
that was a nice test, testing if Black is aware of the position.
Testing my heart. I almost had a heart attack.
Yeah. No, I mean, here, this has got to be a win. So, pawn on b7, I don't think it's relevant. So, I mean, Darda could play, of course, b6, just to keep things under check. But I think even h4, some sort of a bishop g5, king g5, 1 pawn goes forward, the second pawn goes forward. So here, Jumabayev is simply looking for some practical chances. Let me just put it on the board. I think I can do this. h4, rook takes on b7. It's the same story. Nothing really changes here. And maybe play bishop g5. Rook takes on b5, and I want to do this. And I think I managed to mess my advantage because of rook e5.
Oh,
yeah. My idea was that I want to push this pawn, and yeah, but rook e5, it's a move. So I suppose you have to be still accurate.
You have to be really accurate and find all the moves of here. Rook g7 is a question to Daniel Darda. Will he give up the pawns on the queen side and march with the h pawn? This is, by the way, the only game we have which is currently ongoing in the Challenger, as Masters have finished with all the games, and this is the only game happening in the Challengers. Will Daniel Darda be able to win this? I mean, Arturs, what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. He will be. He will be able. Maybe it's possible to start with this. bishop h6, just to cover the h file. And if you take it here, now I was thinking I could play king, but maybe it's actually not in time. Like king g3 and here in h4. No, actually it's the same. Yeah, it's the same problem. It's rook e5, maybe even bishop e5. So not very clean.
Not entirely clear how to continue, but he's pushing forward with the h4. He's not caring about the pawns on the queen side. If rook takes on b7, king g3 probably is going to follow, and then the h pawn is marching forward, or even e3, e2. I mean, you have to count all these moves. These two pawns are super dangerous, but there is nothing left to do. So for that reason, Renat is taking the pawn on b7.
Wait, just a second. I'm not so sure. It's so super obvious here. Like I start to think that perhaps there is some accuracy required. E3 is going to be king e2. This king blocks, and the bishop on c1 feels to be useless. For white, it's very easy. Rook b5, rook e5. We tried to make work king g3, king g4. Quite was not working. Maybe it's bishop f4. You see, actually, again, I made a mistake, right? So bishop f4, rook takes, and I was trying to play king g something.
But now there is no rook e5, so this is a difference.
Yeah, that's indeed the difference. So here, but you see, the engine doesn't like it.
And we see actually this on the board. I believe the bishop f4 was played, which was not accurate move in the position. But what is the move then for a white, which is suddenly? Is it maybe it's rook f7 targeting the bishop?
I mean, here engine says rook g7, which is something that's never going to happen, I think. But the correct move here was king g4. I just checked engine. And if you take it...
Then maybe bishop.
No, I'm just going to replay the engine, yeah. Like, I already gave up. I gave up.
And rook e5?
Rook e5 takes, king f3, you're going to win it. Somehow.
Somehow. Yeah, because the two pawns are running, you cannot block those.
Yeah, this should be a win. So bishop f4 is not very accurate. But I think rook takes on b5 might happen.
28 seconds for Rinat Jumabayev to find the move in this position. Will he take a pawn on b5 or will it be any other move?
Still not over. Still not over here. Maybe here there's chances for the Kazakhstan Grandmaster to find an escape. By the way, rook g7, it's not really that hard move because it cuts off the king.
He's reaching for the rook and he's going for it. He just played rook g7. Cutting the king, not allowing the h-pawn to be pushed. Now Daniel Darder has to find a way. How can he promote with his pawns further? Arturs, we were not expecting this. I mean, take on b5 was so logical.
Now it's getting tricky. So perhaps Darda did slightly rush. So we're talking about a move a couple of moves ago where Darda played this move. Which one was it? Yeah, bishop f4. This move. I was also thinking about this move, and Darda played it, but the position is so tricky. I would have thought that there had to be an easier way to convert this, but as you can see, things are not really so simple, and Jumabayev is not giving up. He's fighting until the end, of course.
Definitely he is. Now, there are some practical difficulties for the Belgian champion, Daniel Darda, but he will try to put more pressure, more questions. And by the way, suddenly the a4 becomes an opportunity to create a passer on the queen side and then to march forward. But of course, first of all, you have to take care of all the dark pawns on the king's side, this e4, h4 pawn.
He's going to spend here some time, definitely. I think that this is the first alarm bell to you. Like, you think you already have figured it out. Your opponent plays a move you quite didn't expect, like rook g7, and here you need to like retreat and reassess. Okay, maybe things are not really so simple. So I would say that for Darda here it would make sense. Sit a couple of minutes, figure it out, calm down, that now the king is cut off, and maybe things are not as easy as he thought, and find a way. So what is the way here? I suppose you could target those weak pawns that white has at the queen side.
But they are not so weak any longer because there are no doubled pawns, but just one pawn on the b5. So maybe there are ideas of pushing c4 or a4, which are getting available. But I'm just wondering, Arturs, how much time did he spend on this bishop f4 move? Because I feel like Daniel was using the position of having so much time on the clock, and that Rinat Jumabayev was low on the clock, and he played this move in few seconds.
Yeah, he played it way too quick. This sometimes happens. You feel the position is winning, you rush and you miss an opportunity, and then you have all the time in the world to think about it, of course. Of course, all of us, we have been in this position. Let's maybe, once again, go back and put it on the screen. So this moment when Darda slightly rushed, he played this bishop before. This happened right here. So he played h4, which is a great move. Rook takes on b7 here, and now the king had to get out. So, of course, bishop f4, e3 is the idea, but the correct move was king g4. King g4, and if white takes it here on b5, now you can play bishop f4. Here, I mean, engine says that h3 is more accurate, but the bishop f4 is also winning. You play king f3, you play h3, and this is a win. For example, rook b6. I think you can, wait, you can't trade it. Rook e8, maybe king e2, h3. The h pawn seems to be rolling forward. But this is, again, not so clear. I mean, even if you see this line to see from afar that it's winning, I've seen easier wins, let's put it this way.
Definitely. But having this position with the 3 pawns on the queen side, it's also not so clear for them. And we see that e3 has been played. Apparently another miss by Daniel Darda. King e2 is blocking the pawn. How will he proceed with pushing the pawn now?
He thinks he has a win. The engine says otherwise. So Darda's idea to play king g2, h3, h2, h1. He thinks he has figured it out, but the engine says, no, sir, it's a draw. Why? Why it's a draw? We are, of course, going to follow on the live board, but let me just put a couple of moves on the board. a4, b takes, king g2. Why this does not work? a5, h3, and a6, while is advancing the a pawn himself.
He's going for it.
He
just played a4. Rinat Jumabayev is going for creation a passer. Now it's getting very tricky. We will see 2 passers. Take is on the board. Will we see a march of 2 pawns? Will it be a marathon? Who is faster?
I mean, here he has got to be regretting the choices right now, because for white it's so easy. I mean, just push the a pawn forward. And the problem of this king g3, a5, h3, you see you're walking into a pin. That's the problem. I'm pretty sure he sees it right now. He sees it because, again, if the rook leaves the e file, your king's on g2, you play h3, you're walking straight, into bishop e5.
And look at this. We see that Daniel Darda is trying to fight. King g2 is on the board. Now, Rinat Jumabayev has about 1 minute on the clock. Will Rinat find a way forward? Will he push this pawn all the way to a5?
a5 is the only move, by the way. Only move for Jumabayev to find, but it's such an easy move. I'm pretty sure he's going to find it. The other moves here, they just literally make no sense. No c4, no bishop c3. You got to push forward a pawn. That's your strength, and you use it.
Look at his body language. He's getting prepared. He's focused, looking at the board, looking at his clock, double checking, triple checking, checking 4 times, 5 times. He's still trying. It's a long life. It's tough. It's easy to miss any move.
You can see how he's trying to hide the anxiety.
A5 is on the board.
He was covering the face. I think about now he realizes that he cannot play h3. If he plays h3 after a6, he is actually in trouble because of the spin, and white is marching forward. And there's some really crazy positions. Let me just maybe put it on the big screen while here Darda is trying to figure out. The point here is after h3, a6, h2, white charges forward, a7, and if you promote to a queen, white says, so do I. That's a check.
I have one big question. What happens after a6? Why black cannot take the pawn on a6? Because it looks like it's hanging.
Because of bishop e5, you're pinning your bishop here. You cannot do that. I think right now, Daniel should see this. He should see this. I mean, he should be regretting that he rushed with this. He rushed with his choice to play bishop g3, king g2, and h3. No, it simply does not work. He's missing one tempi.
What a relief for Kazakh Grandmaster Rinat. Look at him seated. He's completely relaxed right now. It feels like he has it all figured out. And I believe the history repeats itself. Yesterday, exactly the same scenario. Rinat Jimabayev was suffering against Machun, but he managed to get a draw in that tough endgame with those queens. And here, I believe he feels it. He feels the draw somewhere is around the corner.
Might be still a 3-result game. I might remind you. So, of course, we see it's a balanced position. Of course, black has 7 minutes and white has... He plays h3! He plays h3, and now after a6, he's in trouble. I mean, what is going on here? Because now, did he miss it? Rook takes on a6. There's bishop e5. What's going on here? I mean, why is doing this?
What is happening? Will we see turnaround of the table? Suddenly, evaluation bar goes all the way up. Will we see a queen promotion? I mean, h2, a7, h1, a8.
Jesus Christ! I mean, he just unbelievable happens here. Like he played h3, and did he really miss this long check here?
Oh my God! What is going on? Daniel has missed it. Do you think he is realizing it in this moment? Just look at him. He's seated. He's trying to figure it all out.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. I can't believe it. So once again, we have to show you a couple of lines. So rook takes on a6 is bishop e5. This part is pretty clear. You got to see this. So the other line is h2, a7 here. And if you promote to a queen, so does white. Check first. There's no time for your queen to move like queen f1 or queen e1, doesn't matter. This is a check. That's a long diagonal check. And the bishop on g3 is dropping as well. At least white could just trade the queens, collect the bishop on g3, and just win the game. And if you don't promote, you have to address the pawn advancing forward. But how do you address it? Because there's the other threat, which is bishop e5 here. I mean, what do you play here? Rook a6? Bishop e5. Did he want to go here? You could not promote to the queen. This is going to be rook takes on g3, king h2, and talk about the discovered check.
Oh, and you can go all the way to g5, rook g5.
Might be some weirdest windmill of all time, like takes it here, check here, check here. White has a draw in the pocket, but definitely there might be more.
Definitely it is. And we see a realization moment for Daniel Darda in this position. He has currently 5 minutes on the clock. He has to try to find the way. And Arturs is trying to find also.
I'm trying to find the win. Rook takes, king takes.
Oh, and then you are marching. Wait, and there is bishop defending the pawn.
And then the king marches forward. This king is disconnected. This has got to be somehow winning. I have a feeling we might be going exactly here, but there's no way that black is even thinking about something more than a victory here. So it's totally crazy. I'm feeling quite sorry for Daniel, but he did this himself. Like he rushed this, and I would have thought that when he made this one mistake, he got the king on g2. I mean, he should have realized that something is wrong, and he did play this move h3.
4.5 minutes for Belgium champion Daniel Darda. I mean, is he realizing right now what has just happened? I mean, probably he missed it. He couldn't take. He goes for h2. We have a7 on the board. Will we see promotion to a queen?
I think we are. We are going to see that. So indeed, this is the position we're heading for. Like h1 queen, both pieces promote. Unfortunately, here for black, he's going to be in big trouble. Oh wait, of course, promotion. Black immediately loses. It's got to be rook a6, bishop e5. Black puts the queen on the board and still, according to the engine, loses.
What a drama, what a heartbreak every round of the Biel Chess Festival. Yesterday we had Frederick Svane. Today Daniel Darda is missing huge chance. He was completely winning in this endgame and he missed And this pawn, which was at the beginning a weakness, it became a strength, being promoted.
This is one of the craziest turnarounds I've seen in Biel chess festival history, because we've been doing this commentary for like 4 years in a row together with Angelika. I don't recall something like this. Have you?
I don't remember, especially in the classical portion. And classical players have so much time not to find this. And look at this. Daniel is shocked. He cannot believe. Look at his face expressions.
I mean, this has got to hurt, really. I mean, about right now, you realize, oh, I'm no longer playing for the win. I might not even have a draw here. Especially, it hurts because you play this very nice, long game. You capitalize slowly, you improve your position. You had like 50 minutes on the clock. An opponent had like 1 minute and everything. It's very close to the finish line. And then this happens.
He was reaching for a piece, but then he's shaking his head completely. Rook a6 is on the board. I mean, he's trying to stop that pawn promotion, but it's not working.
Bishop e5 is such an obvious move here. I mean, he's got to see this. Like, white already has a draw in the pocket.
1 minute, 40 seconds for Najmabayev. He shouldn't rush. He should just focus and find the only way to go. Bishop e5.
Maybe there's an idea after bishop e5 why it doesn't put the queen, but puts a knight on the board. Wow.
Ooh.
Now that would be a very funny way to save the game. But again, we're not talking about black being ambitious here, just trying to stay in the game. So bishop e5 under promotion a knight. Are we going to see one of the craziest moves in Biel chess festival history here?
Let's zoom in on the players to see what is happening now. Darda is taking time.
Darda is like, give me a knight, give me a knight.
Yeah, he needs to take a knight. I see a knight standing on the left side of the board. I see also another knight there. I just want to see also impressions of Rinat, because whenever there is a promotion and there is going to be a knight standing there, how crazy it would be. Daniel is shaking his head. 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. He got to do it. He has to go for it.
Totally crazy ending of this game. I mean, again, you put the knight on h1, you protect the bishop on g3, there's no longer a windmill. But now, who said that white has to take on g3? If you promote to a knight, white can play bishop d4, protect the pawn, play rook g8, and promote his pawn anyway. And this has got to be a win. Maybe still some practical chances for him to save the game. There you go. There you go. The knight is on the board.
The knight is on the board trying to defend the bishop on g3. What an under promotion. I absolutely love it. Huge action here in Biel. And what is the next move for
Bishop d4 is strictly the only move. It's only move. Everything else is a draw. I think it should be fireable. It should be fireable. I mean, you protect the pawn, you want to play rook g8 to promote this pawn, and even then, maybe here somehow black finds a way to stay in the game. But I mean, this never should have happened normally because, again, Darda was pressing. He had everything under control. He misplayed position already once, and then he played this horrible move h3, simply blundering, I suppose, this position, that bishop e5 is a move.
Both players are low on the clock. 1 minute for Rinat. Will he find this way to go? Will he go for bishop d4, or is it going to be something else? Again, it's the only move to win this game. Will he be able to go for it? And look at Darda. What a heartbreak for him to get into this position in the completely winning endgame.
There's definitely more tricks in this position. I think right now already Daniel is very, very hard trying to calculate how to save the game, but it's so difficult. It is very difficult. Imagine this, you having this position and somebody shows you, says, you save the game from here. Okay, no problem. But when you have this backstory, this luggage with you, by the way, bishop d4 is played. When you have this luggage with you, you were just very close to winning, and then you made a couple of crazy moves in a row. How on earth do you even concentrate in this position?
Bishop d4 is on the board. There is no longer a threat of promotion to the queen. That's the most important point. And knight cannot do anything. Even though black is up a piece in this endgame. There is nothing black can do against rook g8 and a8 promotion. I mean,
Rook a2 is the best chance for black, according to an engine here. Rook takes on a2, king takes on e3, king f1. Here, engine gives some absolutely crazy lines, and Daniel is a very, very talented player. He might still find it, but he's under incredible stress here. Still, you gotta find those moves.
Enormous amount of pressure is happening. Look at his body language. 2 minutes on the clock for Daniel. Will he be able to defend this endgame? And it's such a tough mental state when you got this winning position and then suddenly you have to defend. I mean, how is it? I mean, how difficult it is for Daniel to do.
Let's see if he finds it. He's reaching for the move, but he just cannot believe what's happening here. So 2 minutes for Darda, already slightly less. Everything else is just dead lost because of the rook g8. He finds it. He finds rook a2.
Wow.
He keeps the chances alive to save the game. Of course, here for white, the only winning move is king takes on e3. Should be findable.
He should go for it because rook cannot take on c2 since will be always this promotion with a pawn coming forward with to the a8. Will we not find it? 24 seconds, by the way. Let's zoom in on the player, see if not finds this move.
So
17 seconds.
17 seconds, 15 seconds, might still not find it.
He takes it.
He takes with the king. All is good. All is good. Now here, king f1. Again, the only move to keep the game alive. There's a bishop f2 check. This is still not over, folks. The game continues. He's fighting back. He's going to find it. I mean, you got to include the bishop in the game. King f1, bishop f2 check, take on d4, bring the knight to the game, and pray that somehow you can salvage this game.
Out of winning position, trying to keep yourself in the game and defend. This is so tough. This is absolutely incredibly tough. Will he find the only move? Daniel is reaching for a piece.
I think he's going to find it. He's going to find it. Might be still not enough. Engine says, of course, white is winning. We're well aware of it. But the point is, after king f1, bishop f2, you take on d4. White might not have the time to play rook g8. He's reaching for the move. It's king f1. It's on the board. It's on the board.
Oh my God, incredible. He's finding the only defending moves. He's trying definitely. White is still winning, but these are the good tries. 30 seconds.
This is still an open game. Do not write down Darda's chances just yet because he has managed to pick up some very, very difficult moves here. Engine says it's winning. There's like 3 choices, but they're not clear wins. King d3 is a great move here. Bishop f2 probably is going to be the defense so that you play bishop f2. White can no longer play rook g8 and promote the pawn because here black would take on d4 and the pawn on a7 would be left defenseless.
But there might be rook f7. I mean, we'll see definitely what will be the next move for the players. The board's players are getting very low on the clock. 1 minute, 20 seconds for Daniel. Will he go for it?
He might still save it. He might still save this like bishop f2, rook f7, king g2. I walk away from the pin. If you take it f2, knight takes into the knight joins the game. Might be still salvageable here. But anyway, there's no more question about that. White no longer is in trouble. He already feels pretty good inside.
Yeah,
he's not going to lose this game. He can only play for more.
Totally, Arturs, look at him. I mean, he's completely relaxed. It's Daniel who is in the huge trouble right now. He's completely focused. He's trying to find the best moves. But how tough it is mentally when you got this winning position, getting here and finding the only moves. I mean, this is
very, very tough. Absolutely very tough. But you are dealt with the cards that you have. You play them and you have no choice here. You got to continue. You got to fight till the very end. This is professional chess. So fight until the very end. Bishop f2 is played great defense here. So here the engine says couple of moves. Engine says there's c3, there's rook f7. No real outright wins. Somehow this is winning. But at the moment, Darda is finding the best possible moves.
Yes, because if you move away the bishop, suddenly the a7 pawn will fall. So it's a big question now for Rinat what to do. Is it going to be rook f7? Is it going to be something else? But we see definitely they're the only players, if I'm not mistaken, we have just seen a footage from the playing hall. Looks like they're the only players in the playing hall still fighting out, at least on the stage. We see He's reaching for
He's
the
reaching
rook.
for it. I think he's going to play it. I think he's going
Rook
to
f7 on the board.
push away the king a bit further. I think king g2 is going to happen here. Here, the engine says you can give a check on a3. I don't think it's going to happen. So king g2, walk away from the pin. You got to bring the knight on h1 in the game as quickly as possible. So here the question is this knight going to manage to save black from the extinction? I mean, the pawn on a7 is a very, very far way to go. So king g2, I would be not surprised if this would happen.
But look like how Renat is twirling the pieces. He's fully relaxed. He knows at least he can always repeat. If king goes back to g2, there will be a repetition. He will secure it, and there is going to be a draw. But either can he find more into this position?
He did give a check on a3. Okay, that's a bit surprising.
Ooh.
So rook a3 check here. I think c3 could be a move here.
Yes,
c3 and
looks logical.
yeah, and you're going to have to play king g2 anyway. I'm not really sure why this check was necessary, but okay, it doesn't really change anything. Maybe it's like a larger idea. White might push the other c pawn forward. You just pin the pawn just in case. I think this is the idea. So Darda he has overcome the initial shock. You have to adapt very quickly.
Now it's black's turn. Darda has to continue. He's down to 30 seconds. He has to go for it. He has to find the moves. It's
King e1 also
tough.
might be a move. Maybe he wants to play king e1. But then again, watch out for some rook h7
20
idea.
seconds on the clock. Darda has to make a decision.
Left or right? That's your choice. Left or right? One of them is right, one of them is wrong. Maybe both of them are losing. So which is going to do? King g2.
King g2 is on the board. Looks logical. Removing king from the pin. Daniel's still trying. He's still fighting. He's obviously in the bad position, but there is still a hope. There is a hope that he can survive this.
White has a couple of ways to keep the winning advantage. None of them are very obvious, but I think either way you need a king to promote the pawn. So I would say something like king c4, king b5, march with the king forward and try to have some help because the rook alone is not going to be able to push it. And this plan, by the way, is pretty obvious. And as soon as white does it, Darda is going to march the knight on h1 as quickly as possible.
And king c4 is on the board. We see king is marching to the pawn. Even though black is up a whole piece in this position, the two pawns are simply too powerful. Bishop takes on d4.
Wait a second, there's a critical moment. So king takes on d4 is the best move. Now, how easy is this? Because you want to take with the pawn. I mean, it feels like one square closer. Very, very big decisions right now for Jumabayev. King takes on d4 is the best move. C takes on d4, according to an engine, is no longer a win.
Wow, what a choice now for Renato. What will he do? He takes with the king. The right decision. Now,
huge moment.
King, now two pawns are a bit closer to each other, and knight on h1, the extra piece for black, but unfortunately this knight cannot really do much. I mean, it will not be in time to stop both.
I don't know, like I would still give it a try, like knight g3, knight d2 check, knight c3, but of course white has all the fun in this position, and of course Jumabayev is incredibly relaxed because he already was this close to just resign the game. He mentally, I think he already was there. 1 minute against 15 minutes, completely squeezed for the entire game, and now this, so he definitely feels very good right now.
16 seconds for Daniel Darda. Will he find the best way to defend this position? Will he remove the knight from h1? What will he do? 5 seconds.
You gotta try. You gotta
try. He has to go. He has to move.
3 seconds, 2 seconds. You gotta make a move.
Faster.
He just slammed the clock.
Oh, with 2 seconds on the clock. It was very close.
Unfortunately for him, White's plan is very straightforward. I mean, here Jumabayev doesn't really have to come up with anything. I mean, king takes on d4 was the best moment for Darda. Unfortunately for the Belgian Grandmaster, Jumabayev found it.
20 seconds for Daniel. He has to try, he has to bring the knight. Will it be knight e2 or what else? I mean, there are no other moves with the knight. How can you stop the pawns from marching? 5 seconds.
You know, here, the black's position is so bad that black would even say, go back knight h1.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't really give you a lot of optimism. Knight e2 check, of course, he tries to advance with the knight. King c5, king b6 here. Now the final chance here for Darda is somehow find a way to include the knight in the game. And if this king advances, give up the rook for the pawn, collect the pawn on c4, and pray you have the endgame knight versus rook, which of course is a theoretical draw. But these are confirm. I'm afraid just dreams because Jumabayev is not going to allow it. King c5.
7 seconds on the clock. He has just played King G3, bringing the knight to F4. That could be one of the ideas. But King of White is just promoting closer and closer to the pawn on A7. I mean, King B6 looks like a huge move. Just
King
bringing...
B6, knight E4, rook B3. Watch out. You have to calculate these things quickly. If you're playing for white, do you want to allow knight E4? I think actually rook D7 is something you want to consider to keep the knight at bay, not allow it to come closer. What is he going to do?
What will he do? Big question now to Rinat. 50 seconds on the clock. He has a bit more time, but still not enough to think too much. He has to decide faster. He needs a decision right now.
I would say that he's going to play rook d7 unless he's sure that king b6 is winning. You don't want to give any counterplay for black more than you have to. If you're sure you play king b6, you're not sure, you try to cut off the knight. Unfortunately for Darda, both of them are losing.
Look at this, the playing hall is almost empty. There is only one game ongoing against Rinat against Daniel. And we see king b6 is on the board. Will we see knight d4 jumping forward? Arturs, what do you say?
Either knight e4, knight c3. There you go, knight e4. The knight is racing towards those passers. Can you play now rook a f8? Rook f8, can you do that? You want to promote the pawn, so big question. Do you play rook f8 to promote the pawn this way, or you play king b7 and use the king to promote the a pawn? Very big decision here.
But if after king coming to b7, there might be rook b3 check. You have to be careful. You have to calculate 20 seconds for Rinat in this position. He has to play faster. Will he do it? Will rook f8 be played?
Rook f8 feels to be pretty clean. Like here, the engine says rook g7 and rook g8. I'm not sure I understand it why. I suppose there might be some knight e6 idea, so you have to be a bit careful. He finds it. He finds rook g7 check here just to walk away from the knight just in case.
And there could be also idea that if king goes to the light squares like f3, for example. Okay, king is not going to f3.
The king is closer, but I don't think it really matters here. There's got to be rook g8 here. Now, the only question here for black, can he eliminate the pawn? The rook is gone. It's already gone. So he's going to have to take it either on a7 or a8. Do you get to the pawn on c4? Engine says, no, you cannot do that. But, of course, Daniel is going to give it a try.
Such a brilliant defense earlier but by Rinat, and in this position getting to the winning one. I mean, what an incredible play by Rinat. He was always having down 1 minute on the clock and he was still finding all the best moves in the position. I mean, this is unbelievable. Even in this position, not allowing any tricks, not allowing any forks. I mean, Arturs, absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, I think that's it, basically. So this was very precise. Rook g7, rook g8. So final spite checks. Rook b3 check. Unfortunately, again, for Darda here, White's idea is pretty obvious. King c5, knight e6 check. And I think you could play king d5, knight c7, king c6. Everything is winning.
Everything is winning. Now check has happened. King hand move and there is no fork on e6. That's the most important part. 40 seconds for Rinat.
King c7 also wins, by the way. King c7, knight e6. Yeah, and king
He's
c7
going
is played.
for it.
You cannot eliminate this pawn. That's the problem. Like, the king is too far. If it was somewhere, I don't know, here, you could give up the rook for the pawn, march with the king, collect the pawn, and somehow claim a draw. You cannot do it here.
Daniel cannot believe it, absolutely. What is going on?
This is why he gave this check. Look at this. This earlier, rook g7, rook g8,
Yes.
so that the rook at f8 will be jumping under a fork.
Exactly,
Right.
not allowing any tricks with a knight. And now Daniel cannot believe that. How did this happen? I mean, 20 seconds on the clock and...
Now this game is, I think it's over. I hear he's running like out of all ideas. Here, king d6, rook b6. What's the move? King e7. Oh wait, rook b7, king takes here. Yeah, but of course, White's going to win the rook game anyway. I'm just trying to find some ways to prolong the game. There's probably more than one clean way to win it.
Ideally, would love to give up your rook for 2 pawns for
King
the
c6. I think king c6 is the cleanest. King c6, knight e4, king d5. That's it. And it's on the board.
King c6 has just been played.
I mean, we can say all we want. I mean, this was really crazy turn of events, Angelica, but Jumabayev found all the moves. Like, he was having this difficult position from the start, and at some point he just turned in completely like fifth gear or something. He just played the perfect moves until the very end.
What an incredible defense, first of all, by Rinat, and finding these ideas of pushing the pawn forward, and those misses by Daniel Darda. By the way, 15 seconds on the clock right now for him. Will we see resignation? No, not yet. He's still trying.
Soon.
He's still trying.
So it doesn't really matter how you start. It matters how you finish. And this was a very, very strong finish by the Kazakhstani Grandmaster, King D5, and that's it. Yeah, there's no more ideas, and Darda knows it, Jumabayev knows it, and we know it, and all the viewers know it. So maybe one more spite trick with Rook D3, but the queen is getting promoted. You cannot get it.
Yes, we are absolutely waiting for it. Now, Rook D3 is still maybe the last try, but looks like it's going to be one of the final moments in the game. We'll see resignation in a moment. 17 seconds for Daniel. What will it be?
This is a game he's going to see in nightmares. Absolutely. I mean, you cannot forget these games for a long time. Unfortunately, every single chess professional, there's the resignation on the board and Jumabayev wins. But these are the games that stick in your memory for a very, very long time. We've been, all of us, in this situation. Unfortunately, today, it was Darda's moment.
Arturs, I cannot believe this absolutely unbelievable outcome in this game. What a defense by Rinat, and then getting the winning position. It's time for us to check out the results of this round, because we have had all the games finish in the round number 3 of the GMT.
So here we can see Salek Salem managed to outplay Frederick Svane in a pretty nice game where the German Grandmaster was very close to equalizing the game, but he made a pretty big mistake in the time scramble, move 40, which eventually cost him the game. Vladimir Fedoseev capitalized on a pretty strange mistake by Radoslav Wojtaszek, who was equalizing the game for most of the part of the game, but he made a mistake and never recovered. In the meantime, our event against Volodar Murzin was pretty much an uneventful game. The pairs were shuffling the moves most of the time. It didn't really change much, ended with a draw. Also, Hakovin was unable to capitalize on his bishop pair against David Navara, ended with a draw. Then we just saw also absolute crazy endgame. Rinat Jumabayev escaped a certain death against Daniel Darda and scored unexpected 4 points. And also the Challengers Tournament leader, Niklas Theodorov, this time didn't get anything from White's perspective and shared the points with Machun from China.
Today's round made a huge impact on the overall standings. Let's take a look at those, because in the Masters now we have a new person join the leadership, and it's Vladimir Fedoseev. After his victory, he's now sharing the first place with Aravind with 14 points. Right behind them, 4.5 points behind is Volodar Murzin, and with 9 points we see Radoslav Wojtaszek, Saleh Salem, and Frederick Svane. Unfortunate last place with 4.5 points. And what about challengers, Arturs?
So in the challengers, Niklas Theodorov keeps his lead with healthy 3.5 points ahead of Aram Hakobian. Then we have unexpected third place Rinat Jumabayev, who took away victory from Daniel Darda. Machun, David Navara are still within the striking distance. For Daniel, unfortunately, this means currently the 6th place.
Arturs, what a day we had today. I mean, I still cannot believe so many tough results. We had this unbelievable heartbroken moment by Frederick Svane as well as Daniel Darda. I mean, Arturs, what would be your summary for today?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the viewers are happy. We got our drama. I mean, unfortunately for the chess players involved, yeah, not so much really, but that's what happens. Of course, this is professional sport. Life sometimes is unfair, and I really feel for Daniel. But I'm pretty sure he's going to recover. He's a strong young man, very talented, well on his way to 27th Congress Elo. And also, we are happy for Rinat because he was holding on for his dear life the entire game, and his persistence paid off.
Round 3 has just concluded, and tomorrow we are going to come back to you with more action in the round 4 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We'll be here at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time for even more more action, and we'll see who is going to be leading the standings after that, because it's important. We'll have to see in the final portions later. But tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. See you here. All the best for today's evening.